Following the government, a ghost just know your fate. It's not a conspiracy, it's just the truth. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, check. Testing. Welcome everybody, how are we tonight? You doing? Aliens controlling the government, a good fight, just know your fate. It's not a conspiracy, it's just the truth. We read your messages all day and they made a destiny. Do you understand? Aliens controlling the government. Aliens controlling the government. Aliens controlling the government. Aliens controlling the government. All the late time. Aliens controlling the government. It's literally true. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Jim Russell.
Oh, shit, brothers. Oh my fuck. Sorry, I had to fucking play that one. I just couldn't I was fucking around with it today. Holy fuck, it generated that. I was like, man, it's like some WW fucking F entrance. Welcome everybody once again to another episode. Welcome everyone. Here we are once again. Yeah, it was fucking epic. Yeah. Anyway, this evening, FBI secretly investigating worldwide UAP surge. Interesting. Bledsoe predictions, ufology and prophets. Chris Bledsoe, who's the guy who supposedly can summon UFOs, was interviewed by Sean Ryan a couple months ago, but they decided to actually release the episode. So I'm assuming it got pretty schizo, and then people pressured it to release it, so released it. So you'll watch that later. And then another one on magnetic pole shifts. People keep talking about this, another podcast with another guy that I follow, among other things going on. So Mr. Drunk Physics, my friend of the stream, will also be on, I think, at some point. So whenever Drunk comes in, he wants to come in and do kind of a recap, I think, of everything that's happened. And we'll hear his expert opinion on what he thinks about all the woo. So whenever he comes in, we'll talk about that. So in the meantime, we'll just kind of talk about other news like this. Fuck, man, I saw this. This is great. Well, how wonderful this is. So he drew this back in November 26, knowing full well no self-respecting family newspaper in the country would likely to print it. Oh, wonderful. There you go. Blow that right back in Don's face. Fuck. Now, the meme here is that maybe he'd like it. I don't know. That was some of the propaganda that was put out back in, 2016, that he paid all these Russian prostitutes to piss all over him. Fuck. Would the newspapers print that story too? Probably not, Mouth open too, man. Yeah, fuck. I mean, undoubtedly. What a fucking meme. Yeah, this is funny as shit. This is obviously still going on. I think collectively all of the provinces' liquor stores are now pulling American liquor off the shelves, which is devastating for Canadians like myself. But anyway, it is what it is. I guess I'm drinking German beer for a little bit longer. I refuse to drink Canadian wine. So anyway, I thought that was fucking funny. Very funny. But I pulled it up. Fuck, man. I was gonna go and see. So supposedly Mexico, he paused the tariffs on Mexico because they're sending a bunch of people to the border. I think it was the military though. 10,000 people are going to be going to the border. So Trump liked that. So Canada still not looking good. So 51st state incoming. Give it a couple months and he'll have Justin begging on his knees again. It's not that hard. So yeah. Should have some news in Canada too. Yeah, hey, now you just spoke to him, man. Yeah, like literally right now, I think. Like, are they talking right this second? Yeah. Yeah. 10,000 moose to the border. That would do it, actually, wouldn't it? Yeah. Get them on leashes and shit. Like, that'd probably scare the fuck out of people, wouldn't it? Yeah. They serve as social facilitators to realign people who are sometimes too dependent on each other. Let this be a wake-up. Man, will we become more independent? Or will we continue to just drink the milk from the United States? Daddy Don and his milk. Yeah, we probably just will keep drinking the milk. We'll just take it. That's what we do, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah. Fuck, man. Anyway, yeah. Fuck. Yeah, he was talking about, oh, they took this off. He might put 10% tariff on the EU as well, because the EU was talking shit, and he got pissed off that the EU was talking shit, so he threatened them with 10% tariffs, and Putin is saying, oh, good for him, he's gonna have the EU like groveling at his feet soon. And I mean, you know, what is anyone really gonna do about this? Honestly, I don't know. Yeah. Tintin, absolutely. That's exactly it. Yeah. Why is he so angry? There's a lot of reasons, actually. Yeah. Anyway, thought I'd just bring that up, as much as I don't fucking want to even think about it. Yeah. Hopefully this gets resolved and this doesn't turn into a giant fucking mess. Thankfully, the market didn't fucking crash today too bad. So, but someone's about to enter the house and die probably. Yeah, well, anyway, in other news, because I really don't even want to talk about that shit. We were talking about this fucking yesterday. I think it was a Grand that brought this up, I can't remember, but there's, it was a Herogrim. Earthquakes in the Mediterranean. This is getting kind of bad. People flee Santorini as earthquake fears grow. Residents and tourists scramble to leave Greek island on ferries and planes at the barrage of tremors. Earthquake fears have prompted people to flee Santorini as Greece's most popular island destination continues to be hit by what science has described as a barrage of tremors, with authorities on heightened alert amid mounting concerns of an impending natural disaster. That's not fucking good. I mean, you know it's bad when they're telling people to fucking leave. Like, yeah. The Jamie's link I posted yesterday is dank on the Quank bits. Oh, is it actually? I didn't see that. I'll have to look. I'll have to look for that. Yeah. Oh, what is this? I just saw you posted this 200. Sorry, I just checked it here. This was actually the next thing I was going to pull up, which is the new research thing on ChatGPT. I'm gonna go over that here in a second. It's very interesting. I was curious. I forget what site we went to yesterday. Earthquakes. No, I usually just go to USGS, which is obviously like American centered. But oh yeah, okay. Oh no, yeah. Well, yeah. Fuck. Hopefully there isn't a giant earthquake and/or volcanic eruption. Is there a volcano there still that's active? Isn't Santorini volcano like gone? Didn't that blow up like 3,600 years ago? Like, fuck. Oh, what is that? Is that it there? Oh, that link didn't pull it up. Just a second. I can find it. I can find it. Yeah. Was it just yesterday? Oh, I saw this too. Actually, sorry. That was another thing I meant to pull up here. This was interesting as well. This is relevant to the discussion later on here, actually. The boom situation, is that what it is? Yeah. Do I know the importance on Lou and Ross grifting will be impacted? Also, do you wholesale import of baby oil? Oh, I didn't get an order, did you? If you got some, I'll take some though. After I lose another 25 pounds, I'll definitely lather myself up with that. Fuck it, I don't see it. Who is, anyway, we'll find it. Oh, this guy. Oh, the boom, this boom thing, right? Yeah. This one, okay, yeah. I actually watched this today. Did you? I watched it while I was making salad. Yeah. Missed the joke, fuck bud, slipped up again. Said delivery, it's all in the delivery, right? That's fine. it's such a precarious thing. If the delivery isn't perfect, like it just falls flat, and then it becomes embarrassing. And yeah, it might be actually. Yeah, that would be appreciated actually. Yeah. Fuck. Well, I mean, hopefully, I would love to visit Greece someday. Hopefully, there isn't a catastrophic earthquake. I guess we'll follow this through the evening. So yeah. Jen, Trump knows that the USA needs Canadian resources to just easily stop all the oil pipelines to the States, and the US is fucked. Yes, Jen, yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, and then Trump is going to impose a 50% tariff, and then people are going to get mad and storm the gates of the White House, and then he's probably just going to look like a massive idiot. And that is really what's going on. I fucking... I can't imagine anybody recommended him to do that, at least to this degree. I could see you're pissed off at Mexico primarily because they're just allowing people to flood across the border. They're encouraging people to flood across. And you could be like, listen, guys, get your shit together, right? And then maybe if they don't, you could be like, well, this is going to happen. And then, but like, the Canadian situation, I don't quite understand. I mean, I don't think it's flooding across. Like anyone who lives in Canada knows the fentanyl situation's fucking terrible here. It's unbelievably bad as well. And supposedly it's coming from China. That's where it's all made. So I don't fucking know, right? I mean, just stop the drugs. Only the good drugs, like the liquor and the weed, This is another thing though that was interesting that was announced. I followed this morning. A little bit behind the times. I guess they rushed this the fuck out as quickly as they possibly could after DeepSeek kicked them in the nuts. But they have a new deep research feature. So it's like it's essentially how it works. It's only available to people who are paying $200 a month, right? On ChatGPT, but what it'll do is it functions as they were saying like a university level researcher. So someone that'll go and just endlessly research something, and it does deep dives. It can search for like 20 to 30 to 60 minutes. It'll do a deep dive on a topic for you, find everything that you need to know about a topic. So if you want to research fucking rollerblades, I want to get some rollerblades for the boys. What's the best pair to get? It'll do that for 30 minutes, 60 minutes at most. I think it may be 30 minutes at most. They were talking about that it might be able to go longer. Anyway. But, what's really interesting is if you're in academia and you're researching something like, let's say, I'll use an example. Let's say you want to, something that I was doing for a little while. Let's research the Exodus, right? Let's try and maybe see, well, is it just a story or was it something that actually happened? And if it actually happened, did a cataclysm coincide with them leaving? Like, was there some kind of a disturbance? You could say even, I think it was the Santorini volcano, actually, that blew up 3,600 years ago. Is there a correlation? You could say, it could be, okay, cool. Well, let me go find everything I can about, dendrochronology and other scholars, like biblical scholars, right, who will go through the accounts and try and correlate data. And like, is there anything there? And so it's really interesting. They're testing it now with the top tier ChatGPT, but as time goes on, they're gonna release it to the general public. So I'm not fucking paying $2 a month. Like, go fuck yourself. So I'll wait till that comes out. But it's extremely interesting, and I see that Richard here used it to look up some drone stuff. So mystery drones and UAP incidents. Timeline chronology of major incidents. So it goes through the whole thing. It does all the news articles. It'll go through. You can, I think it's interesting. I'm not super adept with it, but some of the plugins, you can tie it in to search through like ArcFix or other kind of free to search repositories, maybe would be the word to put it, of like papers and whatnot. So you could be like, try and help me find Planet 9. Like, are there any theories about Planet 9? You can go and search. It's really cool. It's cool shit, yeah. Yeah, the only thing that Justin is good at is freezing citizens' bank account. Yes, and what else is he good at? Being cocked. Yes, he's a master at that. He's a master cock, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like something it was already doing for free that they just rebranded and paywalled. Well, it's not going to be paywalled. It's going to be free, but it was not able to do deep dives. It was kind of an obnoxious feature of it where when it first came out, they kind of tried to imply that it could. And I was fucking around with this, getting it to research things. And this would be interesting. You could do some interesting shit with this if it's good. And I haven't really seen people using it. Richard on it. This is the first person I've seen using it on Twitter. I saw it this morning and people were like asking, hey, what should I deep dive? You know, I wasn't even going to bother fucking typing in, you know, what I just mentioned. So do that in my own time. But yeah. Trump's almost being pushed by Justin into agreements. You think he's weak? I mean, as much as Don can be a dink, I mean, he definitely has a presence. Christ, I've never seen a man grab Putin like he has and pull him towards him. But yeah, I just hate Justin so much. I dislike Justin. Ceases. I dislike him. I would very much like for him to leave and go home. There. Christ. Anyway, always listening. Yeah, this is it here. Yeah, deep research plus operator equals game changer. So this will be an absolute game changer. So I expect the deep research and operator will still be developed as one agent in 2025. OpenAI itself writes that 2025 will be the year of agents. Imagine the two of them together. So deep research is a PhD student doing the scientific work. He reads countless papers and does the research work. He prepares everything. Operator in turn takes the data and applies it based on the research and makes decisions, works on projects, develops new ideas and working methods. It's the future. I mean, the potential for these two, and there's something else related to AI here that happened today, but I mean, there are people. So, I mean, one thing you can do in university, depending upon like what your discipline is of choice, but you can go and you can just do research. You can just be a researcher, right? That is a job. That's one of the jobs. Like my cousin does that for a living. I don't know where the fuck he is right now, in Kentucky or Kansas or somewhere. Anyway, but this is once this gets a little bit better here. They might not be as necessary anymore, right? Where one of the professors or whoever is getting them to do research could just be like, oh, I could just get the AI to do this? Like, fuck, yeah. Fuck me. He's the son of Castro, yeah, that's the meme, guys, yeah. That Fidel Castro had sex with his mother and cocked Pierre. So it's a long lineage of cockery. There's actually something to that theory. People try and say it's some baseless conspiracy theory. I'm like, are you fucking blind and daft? I mean, do you not know that his mother went down there multiple times by herself to visit Fidel? Like, they had a relationship. Like, Pierre, his mother, and Fidel were friends. They used to visit each other all the time. Now, I don't hold that against Justin per se. That's not his fault. But the guy was a fucking bit of a psychopath, so, I mean, the gene pool, I guess, is concerning, so, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he's just died. Oh, God. He was a good-looking guy, but I just despise him so much. I mean, I can't even, he's the fuckboy of Canada. That's how he got the job. He didn't get the job because he knew anything about politics. He got the job because he's the fuckboy. Yeah. This is the other thing related to AI. Mayoshi Son's investment pays off. AGI in Japan in less than 2 years. So this guy, I don't know who the fuck this guy is even. People maybe this has been going around. He saw him talking about this. In a speech said Sam agreed to launch AGI in Japan in less than 2 years. A new model called Crystal Intelligence operates autonomously, reads all source code of the system your company has built over the past 30 years. New company SP OpenAI Japan established. I don't know if anyone can comment on this. I have no fucking idea. People were just talking about it. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. You seen the picture of Molina staring at Trudeau from inches away? Okay. Is that why he's doing this? Is this why these 25% tariffs are going on? Because Justin's fuckboy? I wouldn't even surprise me, honestly. Something petty like that. Fuck. God damn it. Anyway. All right. Enough about fucking AI. Fuck. As much as I love AI now and I use it every fucking day, you know, I talk to it all the time. It's my best friend. It's my best friend. It hates me though. This is some big news that, I mean, and I have not had a chance to really go through this in any depth, but this is what everyone's talking about right now. So I will talk about it. Breaking: a secretive, informal FBI working group is analyzing UAP reports nationwide. It consists of a national program manager and more than a dozen employees across the country who spend much of their time tracking down UAPs. This is from Politico. FBI agents who investigate UFOs worried they could be pushed out in possible purge. This is to do with Kash Patel being involved here. FBI agents who are part of a secretive group investigating the surge of UAP, what the government refers to as UFOs, uses to refer to UFOs, are worried that they could lose their jobs in a possible FBI purge targeting officials who worked on January 6 cases. Some of the FBI agents who work in the group also worked on January 6 cases. All agents across the Bureau have been ordered to fill out a questionnaire about their work on the Capitol Hill attack. There are worries that the move could lead to a Trump-ordered purge of the agency, said the people, some of whom were granted anonymity to discuss personal matters. There you go. I've spoken to several agents from the UAP working group who are afraid of losing their role in the investigation getting unintentionally compromised, said Ryan Graves, Executive Order of Americans for Safe Aerospace, Executive Director, and a former Navy pilot. I'm concerned that the FBI's UAP working group could be affected by transition changes, and these leaders might not be aware of the incredible work these agents are doing and how their investigation could be empowered as part of a formalized intergovernmental effort. So obviously, I don't think anyone heard that this was even fucking happening, which is, again, interesting. The existence of the FBI's informal working group on the issue has not been disclosed publicly before. No. Graves and three other people familiar with the group said it consists of a national program manager and more than a dozen employees across the country who spend much of their time tracking down UAPs. Graves said that for more than a year, his group has worked with the FBI team to refer interested witnesses, leads, and open source intelligence to help the Bureau's efforts to protect the country and the aviation industry from unidentified phenomena. He said the agents have interviewed interested witnesses and plus up these reports with classified information. This FBI working group is uniquely positioned to investigate UAP due to their joint law enforcement and intelligence authorities, he said, adding he was deeply worried the agents key to the investigation of UAP could be removed, which would undermine the Trump administration's commitment to the U out of UAP. A spokesperson for the FBI declined to comment. Interesting. Yeah. The Pentagon had a similar effort called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, whose disclosure in 2017 sent shockwaves throughout Washington and around the country. Since the revelations that the military was compiling mysterious incidents of UAPs, there has been a bipartisan push in Congress to require the government to more aggressively investigate them. Many of these legislative efforts were led by the then Senator Marco Rubio, who is now Secretary of State. Advanced objects demonstrating advanced technology are routinely flying over our restricted or sensitive airspace, posing a risk to both flight safety and national security, he said on Twitter in 2023. Other key appointees of the Trump administration have also advocated for investigating unknown objects in the sky. CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who was Director of National Intelligence in the first Trump administration, said on Fox News in 2021 that there are a lot more sightings that have been made public. Okay, he said, there are objects that have been seen by Navy and Air Force pilots or in satellite imagery that engage in actions that are difficult to explain, movements that are hard to replicate, and we don't have the technology for, or traveling at speeds that exceed the sound barrier without a sonic boom. Yes, which would imply it's some kind of anomalous propulsion system. We've heard these clips. Where's the spicy bits? Okay. Okay. He has spoken to members in the FBI working group after witnessing a UAP in Colorado, said it would be obviously detrimental to its UAP investigation if the agents were fired. The FBI is one component of the government that is starting to realize what other functions in the government have already known for a long time and have been participating in, he said. And if the FBI agents are the mechanism to bring that under a legal umbrella, I think they're doing unbelievably critical work. Don't know. I guess that's going to be for Don and Cash, and if he gets in, and all the other people in the administration to figure out. They'll have to look at it, and they'll have to say, is it worth keeping these people? Don't fire me. Don't fire me. I'm working on UFOs. I mean, who knows? I mean, are they shitheads? I have no idea. If they are, then fucking someone else could work in the UFOs. I don't know, right? Fuck me. Yeah. Well, you're convinced we have the tech now. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wish that we could know more. And what is this going to get to the bottom of, really? This FBI investigation? Do we trust that they're going to get to the bottom of it? There's other things I guess they didn't necessarily get to the bottom of before that maybe they should have. I don't fucking know. I thought this was interesting though. This is a pretty big deal. I mean, it just goes to show again that behind the scenes, I mean, the FBI, I'm assuming the CIA, well, we definitely are assuming the CIA is involved and not just the research of this, but possibly the classifying it of all and of all of it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. It's just another meme. Yeah. Have you guys not seen the satellite photo shown by Nick Cook in the BBC in England of a documentary of a donut pattern of a hypersonic drone flying from Area 51 across the continental US and over the Atlantic? No, Jen, I have not. I don't think, actually. I create the illusion that they aren't 20 plus years advanced. Well, man, it's hard to say, right? That's, who knows, right? I mean, maybe they are. I would imagine like their satellite the capabilities they have in regards to like, you know, imagery would be well beyond probably what some people can imagine, you know, in the public. Which is why when they said they didn't know what was going on with the drones in New Jersey, I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, just don't even say that. Like, we know that's horse shit. Like, come on. Oh, the Aurora. I have heard of that. Okay. Looks into SAR radar. They can see inside your underwear through your roof. Oh, can they? Yeah, wouldn't even surprise me. Yeah. Fuck. I get the measuring tape on everybody. Fuck. Checking everybody's penis. Fuck. Everybody's on a list. Nice update from James Fox. What's he saying? Ooh, just completed another round of filming in Varginha, Brazil for the 2025 director's cut. The additional first-hand witnesses' testimony we captured will make history. These officers were providing security for the UFO museum, so I asked if they'd pose for a photo. Jesus Christ. That's some pretty serious security. They both got fucking pistols in the UFO museum. What the fuck are they anticipating is going to happen here? Jesus. My God. Someone's going to run out with an alien body? Like, do they have pieces of craft inside there? Like... Those guys don't fuck around there. God, they look like SAS. Like fucking Jesus, special operators. Yeah. God damn. Yeah, UFOs. Interesting. You're literally working and making sure Serenos don't blow up chat. Interesting. The lighters become very more advanced, and they have sonar tech they used in Batman and the Dark Knight. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Make history, he said. That's a big claim, isn't it? James. I'll have to wait, I guess, to see if that delivers. Things have been said before, I guess, in regards to Jason Sands, and I don't know if that really panned out or not, but who knows? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. Is Jason telling the truth? If he is, that's crazy, bro. It's just trying to discern whether or not he is, and I can't. I don't know. So, yeah, it's one of those things. Introduction to synthetic aperture radar. I saw the second one here. When asked to take a picture a satellite image, most people envisioning something like the left side of the figure above. It's an optical image, a photograph. Synthetic aperture radar is a completely different way to generate a picture by actively illuminating the ground rather than utilizing the light from the sun as with optical images. Interesting. Okay. Wow. It captures images at night and see right through clouds and smoke. It's a 24-hour all-weather technology. Yeah, but can it see through my walls? Or hypothetically, it could now see through the walls. That's very interesting. And disturbing when you think about it, I guess, you know? Yeah. Just scroll down. There's a second image, so it shows inside buildings. That's going down. Layover, foreshadowing. Oh, here you mean? Like that one right there? Yeah. Not the second link. Yeah, no, it's on the second link. Yeah. Yeah. They can zoom in and enhance. And you're saying they can look right through someone's underwear. Who would do that? There wouldn't be any perverts working on that, right? We have faith in the system that they wouldn't have any perverts working there, right? Do we have faith? Do I? No, I don't. I don't have any fucking faith. I have zero faith. Yeah. It's a Batman radar. Oh, Jesus.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Beautiful? Unethical? You took my sonar concept and applied it to every phone in the city. With half the city feeding you sonar, you can image all of Gotham. This is wrong.
I've got to find this man, Lucius.
Goddamn.
Cost.
The database is now key encrypted.
Is this what's happening right now? This very thing. My God. Maybe I should be more careful talking shit about Justin. Not that the Canadian government would have access to something like this, but you know. Goddamn. Yeah. Click which link? This link? It's an hour and a half. Check that out. Sorry. Nick Cook presents UFOs and the secret evidence.
This is a journey into a world of
Oh, brother.
and deceit. A fantastical place full of UFOs, strange encounters.
Is this copyrighted material? I think it is. Yeah, I can't even watch it, unfortunately. If it's I think it is copyrighted material. Yeah. I have had 3 VODs now on YouTube be flagged and blocked. You know who flagged me, actually, was the Joe Rogan podcast. Got flagged, which was, I thought Joe didn't care about that. It was a Jason Sands interview, but it got blocked, yeah. No, it's not fine. No, it's, you can't, not on, well, no, it's not YouTube chat, but I mean for the VOD. It'll flag the VOD, and then I have to cut it out, and I'm too fucking lazy, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not that the VODs get any fucking viewership, but just on the off chance, yeah. Well, we'll keep it up there. People don't want to watch it, yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting. Thank you, Jen, for finding it, yeah. Yeah, but that's where they talk about the Aurora, yeah. I've heard of that before, actually. I didn't know that there was a sighting of it. That's interesting. I suppose there could be, yeah. I suppose there could be, you know, if they're testing it, some people probably have seen it, so, yeah. Interesting shit, yeah. Oh, this is in regards to him. Do I want to? I was gonna watch this a little bit later. I kind of want to stick with relevant things though. That's not really relevant either. There's a couple things up here that's definitely for later as well. Maybe I will go over this just because. That's that. Where the fuck did, here it is here. So this just dropped. Yeah. No need for VOD. Yeah, I just throw it up on YouTube if anyone wants to fucking watch them, so. Yeah. Elon plugged into the central bank of the USA and supposedly confirmed shady money traces. I did see that. They completely dissolved. What was the organization? Did you? But he said that they went in thinking it might be like an apple with a worm in it. Might be like and they found out that it wasn't even an apple, it's just a handful of worms. And so they completely got rid of, I forget what it was, but it was like, yeah, the USA, the USAD. Chad, what is that involved? I don't even know. I have no idea what that's even involved with managing. But, goddamn, yeah. If I were to monetize my channel, they would make the money, so I haven't monetized. Oh, really? Fuck, yeah. I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. They walked a bunch of FBI out, too. Did cash get confirmed yet, or no? Yeah, it's U.S. aid. It's the foreign aid stuff. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, man. It's like the Red Cross. Holy fuck. I remember I watched a documentary on the Red Cross. Oh, Christ, man. Other, like, this isn't foreign aid per se, but it's other charity organizations, like the level of corruption going on in them, man. Fucked. Yeah. UNICEF is another one. UNICEF was, I forget what the documentary was about, but it dealt with UNICEF as well. Yeah. It's just like, it's complete, you know, which is unbelievable, but really not surprising when you think about it, that shit pulls at people's heartstrings, and greasy, sketchy motherfuckers, you know, they worm their way in there, and that's something they use to fucking milk people. Anything to milk people. Yeah, I mean, this is... So this is... I mean, I'll play this first. Oh god, it's fucking 10 minutes. I thought it was like 39 seconds. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Anyway. So this is about this guy. So now I've had to do some looking into this guy over the last like month, and we talked about it here a couple times. I had no fucking clue who he was. He's been brought up multiple times by people that like Jesse Michaels have interviewed. He showed up in a couple podcasts. We've watched bits and pieces of them. There was one with his son. So for people that don't know who this guy is or why he's even important, is because supposedly back a decade or so ago, he started reaching out to ETs by using, I think it was like the CE5 method, which is Greer's method of like contacting extraterrestrials. And he supposedly had some success with that, and lights have shown up in the sky around his house for like the last decades. Supposedly he can call them down, and then he takes videos of them. Yeah, you just hear a cult leader when he speaks. So, you know, I mean, the idea of that's interesting. It's really tantalizing. I just noticed my light is turned sideways, and it should be like right like that. Anyway, all the fucking light probably just got more fucked anyway.
Which is in all living.
And so why is he going on all the podcasts? So people within this disclosure movement, for some reason, have taken him seriously. Maybe they know shit that we don't, right? One of the guys' names is Tim Taylor, who was originally... Actually, she's on a podcast here again soon. Was originally this lady's source for her first big book, which dealt with UFO stuff, kind of becoming acclimated to the phenomena. She wasn't really familiar with it. She's a professor of religious studies, and this Tim Taylor, his name was Tyler, went in an alias at that point, had kind of talked to her behind the scenes about the whole phenomena, how real it is. He's been involved. He's a mission controller at NASA, but he's this like super genius type character that has his fingers in all these different pies, and he knew it was real, and he knew about the back engineering programs, all this shit. So you blame me for thinking he's a cult leader. Yeah, he just gave off that energy. I mean, I didn't even know anything about him when I said that. I just being a dick. Yeah. Sam, what's up, man? Yeah. Probably some connection to a pilot or old school drone operator. Hard to say, man. And I have no fucking idea, right? I mean, people say, someone comes up to you and they said, I talked to Jesus last night. I'm like, oh, what did he say? They said, stop smoking cigarettes. I said, that's probably a good idea. You should probably listen to him. It's like, did you actually talk to Jesus? Did that person actually talk to Jesus? I have no fucking idea. Right? Might have been your subconscious saying, stop killing your body. Stop killing us. I have no idea, right? So now with him, it's a little bit different because he's been putting forward these videos with these lights. And people have done this for years. He's not the only guy that's done this shit, right? So anyway, I'll show a video here again of another guy who's been doing this stuff for a long time that I've always thought is a huge fucking meme. So this Tim Taylor was Diana Pasulka's source, Pasulka, however you say your last name, Diana. It was her source for her book. I didn't read it, but I've watched the interviews. I've seen snippets. I've heard the story. So TLDR, he said some pretty crazy shit. Then he got outed. He's been involved with Chris Bledsoe. Okay, so he propped him up. Really, him and a couple other people. I think Jim Semivan was the other guy who propped him up too, who's like, he's involved with the phenomenon. He's been involved with Tom DeLonge and To the Stars Academy and all that shit. So anyway, they believe him. So why do they believe him? I don't fucking know. Do they know something that we don't? Probably. What does that mean? Go out in your front lawn and try CE5, I guess, right? It's free. You don't need to listen to Stephen Greer. You don't need to buy his $150 fucking package to do it. All you need is, well, don't use a laser pointer, please. Just go out and calm your mind and maybe try and connect with the loving ETs or some shit. I remember on my searches through the internet years ago, I ran into this fucking guy. Actually, you know what I ran into was his music. I loved his music. It was just like I used to love ASMR, right? Back before ASMR had a word, people would just, I like getting massages too. I used to work out a lot. I've been trying to work out again. But I go and get massages, and it's always just like kind of, well, sometimes it's fucking painful, but this relaxing experience, right? And it's just, you get like almost tingles, right? It's just like kind of cathartic thing. And I would watch these massage videos, and there was this massage person called Lita Massage, and she'd have these like wisp, like this, like really, like the way they would speak into the mic, you'd be like, oh, like you get tingles. And so, you know, I got addicted to watching these fucking videos. I found Bob Ross. I didn't know who the fuck Bob Ross was through these ASMR videos, like him slapping his brush around and shit. You know, I got tingled from him. And so then I found Elias videos, and he had these like really calming, like beautiful sounds. I mean, this is amazing. And then he posted a video. I went through his videos, and he's talking about how he's a Pleiadian channeler, or he is a Pleiadian. And I'm like, brother, you're clearly German. I can hear your accent. But anyway, the other thing he would do is he would go out and he'd summon these orbs that would fly around. He'd get these people together, say, I am from the Pleiades. I am Elihu. And I guess his whole shtick is like he's reincarnated here as a human, but he's a Pleiadian soul. I was like, oh, fucking all right, bud. You know, do your thing there. Yeah. Tibetan singing bowls, ocean waves, deep breaths. Yeah. I mean, you know, just get a little buzz on, you know, from some herbs, and you just sit down and you just like, just melt into the fucking chair, right? And you're like, wow, just tingling. Yeah. Anyway, so Elihu used to have these videos. I can probably find them. Oh, here, DNA healing. Fuck, we need this right now, probably. A lot of us. There you go. This is the kind of singing bowl. Reduce pain, heal inner organs, remove negative energy, cleanse cells from viruses. Oh my god. If only I'd known this was around a couple years ago. I did know it was around though. Anyway, this is not what I'm looking for. These are not the sounds that we're looking for. I'm looking for his videos of him summoning orbs. So it's not just him. There's time. Oh, there we go, right there. That didn't take very long. These are the light ships that he's called. He's called these light beings are using light ships with cosmic love, energy, and thoughts, and you can change the form and color of the spacecraft in any form they want. Could they change it into a higher resolution fucking video so we can discern what the fuck we're looking at? Supposedly, this is what he's picked up. Fuck knows what that is. Oh, brother. Anyway. He's been summoning these things for years. 2016 infrared camera. Spaceship UFO, Elihu the Pleiadian. So, like, you know, I'm not new to this shit, per se. You know, I've seen these fucking boys and girls doing this, cooking this shit up for a long time, right? So, this is my first rodeo with this shit. Now, do I think that these are actual alien spacecraft? I don't fucking know. Right? That's the meme. If we're placing bets, then I'm going to sound more like a dick, you know, but we're not going to place bets because that's a dickish thing to do. Yeah. The guy that died smoked to Jesus. Jesus didn't say anything, but there was some geometric pattern that was like liquid in on fire, changing colors, talking, but he said he was so hyper-focused on Jesus, he wasn't paying attention to what it was saying. He said that he's not sure if he touched Jesus or Jesus touched him. Oh my heavens. But the last thing he saw before coming back to life. Who was this? Was this Chris? Oh my god. A lot of touching. Yeah. Finn told me that's bokeh. Yeah, I mean, it's... Again, yeah. Far, what's up, man? Wasn't there some dude who summoned one on live news? Yes, supposedly. We watched that video. Supposedly. Who the fuck knows, right? I mean, yeah. Those are the space platforms I was telling me about? Oh, fuck. Different Horse, what's up? Wonder what AI would do if you inputted that video and asked it to clean it up. Probably, well, in ChatGPT, at least the free version we have, wouldn't do anything. But if you had something set up, it might be able to... It would look at it and just say this is far too low resolution to kind of ascertain what the fuck we're actually looking at here. Elihu claims that they're alien spacecraft coming to visit him. It would help if they, you know, came a little bit closer. Could you ask them if they could come just like, even like half a kilometer closer would be great, you know, and then we could get a better idea. It's like, we're going to appear as a bug to you. Oh, They can sometimes appear as bugs. Oh my god. Okay. Look like a bug in the distance. Yeah. Fuck. Laser they use to project those images. Chris? Oh, his son. Okay. Jesus touched his son. Oh my god. Fucking god. All right. Wow, he's touched a lot of people now. Yeah, some guy who had his own Dante's Inferno when he had an NDE, near-death experience. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Literally, yeah. Trade war is delayed. Oh, is it actually? Oh, Chad, wonderful. So Don's just freaking everybody. So I can get Tom Gorgon on Friday, right? My favorite wine, my California Cab Sav. That's wonderful, yeah. Karen X, are you familiar with the holographic theory model of the universe? Yes, holographic universe theory. Yes, fairly familiar with it, yeah. It's just that we're a projection within a black hole, the information absorbed by said black hole. Is there a black hole involved with it? Maybe there's another subset of the theory where they talk about black holes, but yeah. It's an information, the word universe, we were talking about this again the other night, yeah. It's information-based reality, so they're not material, yeah. And that it's kind of like a essentially some kind of a simulation, yeah, or holograph is what's being projected, yeah. The illusion of physicality, the illusion of material. It's all information, yeah. It's Tom Campbell. It wasn't just Tom Campbell. There were other people in philosophy who talked about this, but yeah, Tom was my first introduction into someone in physics trying to contend with it and blending philosophy and these philosophical concepts together. Yeah, information on the edge of a black hole being projected within it. It's basically the theory. Okay, interesting. Yeah, supported by hologram store everything everywhere all at once. Okay, who's this Chris? So Chris is Chris Bledsoe. Sorry, what's his son's name? Fuck. Anyway, let's go back to this. I'll go back to this here. Yeah, it's like the current now is the event horizon in a black hole ingesting data. There's holographic universe theory. In philosophy, there's simulation theory, which is just a thought experiment, but there's kind of a blending of the two together. Like Tom Campbell's theory is a blending, kind of a combining of the two, like quantum physics and philosophy. And yeah. Is that one of the remote viewers? This guy here is the guy we're talking about who has been propped up by some insiders. They are convinced that he actually has some connection to the aliens. And I was just using this as an example for people that are just joining here, that there are other people out around who have claimed to have been connected to aliens.
Welcome to my channel, 777 a Liar. In my documentary, Cosmic Love is the solution for everything, you can get information about
Rather not cancer, unfortunately. Sorry, but I mean,
cosmic universal law.
Or maybe if you have enough of it.
Wisdom, philosophy, and ethical spiritual behavior, removing negative patterns, belief systems, and what
this guy says he's from the fucking Pleiades. I mean, yeah, fuck, I don't know. Right? I'd love to visit. There he blurs his face out everywhere he goes. He probably has a day job, where this is just his alias online. Probably has a day job, doing something, and then online he's lively Pleiadian. I mean, fuck. Anyway, I don't fucking know, man. Is this how Jesus Christ came off of 2,000 years ago to people, walking around telling everyone he was the son of God, right? It's like, this guy runs a cult, right? It's like, brother, you better stop some of this rhetoric. You're gonna get the Romans after you. You're gonna piss somebody off, right? And then, that's what happened. But then supposedly he came back from the dead. They're like, whoa, you were the son of God. You are God. It's all very confusing. Yeah. Yeah, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Yeah. It is new. It's brand new for us. I was going to go through it here in a couple minutes, actually. I was going to go through some clips that are relevant. But I was curious as to why. So what happened was Sean Ryan, who runs the channel, essentially said they weren't publishing the episode. And people were like, why? And everyone was hounding him, and then eventually they kind of pressured him just to publish it. Now, I would bet that he didn't publish it because he probably got bullshit vibes off this guy, because that's what I get. Like cult-like vibes. But I don't know, right? Again, I'm not going to be a dick. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Bible's full of people calling him out on his bullshit, isn't it? Maybe, you know? Yeah. So where's some clips here relevant to this? This is kind of relevant to this. It's relevant to what... We're not going to watch this whole thing. Anyway, essentially, let's just go through this brief thing here because Joe has kind of summarized it. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're not going through all that, though. All right. I would be very careful giving these entities that are fucking with you like all this great credit and putting them on a pedestal because these are the same groups that have been doing a lot of weird shit throughout time, good and bad. So this is Tom DeLonge to Chris Bledsoe. So Tom DeLonge is warning Chris Bledsoe not to be communicating with him so openly because these are the same groups that have been doing a lot of weird shit throughout time, good and bad. Tom, brother, I love your music. We have no fucking idea. We have no fucking clue what we're dealing with or who they are specifically. And conflating them with like the Anunnaki or the Greek pantheon or, you know, it just doesn't help the situation. We have no idea. Should he be cautious in interacting with them? I don't fucking know. Some people say, you know, should the natives have been cautious talking with Cortez? Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. But, you know, you live and you learn, right? I mean, that's unfortunately, it is what it is sometimes, you know? Yeah. He didn't tell them that he was the son of God. He kept saying, I'm a child of God, possibly, and that God was with him and that he was one with God. So they interpreted this as he was the son of God. Well, we have no idea what the fuck he actually said either, right? That's the other problem. Like, I don't know if I'd trust anything mentioned in the Bible at all about that character. There isn't really a lot out there to suggest definitively that he even lived. I mean, in terms of like evidence, there's just like breadcrumbs. And there were other people walking around. It was Jeshua was his name, I think. There were other people who were prophets undoubtedly walking around that time period too. So I was going to say nailing down who this, I did not mean to say that, but I will, nailing down who he was in particular. Fuck. No pun intended there. It's hard. It's hard to figure out who he was, really. Was he a real character? There are people who think that he was, but yeah, from there, what the fuck we know about his story is not a lot. So yeah. Yeah, you should read the postulates and think how it intersects with quantum theory. The other thing to try and understand is how we are observing the past of other planets, and they are observing our past, but how are these both at the same time possible? Interesting, yeah. Pretty sure a lot of the natives didn't live and learn. No, that's true. They just died, yeah. And so then we have to ask ourselves, and just communicating with these ETs, where does this go? Yeah. So is Tom wrong? I don't think, I don't know. It's an oversimplification of a lot of shit. And I don't know. Who would we want to trust? I mean, do I trust the government now in the West to communicate to them for it? Fuck no. I'm more skeptical of people at this point. I've gotten to that point where I'm just so skeptical of people. Especially people in positions of power where I'm like, just give me the phone, Skinny Bob. I'm like, brother, if you're worse than these people, then so be it. But I'm rolling the dice, I'm rolling the dice, That's my take on it personally. I just, yeah. So here's what, this is another reason why Chris is blown up. Because people love, we were talking about this last night a little bit for people that were here. I love these kinds of dates because it's all this hype. It's like 2012. It was like exciting. You're like, whoa, like things might change or everything might blow up. Wow. So Chris had this date here about 2026. Chris Bledsoe tells Sean Ryan the return of Christ may occur on Easter 2026. He says U.S. government is remote viewed this date and Lou Elizondo is aware of it. Let's hear what they say in particular.
Exact alignment will happen in 2026 at Easter.
What will happen?
the star will, the alignment she told me about, that the star of Regulus would be on the horizon in front of the Sphinx. At that moment, there'd be a new knowledge. Well, I had no idea if this was even possible, you know. But these astronomers run it through the machines, and it comes out that that star is going to come up on the horizon in Easter of 2026. And from that point forward, they started remote viewing the state. Government did. And now you hear it all over TV. 2026, that's the big day. 2027.
Thanks for the follow, Watch.
Something's going to happen. Armageddon, you hear it all over, you know. You hear it on TV. If you study, like, I've heard even, well, I won't say names, but...
Please do.
Well, you know Lou Elizondo, right? Lou's mentioned that date. A lot of people have.
Easter 2026.
Well, the year 2026. I gave him the specific time. And it was with Robert Grant that I told him about this alignment and all. And then he's like, oh my God. He's been looking for this ruby. This little ruby you have to find and place it between the paws of the Sphinx to make this event that he knows is going to happen in 2026. I said, Robert, it's not a ruby, it's the star of Regulus. He looks, he's like, oh my God, it's the king star.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sit through this fucking interview. Holy fuck, man. This is painful. Oh, yes, thank you, Hendrix. Yeah, I saw that he's going to pose the tariffs. Yeah, at least 30 days. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Fuck me. Oh, man. Yeah. Did he say front of the Sphinx? Yeah. A ruby on the front paw of the Sphinx. He's going to... Oh, my God. These guys are at the fucking lunch, man.
So, what's going to happen? I don't know. But I think it's possible that's the return of
Christ.
Yeah.
Thank you, Calbron. Yeah, I set that faith.
Or the lady and the whole heavenly host.
Jesus.
Living with us. Jesus. That's the first time I've ever said that in my life, publicly. You're the first.
Popped his cherry on this fucking... You're the first. I'll say, thank you very much for that. So Jesus is coming back. All right. Yeah. I prefer Skinny Bob coming back, personally. I don't know if we need to get back to, like, Christ coming back. Like, what's he going to come back in? Spaceship? Egg! Oh, brother. How close are we right now? Right? Easter 2026. The eggs. Oh, my God. Is it all starting to make sense now? Is it all starting to make more sense? Slowly, maybe it is. Maybe it's starting to come together. I don't fucking know. Well, actually, I do. I would take a bet. I'd place a bet, and I would say probably nothing will happen. But that won't kill his following. That's for goddamn sure. Yeah. He had a good call, President Trump. He's implementing our $1.3 billion border plan, reinforcing the border with new choppers, technology, personnel. Canada is okay, yeah. Nearly 10,000 frontline personnel are and will be working on the protecting the border, same as Mexico. Yeah, it's making new commitments to appointment of fentanyl czar. We will list cartels as terrorists. There you go. Ensure 24/7 eyes on the border. Launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, money laundering. I've also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl. We'll be backing it with $200 million. That sounds great. Actually, that's awesome. Wonderful. If this is what it took, I mean, Jesus, listen, talk to anybody working in like mental health fields right now or working with like welfare systems in Canada, like, people on welfare. It's like every day there are people dying in even smaller cities of overdoses. It's like, it's insane. My partner works with people like this, and man, some of the fucking horror stories, it's nuts. It's literally, epidemic isn't the right word to really use, but it's really bad. And I think some of I didn't know her, right? If I didn't get the information through her, I would probably have no idea, right? So it's insane. Anyway, side note, but this is important. Yeah. Jesus is most likely already here, and the government is holding him prisoner and psychologically experimenting on him. Oh my God. just psychologically experimenting on it? Like, what would they be doing to him? Trying to pick through his brain, say, you're the son of God? Hopefully they don't have, I'm not even going to say that, actually. I'm not even going to fucking say that. That's not appropriate to say. Anyway. He's been slated to return how many times now? My brother, like, what the fuck? Lou just talked about this. We just went over this video again last night too, where Lou, or probably the last time I streamed before then, but Lou has not mentioned that date. Lou addressed claims about 2027, but he didn't say anything about any of this. He said that there was another date that people in the government had put forward that was further out than 2026. So, was it to do with remote viewers? I speculated that it was probably to do with remote viewers, because the government does have teams of remote viewers still. And I would wager that because Lou doesn't really want to talk about it and said he doesn't really want to take it seriously, it's probably to do with remote viewing dates, about something happening. Because guess what? There have been other groups of remote viewers, a couple who I've talked to a couple years ago, who were on this, actually. And I can talk about the dates specifically. And I would place a bet further that it's probably connected to the dates the government remote viewed, right? So, and it's not necessarily 2027. Anyway, yeah, fuck. Yeah, Skinny Bob is the son of God. I mean, brother, we want to talk Skinny Bob. Jesus comes back. I'm like, bro, like, yeah, we're living in a simulation. Cool. It's like, I'm going to talk with the other players in the game. Like, where's Skinny Bob at? Do I believe in remote viewing? Yeah, I think there's something to it, Far. Yeah. I think the data that has been done on it, the collection, it's complicated. It's definitely beyond chance what people are doing. That's been shown fairly definitively. There's been a lot of tests that have been done over the years. We could go get the receipts on that. We just looked it up recently again. I forget what the organization was, but they went through it and they did a fairly scientific test of the method, and that's what they found. But I've seen, and I've been involved with a target, a project recently. I don't know, Pixel's here. I should send him a message. I haven't seen him in a while. But I was involved in a tasking with a group of remote viewers. I think some of whom do this for a living, maybe. A couple of them, I think, do. So they've been trained and been doing it for a long time. And I saw a couple of them out of the group literally get the tasking blind, which is pretty incredible. It was a pretty eccentric tasking that we did. And one of the guys literally mentioned the tasking itself. And I mean, it's a crazy thing to do. I mean, coincidences happen, but it was a pretty eccentric target, right? And I've heard this from other people too over the years where weird shit happens, right? There's something going on with it. And just to elaborate a little bit further about dates in the future that people think something cataclysmic is going to happen. One of those dates is around the year 2030. Is one of the 2029, 2030 is another date that's been thrown out there. And also 2036 is another date, I believe, that's been thrown out there that people have done work on. That's now what is going to happen. I can even mention that as well if people really want to hear this, because I mean, I ultimately there's no hard data on this, so it doesn't really fucking matter. But one of the scenarios that was put forward by them, one of the groups actually got these dates looking at the whole flu virus we just went through. And this is not me saying this, they got that it was intentionally released by some global elite in anticipation of some unstoppable natural event. There has been a theme with some of these groups over the years that there is a global elite that is aware of some unstoppable natural event in the future, and they are hell-bent on collapsing, destroying society ahead of it because they think it's going to be too difficult to manage this population in the aftermath. And so that's the whole boogeyman that crops up in these other groups and these other remote viewers that have been involved with researching this, and they've gone into looking into what the unstoppable natural event is. Even the unstoppable natural event is some kind of celestial object, something along those lines. They don't necessarily know what in particular it is, but some kind of celestial phenomena that is involved with the unstoppable natural event in the future. And in this narrative, the global elite are aware of it, and then they're hell-bent on killing everyone before it or something. It's some terrible thing, right? You know, now how true is any of that? As anyone who was involved in doing this will tell you, they have no fucking idea, right? I mean, it's just, it was something that's come up multiple times. There have been people that have seen these kinds of things, and all kinds of, you know, whether it's Nibiru or it's the galactic center or it's the Taurid meteor stream or it's the aliens causing it, wiping out humanity, blah, 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 blah. There's an endless amount of scenarios, but that is the event that I have heard of, and I did talk with somebody who was involved in doing this, that they think is going to happen. So in regards to what did they see, what did they remote view, what did they see happening, something along those lines. Now, the other thing that's out there right now is this 2027 date. So this is why I brought this up. And I brought this up too because this is not actually podcast that just dropped, but Jeremy Corbell had talked about this recently, where this 2027 date, he did a 3-part series for people that don't know. So Jeremy Corbell did a 3-part series with TMZ, which Christ help us, but anyway. At the end of this, he talked about this rumor that had been circulating within Congress. And the rumor was that they were told by NASA, someone, right, in astronomy, that there was this object sighted and it was approaching the Earth. And that it would arrive around 2027. And this object, he said, he thinks, is this alien craft. And so he had made this, we've probably heard about this. Some people heard about this. So he made this claim that this is going to be a deception. This isn't real. It's not actually coming. This is some psyop within the government. They're going to try and do this to justify painting NHI in a negative light or freaking you out. It's going to be like a Blue Beam. Project Blue Beam was this idea back, oh my God, I think in the late 60s, where they talked about like using holograms to create a boogeyman, right? Like aliens are the ultimate boogeyman that the military industrial complex probably needs. And so he thinks it's going to be some scenario along those lines. This is another thing. I have no fucking idea. That's the first time I've ever heard anything in regards to that. But in regards to Chris, because this is not necessarily new, there have been people saying that there's going to be this date that's going to, and then things are going to go south and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so in regards to remote viewing, I have talked to some people over the years in these circles, and I've heard about those dates that towards the end of the decade, there might be something happening. But I mean, again, it's like me with any of this shit, take it with a bucket of fucking salt, like literally. So anyway, yeah. Let's see here. I'm just reading through some of the comments. Okay, yeah. Well, does he talk about this here? I did want to see what he had to say about this, because he was going to elaborate further.
Hey, monkey, take this and smash your hand on it.
Oh, it's premiering right now.
They're really top of their field with what they do, but they're never told the whole thing around it, what it did in the craft, the whole thing. But this is,
and they can't communicate to other teams, and
not even to.
Oh fuck! Yeah, see, what I'm not going to do is sit through and watch all this. If I could, like.
But you got to imagine how controlled that stuff is. If you've taken photos of these pilots from crash retrievals, yeah, it's gonna be controlled information, man. We can keep secrets. Our government can keep secrets.
So do you believe that video or photographs of these beings is kept even more under wraps?
Definitely. Like that is the most hardcore.
Let's talk about that.
But
interesting. Anyway, it's premiering right now. Maybe I'll come back to it when they put like clip-its up, so I don't have to watch the whole fucking thing. But yeah. Compartmentalization is a big problem. It's left-hand, right-hand issue. If they can't talk, they can't work together. Yeah, Karen, it absolutely will be. Yeah, and I think it's probably why we just have little bits and pieces of things. Who has the top-down information? Who has the top-down, knowledge of all the information? And that's what I think we're all waiting for. Yeah, you're supposed to watch the whole thing for us. So you don't have to. I'm not a magician, brother. I can't fucking. It's yeah. It just started premiering 2 hours ago, so they're 2 hours into it right now. Holy fuck! I can tell you one thing. Yeah, I'm not sifting through this right now. What I love, what I really love, man. I love when they just have all the clip-its up, and then I don't have to listen to all of it. and I can just go around. He drinking a Coors Banquet? Jeremy, brother, I just took you as an IPA kind of guy with that beard and the hat he usually wears. He's just sent me through a fucking loop. I didn't think that he'd be drinking Coors Banquets. I thought he was a craft beer guy. Surely. My God, I was wrong. Wow. Dear Christ. Yeah. Why China's a big threat when Xi Jinping and the top-down control are strongmen like Putin or Trump. Yeah. Yeah. We need to log on first thing in the AM, pre-watch it with all the chat. Oh, dear Christ. Yeah. Yeah. I think we'll just wait. Hopefully the boys, once it's done premiering, we'll clip up the segment so we can go to what we want to listen to. So, yeah. Yeah, that's it. We could do that too, different artists. Yeah. Yeah. My favorite IPA, I hate IPAs. I despise IPAs. I do not enjoy IPAs. I do not enjoy IPAs or double IPAs or black IPAs or American Pale Ales even. I'm not. Anything with an excessive amount of hops in it deserves to be poured down the drain, in my opinion. No. I know some people love them. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. It's got a connection to weed, does it actually? It kind of tastes like soap to me, man. I can't get over that. It fucks my stomach up too. I drank almost exclusively German like Hefeweizen style beers that have like little to no hops in them. Yeah. Are they cousin to cannabis? I didn't know that, actually. Interesting. The more there, I learned something today. Yeah, that's fucking very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm all about the German beers and like English ales. Anything with very little hops or little to no hops in them that's what's my preference when I drink beer. I do love beer, but I just don't like hoppy beer. Yeah, I don't like lagers either. I like flavorful beers, but it's the Germans, man. Yeah, they do a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit. Yeah, not a lot. Like is it the IBU? No, what's the there's a measurement now with beers where it'll literally show you how hoppy it is. Is it the IBU? Okay, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, the lower the IBU, the better for me. Like, the lower the IBU, the more I'm probably going to enjoy it. Yeah. They also make a champagne if you interpret the rules. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Creatively. Oh, that's intriguing. Yeah. 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 I've never really had... There's one IPA that a local brewer here makes. It's in southern New Brunswick called Ruckus. If anybody's in Atlantic, Canada, it's actually pretty drinkable. But man, I can have one. If I have more than one, my stomach's fucked. Like I can only have one, as opposed to the German beers. Like, brother, fine. I'm at like 5, and I'm like, fuck, this is so good. I'd watch myself. Like I'll rip through them. Yeah. Sam Adams did he actually? Oh my God, it's the man himself. Now, I don't really want to watch this whole fucking thing, but I do want to hear him talk about these predictions. Turning Point Easter 2012. Okay. The Burning Tree Incident. The Vatican Connection. Prophecies and Future Events. The Divine and Dark Forces. Yeah. There's a dogfish in a beer that's 120 IBU. Oh my God. Sam Anderson Company. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that would be fucking brutal, man. I know like black IPAs, for people that don't, this is a side topic, but I have had people in the past try and tell me, so this is where like this meme came from, people that don't know. You know, Jeremy, I mean, people say I look like a fucking hipster. I can't look like a hipster sometimes. It's not an insult, but he looks like a fucking hipster, right? He's like he's hip on all the new cool shit. I've known people like Jeremy over the years, right? And I've had a couple of these people, after telling them that I do not enjoy hoppy beers, try and talk me into shit like this. And let me tell you, every time they do, I literally just pour it down the drain. I take 2 sips and they're like, how was that black IPA? I'm like, brother, it's down in the drain. It's because it was so fucking bad. And that's the thing, man. I don't mind dark beer because they're not very hoppy, right? But it's you combine that with like that soap taste and it's just liquid piss. Yeah. Man, the big link for liking IPA is smoking weed. You almost get an affinity for the earthiness. Really, man, even back when I used to fucking smoke weed, like, you know, fairly frequently, I could never get on them, man. Actually, you know what I loved with, this is unrelated, but to the aliens, whatever. I loved red ales and weed. That was a great combo. There was nothing better than like having a joint and then having like kind of a red ale, like an Irish red ale. Oh my God. That was a great combo. Yeah, I love that combo, man. It was so fucking good. Yeah. The same with the German beers too, actually. I really enjoyed like just smoking a joint and having a, I still like whisper it now. I still whisper it now. It's fucking legal. It's been legal here in Canada for fucking like almost 10 years. But I used to love having those beers. I think like beer and weed generally is just a really good combo for nobody that knows, people that don't know. Beer and weed just go together so well. They're both like same, especially like a joint or something. Like they're both like lesser forms. It's not like hard liquor and shatter. Like if you're doing something like that, like if that's your night, good luck, right? It's just this kind of like, it's this way to fucking like just kind of slowly bring you up to a happy place, right? Or like better than coke and weed, yeah, or that, right? Like having a hard night. It's just you just kind of slowly get up to your happy place, you know? That's what I loved about it. But I haven't smoked weed in, man, a couple on it. Like, I mean, infrequently I will, but like it's been honestly a couple years since I was like regularly smoking weed. I was drinking and smoking weed, and you know, I went through a fucking like kind of a bad breakup, and I just, you know, and it wasn't, you know, we kind of went our separate ways, and I think she probably still hates me, but I was just by myself hanging out with the boys every night in Discord, and it was through COVID too, and like I wasn't really working that much, you know, living in this like nice, you know, bachelor apartment, and it's like every fucking night it's just we were having sips and smokes and just hanging out, and fuck yeah. Anyway, I got a little bit out of control, so I had to give one of them up, and I gave the weed up, honestly. So yeah. Fuck yeah. Familiar with shatter? Yeah. Oh yeah. You're on beer and weed right now, man. Fucking right, brother. Yeah. You got sneaky weasels. Really cheap, 5.6%. Oh god damn. Yeah. Came back down to PEM yourself. Really did, really, man. I was never a fan of shatter. I didn't enjoy the sensation. If you smoke a lot and it's like a medicinal thing for you, I could see why you'd go to it, but it's one of the same thing with like, I don't know, there's something about like, it's weird. It's like just what I got started on, like just joints. Like it's like, you know, and it's kind of like, I like cigars and shit too. Like I do like tobacco. And so there's this like sensation of like smoking something and like just the smell and the way it tastes like through a joint, and that combined with like alcohol or beer it's just like on a summer night, man, any nice summer night, I can almost smell the weed. It's like not anywhere around, but I just like it, my brain's just like, yes, this is this was your life. It's like, yes it was. Yeah, fuck yeah. You prescribed Xanax prior for anxiety depression. My doctor let me on it too long. My tolerance of Xanax ended up like 4 milligrams a day. Holy fuck, man. I mean, those motherfuckers. Oh my fuck, man. Talk about drugs. Like, pharmaceutical industry is so fucked. So many doctors are compromised too. Yeah. Sips and smokes, brother Chad. Hey, man. Fuck, never talked. God damn. What is this? This fucking Monday night, for Christ's sake. I'm not drinking through the week. I told myself that. Fuck. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Yeah. Xanax is just legal alcohol. Literally acts on the same brain. I didn't know that. It acts in the same brain processes. I've heard people who get addicted to it though. I've never touched any of it, man. I know, you know, fuck. Like, even years ago, like, me and some of the guys went through a pretty traumatic incident, losing a good friend of ours, and you know, some of them got on the pharmaceuticals, and maybe I should have at the time. I know there's some are like miracle substances when needed, and our friend who passed away, I wish he was on them because he probably wouldn't have passed away, but I didn't touch any of it. I was just too worried about getting hooked on some of it, so I just didn't, and I probably paid a price for that, but now I'm good. So what's the news? Just hopped in. Pills scare me. Yeah. Oh, well, you know, brother, just fucking more UFO prophets talking about, you know, the world ending or shit hitting the fan. So I was going to watch, I'll try, maybe I'll tune to this later. Who knows? But, yeah. Fuck yeah. Mostly the CBD gummies. We'll still booze on special occasions, but we'll wake up God knows where. Fuck, brother. That's always fun sometimes, though, you know. Long as it's not at some, like, Big Daddy's house, you know. Wake up at Stephen Greer's house. Fuck. Yeah, that might be a little bit... maybe some people would love to have that happen. I mean, that's not my jam, but, you know. Anyway, yeah. Just do it before you die, before the week is over. You miss the opportunity, says addiction. Holy fuck, man, yeah. You're also the only drugs you can die from. Detox, benzos, and alcohol. Yeah, man, I know. Yeah, I know. I know someone who had a problem with benzos, yeah. Tariff Trudeau is standing down his response. Canadians are fucked with taxation without representation. That's another thing that happened too, yeah. Fuck Justin. Although Justin, they cooked up a plan, I guess, to help deal with the drugs, but who the fuck knows? I mean, again, I don't know if anyone minds. I don't really want to sit through this for too fucking long. You know, I might do, because I think Drunk's going to be in here in a little bit, and I don't want to eat while he's here. I may just go grab my chicken right now, and then I will, then maybe we can watch through. I just want to see what this guy's going to fucking say. I don't know, man. It's one of those things, it's like, I never know. Maybe he's in communication with the aliens, although he seems like a cult leader. It's like, why do they keep picking people that seem like cult leaders? Anyway, maybe we'll just go through this quickly, and I don't fucking know. I'll be right back, guys. Let me just throw my chicken in the microwave. Ah, there we are. So. Yes, sir. Well, man, this fucking thing, get the fuck in here. So what's this guy saying here? I'm curious, so he didn't, it's funny because for people that don't know, but, well, maybe people here now but know about this saga, but I'm curious to why Sean didn't post it or wasn't going to post it. I guess we'll find out maybe in the first 5 minutes. When I just want to go through the introduction, then I kind of want to go into some of this other kind of woo shit, but anyway, I'll throw this chicken down my throat here. Another mukbang. Another episode of the fucking mukbang. This is it. This fucking ball. Jesus Christ. Oh, you can see through it. That's where I got guacamole in there. The green screen, the guacamole, you can see right through the fucking, oh my God, spinach too. Anyway, chicken rice, y'all. Yeah. Let's go through this. God, this is gonna be fucking painful, but anyway.
Chris Bledsoe, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Sean.
I can't wait to dive into what we're about to talk about. But so, got to give Sean Webb credit again. He has introduced me to some of the most fascinating people that I've ever met, and just a great human being. I love Sean. And also, I was with Brandon Fugel about a month ago and went and toured. He gave me a private tour of Skinwalker Ranch, and I told him that me and you were potentially doing an interview, and he got really excited about that and told me a little bit about what you guys were doing out there. So I'd love to touch on that. But all in all, Chris, I'm just ecstatic that you
just posted
made
it
the
now,
trip
Bones, yeah.
and was able to meet your son Ryan, and been really excited to do this.
It's the same here, my friend. We've been so excited, and I'm honored.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, everybody starts with a introduction. So, Chris Bledsoe, you had a life-changing UFO experience in 2007 after the financial crisis that saved your life and cured you of your chronic illness. What was that chronic illness?
Crohn's disease.
Crohn's disease.
Crohn's, yeah.
Since then, you've dedicated your life to sharing your story and how it impacts your faith, which I can't wait to dive into that. You are the author of the New York Times bestseller, UFO of God, the extraordinary true story of Chris Bledsoe. And since then, your UFO experience, you've talked to CIA, NASA, the History Channel. They've all been studying you and your experience. And from what I understand, trying to figure out what's going on with your consciousness.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
But, and then we have a Patreon account. They've been with us since the very beginning. They're our top supporters. And without them, I wouldn't be sitting here, and neither would you. And so one of the things that I do is I offer them an opportunity to ask each guest a question. And so there's some really good ones on here.
The aliens
this one
cured
is
it,
from
Bones.
Kathy.
You had to reach out
How
to
do
them.
you view death now since your experience? Is it a soul departure or a rebirth or finality as your true being dies?
It's completely, to me, the real world is the unseen world where there's no time. I think we're in some sort of matrix here where we experience time from the physical body, right? Once you're born, it starts decaying right after it grows, and it's a cycle. But the eternal world is alive and around us, and I have been able to experience that and have shared it with a lot of others. This hidden world around us. I think our loved ones are on the other side, cheering for us to get through to the other side. I'm stronger in my faith than I ever have been. But
Here's a question that just came to mind on the subject. Talking about where we go after we die and what you think happens after we die. Where do you think we are before we're born?
I don't know, but the Bible says, and I knew you before you were born. So if you're eternal, we were part of God. In other words, the word consciousness leads back to one. So you got all these people talking about consciousness now. Well, that just means God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're all a part of God, and he breathed the life into every one of us, and we return back to that unless we fail. You know, there's consequences.
So when you say consciousness is God, what exactly does that mean? Because all of our consciousness is different. We don't see eye to eye on things. We have different perceptions. Right. We view the world through different lenses. And so is this do you think consciousness is one big collective?
I think it's like a wireless internet, basically. All the information to every living thing is around us. In fact, I read studies from NASA, and I have a couple that are pretty interesting, where it talks about the green light that shines from the sun, the way it angles on Earth. The light is in the green spectrum, which is the color spectrum, the center. And in that green light is, it affects this chemical called ADT, which is in all living things, hemoglobin in a human to plant life, chlorophyll. And when that light hits that chemical, it creates the energy which starts life. So something is telling every cell in your body what to do. You're not.
Mm-hmm.
And the grass and the trees and the bugs, it's all created by this field of information around us. And I think we're just receivers. That this is how we're able to remote view. This is how you're able to do a lot of that kind of stuff, because we can tap into it. This consciousness around us it's like a wireless network.
Mm-hmm.
So it's complex, and I'm just guessing. Just like everybody, we speculate of what is real about even God. We all speculate because we really don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's a personal question, but it sounds like the experience that you had in 2007, which we'll dive into here in just a couple minutes, it sounds like that really, I don't know if it made your faith stronger or just brought you to faith in general, but...
Stronger.
So you were always a Christian?
I was, yeah. My wife's I was a deacon in the Pentecostal Holiness Church. So I was raised in the Baptist church. And I married my wife 42 years ago.
Congratulations.
And we're still in love and happy. And she said, "You're going to marry me. You're going to go to the church with me. You're not going to drink and all that." So I agreed. I was 20 years old, 21, and we got married. I joined the Pentecostal church. I became a deacon in the church. And then I ran into trouble when I had this experience with the UFO, and that created some problems for me.
He had financial trouble, though.
Yeah.
I thought.
So did you come to faith because of your wife? You had to make a deal?
No.
Or was it always...
No.
Oh, man.
When I was a little boy, my neighbors... I lived
just to pause it for a second. I grew up around a couple people that are Pentecostal. Now, if anybody in here is Pentecostal, which I'm thinking probably no one is, or maybe you grew up in that sect, it's very cult-like. The women cannot cut their hair. They must wear a skirt or dress. Even in the winter, they must still wear a skirt or dress. And they are forbid from ever engaging with material that the church deems satanic. Which, as a kid growing up, the family in our neighborhood, they couldn't read or watch Harry Potter. They couldn't play any video games. So what would happen? It was kind of a funny story, but one of the guys, because we didn't really hang out with the girls, didn't really allowed to hang around with us. One of my buddies who lives down the street, his house was like one of the hangout spots. So was the house I grew up in too, my parents' place. But his back door would always be unlocked. Like we would just like kick the door open on the weekend, like, you know, scare the shit out of him, kick his bedroom door open. Anyway, he woke up one morning, like on Saturday. It was like 5, 6 in the morning. And he opens up his door and there's somebody playing Final Fantasy. The Final Fantasy, I forget what the version was, but it was the online one on the PlayStation. Some kid was sitting there playing Final Fantasy. He's like, what the fuck is that? He's like, oh, it's Jared. What the fuck are you doing in my house? And anyway, his parents wouldn't let him get a PlayStation. They wouldn't allow him to play Final Fantasy, so he snuck in and was playing my buddy's PlayStation, playing Final Fantasy. He was just curious about it. I thought that's so fucking terrible that you wouldn't allow your children to get a fucking game station to hang out with their friends. Like, anyway, it's like straight up cult, right? So yeah, man. Fucking just nuts. Anyway, so I'm right here at Pentecostals. I'm like, fuck, man, like fucking Christ, like just get away from that. Same with, listen, maybe some people here are Mormons. Same with Mormonism. I'm sorry, it's pretty out there. I think don't you have to wear special underwear to bed and shit. Like, just fucking distance yourself from that. Jesus Christ, like, oh God.
Yeah. Born on and raised on a farm, right?
You're a moron. Well, so am I. And no, it doesn't count though. Yeah.
And hay and sometimes on a dairy farm. My neighbor had one, but all the kids wanted to go to the local church. So we had a little 1700s church that was in the Civil War. It was a hospital. It's this old dirt driveway. It's still there, and all us kids wanted to go to church because that's where the only we could get together and have fun. And so I was deep rooted in the Baptist church until I married her. And I had to convert from Baptist to Pentecostal, which is different. I'd never seen speaking in tongues and walking on the tops of the pews and shouting and all that. But that's where I ended up, Pentecostal church. So I'm deep rooted in my faith. I know the Bible pretty good. But I see it differently now because I have seen something that changed my life.
Were you into, before this experience, were you into UFOs or extraterrestrial life or any of that? Were you nothing?
No. Back in those days, I was a builder. My dad, I'm actually a commercial pilot. That was my first love, was to be a pilot. I swore I wasn't going to be a carpenter. I wanted to be something different. So my wife encouraged me when we got married to get into flying, and I did. And I studied 12 years. I actually taught weather for pilots. I was certified college level. So that was my life until we had the third baby. And when the third baby come along, I had to make a decision. Do I become a dad that sees my kids 2 days a week and basically not a part of their lives, or do I want my children to love their dad? And so I changed my whole career to look after my children. Got into the building business. And along about 2001, the World Trade Center disaster happened. And when that happened, I was caught with 72 houses under construction. We're building 100 a year, 120 houses. My wife had the Remax company in Fayetteville, and she was, I think her last year, they closed $40 million worth of homes, new and existing. But when they crashed the World Trade Center, Fort Bragg went on big alert. That's where I live, Fort Bragg. I work with the soldiers, That's who buys the houses mostly. And I saw it all, a slow motion train wreck coming, because back in those days, the interest rate on construction money was 8-9%, which it is now, which is terrible. that's the worst thing they could do to kill the housing business, which is happening right now.
Yeah.
I have friends in the building business and family that are crying about that. But what happened, I had $100,000 a month going out in interest and overhead. And by the time 2005 come along, it had bled me of all life savings, 20 years worth of work. And my disease that I had been fighting since 25 years old, 26, Crohn's, got worse. And it got worse, and real worse, to the point that we sold the company. I couldn't even get out of bed.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was that sick. And so I'd never thought about a UFO. I was too busy raising children and building all these houses and dealing with now I'm in depression. I'm sick.
I've heard that,
I'm
man,
in
yeah.
the restroom 25 times or 20 times a day. And it was, I thought I was going to die from it. I mean, really. So that's where my brain was in 2001, right on up to when it actually happened in 07.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, before we get into the incident, everybody on the show gets a gift.
Oh, wow.
Fucking Glock.
Yeah,
Got him a
you're
Glock.
welcome. Any guesses?
I love it. Love it. These are the famous gummies.
That's it?
I love it.
Vigilance League gummy bears made right here in the USA and still legal in all 50 states.
I love
Did he
it.
just give? Are those fucking weed
So-
gummies?
But, well, Chris, let's
He gives the Pentecostal guy fucking fucking edibles. Holy Christ! Are they or aren't they? I think they are, aren't they? Yeah. Always in the bathroom, you get anxiety and fear going to be out because you don't know when a bathroom will be. It causes a cascade of issues. I've heard, man. Yeah, I've heard about people who suffered from it. Yeah, it's brutal shit, man. I know of someone who is who dealt with that. And so supposedly through diet they were trying to they worked out and stuff and they got better, but yeah, it's pretty fucking rough. I've heard that there are more and more young people dealing with it now, specifically in the last couple of years. So yeah, it's hemp derived THC. What? Is that a loophole? So there's still fucking weed gummies. No, and you think Chris is gonna fucking eat those? He's gonna throw those in the garbage. That's the work of Satan. That's the work of Satan. It's black magic. It's witchcraft. Come on now. Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah, it's fucking brutal shit. Oh my god, 50 fucking minutes. So to be completely honest, I don't really recall. I did read what his incident was, just to kind of save time because I'm trying to be a more time efficient lad lately. What is Chris Bledsoe's UFO encounter? Yes. At the time, he was grappling with severe health issues, financial difficulties. Oh, he's fishing along the Cape Fear River with his teenage son and 3 co-workers. Bledsoe separated from the group to pray. During this moment, he observed 3 bright objects hovering over a wooded area. He experienced approximately 4 hours of missing time, after which he returned to find his companions distressed. They fled as multiple UFOs pursued them. Following this incident, Bledsoe claimed his health issues were miraculously cured. He also reported subsequent encounters with the orbs and spiritual beings, including a significant experience on Easter 2012, where he described meeting a female entity who encouraged him to share his experiences. Yes, okay. So that was it. So he went and prayed in the woods, and the lights came. Who was that other guy from Mormonism? What's his name again? Joseph Smith? Is that his name? Who had another incident with... isn't that similar to that guy who started Mormonism? It'll fucking figure it. Joseph Smith. Yes, it is. Some intriguing similarities. So he claimed to have a divine vision in 1820 known as the First Vision. He saw God the Father and Jesus Christ as luminous beings who told him that all churches had strayed from the true gospel. He must wear a special kind of undies to bed. Yes, orbs of light. Yes, including a mysterious female entity who gave him a message of guidance. Yeah. Smith said after his visions, he received divine guidance that led him to discover the golden plates, which became the Book of Mormon. Yes, interesting. Yeah, he faced skepticism and persecution from religious authorities in the public. Yes, he's also faced skepticism. Okay, they both have claimed to receive divine messages. Now, to be fair to Chris, he has not started a cult, though. Actually, to be fair to him, he has not actually started a cult yet. There's still time, right? Interesting. It's interesting who gets chosen to convey the message of the extraterrestrials. You know, I mean, maybe they knew that he wouldn't be corrupted. Maybe his faith is so strong that they knew that once he had faith in them and that they existed and this message, that he would just fight for it. Maybe Michio Kaku behind the scenes, maybe Michio would just run away with the money, right? If they went to Michio, maybe he'd just fucking take the bag and fuck off, right? We have no idea. You know, I would prefer if they went to Michio, maybe, or fucking Ed Whitten, take your pick, right? But is the bar really so low these days that not having started a cult is a sign of integrity now? Brother, yes. Yes, brother. Yes, it is. The bar is so low that pretty much anybody can get into the game now, right? That's literally, that's how it works. Anyway, so there we saved ourselves like 50 minutes. So now, yeah, we know that. So this is the interesting part here, I guess, where this vision came to him. You wish you had a cult. Brother, go online and start one. That's all I can say. You just got to go online. You're the prophet, though. You have the message. They talk to just you. That's the thing. That's the kicker. And only you, right? It's a subjective experience. And when people doubt you, you can say, well, you don't know that I didn't. Well, you don't know that I didn't. Well, you don't know that I didn't. Talk to them, right? And you just, that's how you respond to the haters. And then you build followers over time, right? And then, you know, they don't know that you didn't. And you're the chosen one, right? You're the son of whatever. You had the experience, right? You found the golden plates. You talked to God and he gave you the commandments, you know, X, Y, and Z. There you go. Fucking, that's how you get it started, I guess. It's why I'm always suspicious of these kinds of things. It's like they choose these prophets to convey the message, but, you know, they clearly have the capability of speaking to everybody on an individual level. So, like, what are we waiting for? Like, why are we having to go through these people prophetically when they could hypothetically speak to everybody on an individual level, and we could all just collectively have this great awakening where they all just come down to us and we're like, oh, now we know. Okay. It's like, why do we have to have prophets and shit? Like, it's just a part of the, like, fucking playthrough, right? It's like in the Elder Scrolls, you know, you can't kill the Emperor right at the start. You have to wait until the Mythic Dawn kills him, right? Patrick Stewart, you have to wait till the Mythic Dawn kills him. You can't just kill him at the start. He's a protected character. Right? Is this how it works here in the simulation? I don't fucking know. I don't claim to know.
And so,
I'm not trying to start a cult.
In 2012, at Easter of 2012, this is when everything changed. This is really what got the U.S. government knocking on my door. This is why I'm here today. 2012, Saturday night, Easter. Sunday morning's Easter, right?
Oh, I'll be fucked up by that point.
At 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's actually Easter Sunday morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm asleep in the bed, dead asleep.
What do you think I'm making a call? Don't tell me that. Don't tempt me, brother. All I'm waiting for is my experience. Once I have my experience and they talk to me, that's when it all starts, right? That's when we make t-shirts, all right? We're going to make the t-shirts and we're going to make fucking purses and it's going to be crazy, right? Let's hear what Chris has to say, I guess.
That night before, I had all I could stand. Seeing my kids coming home crying and the whole community making fun of the family and my dad. And now they've been experiencing this stuff. They know it's happening, but they couldn't contest adults, right? They wouldn't talk back. They knew better. But it had really, my little girl coming home crying from people picking on her. So I walked outside that night. And I remember I had this desire to tell it to everybody. I had to tell it. It's like the Richard Dreyfuss Close Encounters thing. So I walked outside that night at 9:30, and I looked up to the sky, and I said, thank you for ruining my life. My children. I said, thank you for healing me and proving to my family that you're real, but this life is worse off now for my whole family. I'm better physically, but now my family is in shambles, all because of me. And I shouted it to the heavens. And I see these things, they're coming, these orbs are always around. And I knew it hurt me. I knew it was, so I went to bed. 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear the same voice, the same little being that spoke to me and said, I'm here to help you, not hurt you. I heard that same voice. And it sounded like a man, really deep. And it said, arise. That's all I heard, that quick word, arise. And it was so deep. It was like thunder in my room. I jumped up from laying in the bed, dead asleep, to sitting up in my bed, and it's dark. I can't see.
A deep
and
throat?
It was 3 o'clock on back then we had a clock, alarm clock, and it said 3 a.m. Next thing I know, I see movement in the room. Whatever they did to me, they caused me to get dressed and follow out the door. Now I'm outside, and I'm walking towards my dog kennel at 3 o'clock in the morning, fully dressed, clothes from being asleep. And suddenly this figure hands me something. As far out as this sounds, now I'm telling you, it sounds crazy. And it took me 2 weeks to tell it because they all labeled me crazy, and I stopped talking about it. Now 5 years later, this happens. And what happened was it handed me this object, and it felt like a living creature, like a squirrel maybe, or something that size, but I couldn't see or feel legs or a head. It felt just like a tube, but furry and kind of prickly.
The fuck?
And handed it to me and said, you must keep this. Immediately I drop it because I...
Fucking gerbil? What was that actor? Fucking people said he shoved a gerbil in his ass. Fuck something.
Know what it was, and it was prickly.
Fuck.
And his words came again. No, you must pick this up. You must keep this. So I reached down to pick it up. When I did, this being that was standing there is now gone. And I'm at the dog kennel, so I'm juggling it in my hand. I know I need to see what this thing is. It's dark, so I opened the kennel and put it in and closed the door. And the very second I did that, this blast of air come directed. It wasn't in the woods and around us. It was right straight in front of me, a blast of air.
All right, so Chris, I'd be stopping him by this point. I'd be like, hold the fuck on. So the aliens woke you up in the middle of the night. They telepathically guided you to get dressed. You went outside and some guy handed you a squirrel, and then you brought it inside and threw it in a dog kennel. I'd be like, what did you eat last night? Was this like fucking, salsa Saturday or some shit? You have something a little bit spicy? Like, this is already kind of fucking like even out there for me, honestly. But
me, and blew me over. The wind. Later on, I understood the Holy Spirit. The word spirit means the wind. The Holy Spirit means the breath of God. So I had to put this in there. But it was the wind. A physical force blew me over. And as I hit backwards on the ground, I saw what appeared to be a translucent cow, a bull, run over me. And I could see stars inside of it, up through it.
That's what they had handed you?
Well, what they handed me, I put in the kennel.
Mm-hmm.
When I locked the door or closed the door, now a blast of air next to the woods hits me, and out of that wind, when the wind hit me and blew me over, with that wind was a translucent cow or bull, a big one, went over me, and it didn't hurt me.
Right, what's up?
But I could see it clearly. I could see the stars inside. This is really strange because
it's definitely strange.
I'll get back to this in a minute, right? Of something I just discovered with a guy that studies Egypt, Dr. Robert Grant. he discovered that bull inside the king's chamber. There's never been a inscription in that pyramid nowhere. So he goes in with LiDAR, and there's that bull, celestial bull, with stars inside of it. He and I just worked this thing out. He'd seen it. He shared it with me. And when I told him what happened to me, he got some other clues out of that. But it was exactly what I saw. But now listen, when the bull went over, I land on my back and I'm getting up the run. So I roll over. Now I'm looking this way. And behind me, there's no cow anymore. There's a woman there.
I would have asked, Chris, do you see its balls? Did it have balls? Big balls? Space balls?
She's about 3 feet off the ground. She's glowing just the color of the moon. There's a circle of light on the ground. And she looks at me and she says, you know why I'm here? And I knew I was crushed, basically. Because
it's not to be annoying, but like, what the fuck's in the kennel? Like, what's it? What was the thing they put in the kennel? Like a squirrel or some shit? Like, I'd have to stop. This is what I'd be doing in person. I'd be like, no. Like, what the fuck? Is this an actual squirrel in the kennel? Is this a gerbil? What the fuck's in the kennel?
Because I'd had this overwhelming desire to tell the world what I'd seen. And then that night I cursed at the heavens and said, I'm never doing that. I'll never speak again. And now she's like, you know why I'm here? This is your burden you must bear. She said that. She said, if you'll tell this story, I'll always be with you. I'll allow you to share our presence with others and film us. So help me. I never had a picture of anything for the previous 5 years. Only inside the house would people see this or out in my children. Now everybody's coming to the house and it appears overhead. It appears around us. And it's greater today than it was then.
Right.
And magic started happening. And when that word got out, then comes the government. They want to know about this lady.
Let's pause right there. I have questions.
Okay.
So the initial, what was it that you were handed?
I've been asked that a million times. I don't know. It was like a living creature.
It was living. It was moving around.
But it had no head or legs. It felt like if you had a squirrel in your hand or a hedgehog, that prickly. It felt like it was living, but it had no head or tail. And I asked the lady what this was, and she told me it was symbolic of humanity. Had lost its direction. Had no head or no tail. It completely lost its direction, and it vanished when I went
right
back.
on the money with that.
Well, exactly. And she told me a lot of stuff that I never revealed, and to this day I haven't revealed a whole lot of it because I don't want to sound like a prophet or any of that. I just don't.
Oh my God, brother, you can't fucking tell this story and then be like, no, I don't want to talk about the other things that she said. It's like, you just told us that she handed some headless, tailless, spiky fucking hedgehog-like things in your hands and you threw it in the kennel. I'm like, if you're gonna fucking tell people that, you might as well tell them the rest of the story. Like, yeah, could make heads or tails of it. Yeah, fuck. That's it. What are the aliens doing? Like, where'd she get, like, what the fuck, man? Like,
my goal is to share this story with everyone and share the phenomenon, which I have been able to do.
What did the figure look like that handed you the object?
It was a shadowy being, like a shadow being. So when you see these, you see this shadow of a human figure, but you can't really see the details.
Jesus.
It's like a shadow. It's like a ghost, you might say. And I have pictures of these little beings, and they look like ghosts. I have a video of one of these beings coming out of an orb. Flash. And
Can I see that video?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you one. It's 6 foot tall, 7 foot tall. And when it did that night, a young lady with me was healed from cancer.
Oh my fucking God, man. All right. We're just going to try and buckle up for another couple minutes because I just want to hear him tell the part about where the lady says that some shit's going down soon in 2026.
This happened in 2050.
Oh, Christ.
But, so
what did the bull represent, do you think?
I had no clue.
'Cause
Remember,
you worked with
Taurus?
Robert Grant.
Robert Grant is who I was.
Taurus, right? Same with what they supposedly found in Egypt. I haven't heard that. I didn't know they found anything inscribed in the Great Pyramid at all. So anyway, Taurus. It's the zodiacal symbol of the bull. I mean, now what does it mean? I mean, I guess
Was with Les at Contact in the Desert a couple months back, and Robert was showing the oculus to me about what he had discovered in the pyramid. So he put these goggles on and he does this LiDAR, and their biggest daylight is a bull on the side of the wall in the king's chamber. You only can see it with this technology has, and the stars are inside. And above it is a helix of DNA. And then on the sarcophagus.
say what? say what? What? Who the fuck's this guy? I might look into this a little bit later. They found something inscribed on the wall of the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza that's a bull. And then they've got double helix, which isn't. So they have the caduceus in the wall too. Interesting. Just as quick aside, Sitchin, I'm not saying this is the case, obviously. Zechariah Sitchin was convinced that Nibiru, the great comet planet, came out of the bull, the constellation. It would come into view here. It would enter into the solar system in the constellation of Taurus, actually. So, I mean, that's unrelated to Chris, unless we try to start threading the needle on all the schizo fucking shit. Anyway, all right, well.
In the king's chamber is the alpha and omega symbol.
What do you think that represents?
Well, alpha and omega is God, the beginning and the end. The bull is the celestial bull. To me is
just bullshit.
The lady that came to me is the Holy Spirit, the breath of God, the wind, the Virgin Mary, Hathor, Demeter, Diana, Parvati. In every culture on every continent, they all have a mother figure, all of them, including the Egyptians. They believe in the Trinity. When you read the Egyptian stuff, it was, in the beginning, it was Pitta was the father, Met was the mother, and then they had it changed to Ra, and then Hathor, and then Horus. It's just the divine Trinity. They have a triad, and I think that the lady, the women, the feminine was taken out of the equation by a bunch of men in 2,000 years ago, and oppressed all the women, kicked them out, and said, you can't be in the church. It's a boys' club, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so from that point forward, the women have been oppressed. They're made to wear things over their face and head, and even up in the 60s and 70s. Me growing up, there was a great oppression on the women.
Yeah, the Pentecostals still do it.
That's my belief. And, it doesn't matter in Christianity or in any religion. None of us really know. So
how did the government get involved? And what is it? Let me rephrase that. What is it that caught the government's attention?
There you go.
Okay. So now this happens at Easter of 2012.
Let me ask another question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Do you think there's any significance to this happening on Easter?
100%.
And what is that?
Well, you tell me what Easter means. And
it's the resurrection.
Yeah. Every year.
Red Scale,
year
welcome.
At Easter. Either she comes back or something miraculous happens. Every year at Easter.
We all burn in the firestorm.
Every year since 2012.
Every year since then. Every year.
Yeah, spread he just did today. I'm assuming he didn't release it because he thought probably elements of the story sounded like fucking bullshit, but we just went through a part of the story that may have sounded like bullshit. I have no idea. How do the aliens communicate? All these deep metaphors. You know, they handed him this furry little thing, and then he put it inside of a kennel. I was like, brother, like, what the fuck? If I had an experience like that, I would intentionally just forget it. I'd be like, guys, like, fuck off. Like, I'd be like, no, I'm not doing this. That's probably what maybe they even come and see me. They want to have all this deep metaphorical fucking experience. I'm like, no, fuck that. Just straight to the point now. And they're like, no, we don't do that. I'm like, well, fuck off then. Yeah.
This year, and my son Ryan and his wife, and my grandson Teddy. Of course, my wife was a little bit scared, so she turned her head and ran in the house. But we all got to experience it this year at Easter. And exactly when I told them, at 8:30, it's going to appear. And we ran to the restaurant to eat, and I'm fussing. We got to be home. We got to be home by 8:30. And when we drove up in the yard, it was 8:30. When I opened the door, it appeared behind the car. And
this guy's 100. I take that back. He's 100% running a cult. 110%. He's got a cult up and running now.
Here it comes, this big glowing bluish white ball of light through the forest going in and out of the trees. It was approaching us. And
Don't
my
say
wife
that.
freaked out and ran in the house. But it's always something like...
No, you must not believe. You must not believe. No. Is he going to get us coupon codes? I don't fucking think so. Right? Who's going to get us the coupon codes? Not this fucking guy.
That miraculous on Easter. And it just feeds more into my understanding of the phenomenon, the whole thing. She always comes in threes. Not always, but it's overwhelming. 3 is very meaningful in this. 3. And I thumbed it over and over, 3 orbs, together. They'll line up like a triangle. They'll fly through the sky in a triangle. I said, well, if I didn't, I'll give you a video of that. I have multiple videos of that. It's always showing that symbol of 3.
Yeah.
Now what is it that caught the government's attention?
He's just so fun. This is 2 hours in. He's just so fucking done with this conversation. He might be on the payroll still, man. Yeah. He's still up in the air for me. He's got a significant relationship with the military and feds. Well, that's the conundrum, right, Cole? That's the fucking thing, man. It's like there's a lot of very high level people who take him seriously. So the reason why I was really watching this and brought up that other clip earlier, people be mad at the orange juice prices after Wednesday. I brought it up because he was talking about this 2026 date. And I was like, the concern is like, do these motherfuckers know something that we don't? Like, is that something a date they came to know, like internally? And then this guy who says he's talking to aliens happens to say the same date. They're like, what the fuck? He must be talking to aliens. Like, what do they know? Right? And this is what caught their attention here. So
one of the things it did is in October of 2013, I get a call from a professor in Wilmington about, he's a religious scholar, very famous. She's written several books, and you'd probably know her if I said her name, Dr. Diana Pasulka. She lived an hour and a half from me, and she was given 2,000 reports by MUFON to investigate why 2,000 people reported angels, angelic beings that year. They were seeing these. Now, you only ever hear about the bad stuff. You only ever hear about somebody being on a table with multiple instruments and all this stuff, abduction, the bad. But overwhelmingly, 95% of all of it, people come away with angelic, their experience is heavenly. That's one of the things that you will never hear about. But October, I walk outside. I was a smoker then. I was watching TV with my wife. I paused the TV at 9:30. I said, I'm going to go out and smoke. So I walked out on the back patio. She comes out a few minutes later, and out in the back of our property, about 100 yards back in the dark, all of a sudden we see sparks come from the ground and go up in the air. And she said, "What's up with that tree?" I said, "I don't know, but I see it." And suddenly it rained for 2 days. Ground was wet. This tree erupts into flames and goes shooting fire 13, 14 feet up in the air. Burnt the whole inside. It burnt from the inside out. Well, that got the attention of government. And, you know, Hal was there. And now this other player from NASA wants to come see this.
Hal Puthoff was... Oh, he has pictures. Now, are they any good is the question, I guess, man. It's
true.
It's debatable.
Code name's the Dragon. He runs all the launches for NASA. He is the head guy. He's
Tim
National
Taylor.
Reconnaissance Office. So that got me involved with the NRO. Next thing, I'm in Cape Canaveral, sitting with these guys, half a dozen of them. And that expands into a whole lot more. You know, now I'm dealing with 2 people from NASA. And this gets into medical study, stem cell research, and that happened a year later. And I'll tell you what got me there. Here's really what got the attention of the government. They heard about the tree. They all wanted to come see it, and they started. But I get a phone call in early 2013, Easter of 2013. I write about the whole experience in my book. I have an experience with the lady again. 2 weeks later, this journalist comes from Canada, calls me. "I want to come see that burning tree." He'd heard about it. He's
It's not the burning bush. It's a burning tree now. Okay.
heading to Florida, so he stops by on the way. I live right along 95. Stays the night. Goes to Florida, and he comes back. Comes again, wants to see more of the tree and get more story. So my kids are all home. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He drives up the driveway. He pulls up, gets out with his camera. No clothes, no bags. He just gets out. He wants to go see this tree and film it before dark. He's out there at the tree. I'm with him. There's a Labrador, my dog. There's a Nellie, a full-grown female lab, laying there beside us. Everywhere I'd walk, she'd walk. We get back to the house. We stop just short of the door. And Nellie stops, and she's laying there, and Grant and I are talking, you know, just glad to see one another. And I'm like, "You want to stay tonight? I get the kids to get your bags." And they were all out there. There was 6 or 8 more people outside. He said, "Yeah, I'd love that." So he's between me and the back door. The house is open, the back door is open, the windows it was in May. It was May the 11th or May the 5th. It was only 2 weeks after Easter. Nellie stands up and starts toward the door when Grant turns. And when she walks by him, I see blood come out of her neck. And it shot way out like a stream of blood. And it's like I freaked out. And Grant saw it. And she sprayed blood all over his pants when she went by. And she ran in the back door, bleeding all over the floor. And I ran and tackled her and took her outside and laid her on the concrete. And I was going through my head, oh my God, and Grant's filming this from above, and all my kids are gathered around, and she's got a hole inside of her neck, across her jugular vein that long, and I could stick my finger in it that deep, and blood just shoot.
What in the fuck?
Now, when her heart beat, and I had my hand on it, blood coming up through my fingers there. And I knew she was going to die. There were 30 minutes from a vet out in the country. Couldn't call an ambulance. I went through all this in my head. I thought, she's going to die. And everybody's freaked out. And I just looked up to the heavens. I said, Lord, help her. She went limp. And so I picked my hand up, and that hole was gone. Everybody saw it, disappeared.
It's got this on video, I guess. I mean, holy. How'd the hole get there to begin with? Is this a fucking trick they played? Like, that's pretty fucking dark.
Perfectly. Like nothing had happened. She stood up, waggled her tail, and walked away. He filmed it all. And it didn't take long, that word got out. Next thing, I get a call from somebody connected to CIA. And he says, "What are you doing this week? What are you doing tomorrow?" I said, "This is 2014. I said, "It's July 4th. It's Friday. The day's the 2nd. My kids are coming home from college. We're going to have a party, for the family." He said, "Well, I need you in D.C." I said, "D.C.?" He said, "Yeah, there's a young boy up there that's really sick. And they've tried everything they can to help him. And he's got to make a wish." In fact, Barack Obama gave him his Make-A-Wish, and we have all the photos of him shaking Barack Obama's hand. Michael Morrell, deputy director of CIA, put him in his book, wrote about him. So you can imagine this young boy is in the midst of all these power brokers in Washington. And his mom's a doctor, his grandpa's a cardiologist in New York, and they were out of options. And so I agreed to go. He flew me up there, picked me up, took me to Arlington to where they had the 4th of July parades and all this flags and stuff. And I had no clue who I was meeting. I had no idea what I was doing. I'd seen a dog miraculously get healed, and I didn't know what happened and how that happened. But these people thought at least we'd try some UFO guy that healed a dog to help this child. So I was terrified. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I was praying silently while I'm sitting here in front of this little boy. He's got a feeding tube, and they're telling us he's not going to live another year. And I'm with his mom and dad and him. And I prayed all night, "Lord, help me. What do I do?" So I stayed to 1 o'clock that morning. And this child had mitochondrial DNA disease, meaning he could never eat. If he ate food, he threw it up profusely. He couldn't make nutrients from the food, so he was dying. And once they get the feeding tube, it's over. Usually they're dead right away.
Why are you taking your clothes off, Brad?
I stayed to 1 o'clock in the morning, and it wasn't an audible voice. It was like this message came, this telepathic knowing. And it said, "Just hug him." So when I went to leave, I reached out and hugged him at 1 o'clock. His mom asked me to stay the night, and I said, "No, I've got a hotel down." And the guy that brought me there, he's reading a book, sitting in the back room, right? He stayed with me. And 1 o'clock in the morning, his mom calls me and says he's eating his second plate. And so...
This was the next morning?
That night.
He's just fucking done. He's so done with this. Oh, I feel you, brother. Okay, so that's all it takes. So this is what happened with Jesus. Maybe is how we got to turn the copium up here for a second, right? Is this what happened with Jesus, right? The Star of Bethlehem, right? The virgin birth. The aliens got his back the whole time. And then he started performing the miracles. He's like, "We all need to get fucked up tonight." The aliens are like, "Fuck yeah, we'll turn the water into wine." Right? And so we can get fucked up and meet Mary, maybe work up the courage to go talk to that prostitute over there, Mary. I mean, we're streaking. Oh, brother.
1 o'clock.
Why not?
I left at 1:30. His mom called me and said he's eaten 2 plates of food.
30 minutes later.
Yeah. And
what's this kid's name?
Well, to be respectful of the family, I'd rather tell you that off camera, right? But his first name's Brandon.
Are you still in touch with him?
Yeah. He was at my house. I just spent last Memorial Day, Jim from the CIA, the deputy director, called me. Brandon's now 21 or 2 years old, and he's going off to exchange school overseas, and he'd never been away from home, right? And they wanted me to be with him.
I would if I could, man.
They told me, "We know you're good for him, to be around him." But let me tell you another one. Now he's 13. When he turns 13, he's having a bar mitzvah first time I've ever been in a Jewish celebration, right? And it was the most amazing thing. This child is giving a speech up in this big church in New York City on 48th and Madison. We're in a basement, and everybody that's anybody, from the deputy director to the director of operations to the CIA and all in between, were there. A whole lot of important, 200 people at least. My son Ryan, and they're out dancing on the floor, and he's, and I'm thinking back, all these people at home that's giving me such a hard time. If I could only tell them what I'm experiencing right now with my family, this is just a moment for me. Suddenly, panic happened. The music quit, and the crowd come off the dance floor. And I'm still sitting at my table with one other person. Everybody's going out dancing. Now, my wife is sitting at the table behind me. She had gotten up, and she's with Debbie, Jim's wife. Very powerful people. The crowd got around me so much they're standing over me, and I feel a person grab me on the shoulders and pull me through the crowd and said, "You got to help him. You got to help him." Well, at their table, this elderly man had passed out forward and was totally pale white. I mean, he was ghost white. All these people trying to revive him, trying to wake him up, couldn't do anything.
Oh, well, fuck. This is
He
time.
dragged me through the crowd to him and said, "You got to save him." And I put a hand on each shoulder, and when I did, he went, and he stood up.
Yeah, it's a miracle maker. He said, I don't want to talk about the bits and pieces because I don't want to be perceived as a prophet. It's like, brother, you're bringing people back from the dead left, right, and center. You are the definition of a prophet. What in the fuck? Oh my God. My God, I just don't even know.
I set up, and the whole room saw it. And so you can imagine what that did. And that was way back in 2014.
I was literally just going to say, is he going to put Cialis out of business next? He just needs to grab a hold of guys' dicks to fucking cure ED. He's fucking just curing ED left, right, and center. Fucking, this man's miracle worker. Stuck his finger in my pee hole. Now it fucking works. Never did. Never hadn't worked 30 years.
And it has only gotten more involved with
emergency
contact. Its senior service members.
Yeah. Who was that man?
Fuck.
Who was
the man that
grabbed my pee, bro?
I knew who he was. He was the father-in-law of one of the people that the guy that actually took me to D.C. the first time to help that little boy. We were all invited to the party, right, to his bar mitzvah, and it was his father-in-law that, whatever happened to him, he was totally unconscious there. And so that set me on a path that I had no clue I'd be going down. People, suddenly I've got hundreds saying, "I'm sick, can you help me?" And that's been the hardest thing for me, to try to help people, and because I never intended it to be that way. And I don't know that I can do anything. In fact, I don't do anything. It's something greater than I. And I think it's when I think of the divine world, it just comes.
Literally?
But, there's a whole lot in my book about different ones that have experienced this. All
right, okay, let's go over to the prophecy and future events, and then we can fucking move on. This is what I wanted to get to here, was his prophecy, and this is why I think people really got interested in his story. I mean, holy fuck.
Please stop.
Where do you think you were for the hours that you disappeared during the incident in 2007?
Well, I can tell you I had no clue until 2008 when MUFON came and did the Discovery Show. They actually sent a guy from a Harvard-trained psychiatrist that does hypnosis, and he hypnotized me first to say we're removing this block, and then we're gonna come back next week and find out what happened. So he did the first one, and immediately I could think about it and not pass out or have an excruciating headache. So what he did worked. And then my wife and kids started for the next, it was about 2 weeks before they came. They were startled because when I'd go to bed, which I always went pretty early, they'd be up till late. I'd be yelling out in my sleep and screaming and talking, and they were in there filming me with cell phones and iPads while I'm doing this, saying stuff, weird stuff, like seeing beings and on Mars and all kinds of weird stuff. So eventually, I began to remember some of what happened, not all. But what I can tell you, the 4 hours while I was gone was a virtual tour. I was inside a bubble.
I don't know if he has released any of that. I don't know enough about his story, man. Like, releasing the video of his dog miraculously having its, like, throat healed. I mean, how did that happen in the first place? Like, Jesus fucking, someone would, hopefully, I'm hoping, like, Diana Pasolka did a full background check on this fucking guy. It's like, if you tell a story like that about hearing some kid that has some fucking defect, one of his fucking DNA, and he hugs him and then he just randomly starts eating. It's like, you'd have to get some fucking confirmation that actually happened. Like,
something that was solid that I could stand on, but I couldn't see the walls, but I could touch them. But I could see everything in every direction. And there were always 3 figures behind me that were shadowy, and they were narrating what I was seeing. And I saw North America from way up high. I saw the whole United States, and then I was taken to Egypt, and I saw the pyramids, and this Hathor's temple. I saw that, the Sphinx facing to the east. And then the lady comes back. The following year, after all this, this was in 2013, is when I really got that message from her.
This is the
when
important
I was
part.
asked by the Pentagon, by 2 Air Force generals, to put it in writing what she told me. And I did.
I never heard this, that the Pentagon had 2 Air Force generals. Whether we believe any of this at all. I was going to say, when he mentioned Mars, he saw people on Mars. I was like, well, okay, brother, hold on, what? Hold back up for just 1 second now. You caught my attention now.
And this was on request from NASA, a friend at NASA. So he come and got it and hand delivered it to these generals. And she told me that, she said that when the star of Regulus, she called it a red star. When you look at it, it looks blue. But she said when Regulus is red on the horizon, in front of the gaze of the Sphinx, before daylight. So in other words, when it's sitting right on top of the horizon, before the sun comes up, that moment would mark a change in humanity's knowledge. And she showed me other things. War, us bombing Iran, us bombing Syria. And in them days, none of that had happened. So I put all that on this piece of paper. And now I've had so many write me back, oh my God, you see they just bombed Iran, or Iran just bombed us.
Holy fuck, Neil, what's up, man? I'll have to punch this into GPT after this clip is done here. So Regulus, when it appears red over the Sphinx.
You were right the whole time. And I did that in 2012. And so what they did was I gave them the date of 2026 because they took that celestial event and ran it through these machines that showed that exact alignment will happen in 2026 at Easter.
What will happen?
The alignment she told me about, that the star of Regulus would be on the horizon in front of the Sphinx. At that moment, there'd be a new knowledge. Well, I had no idea if this was even possible, but these astronomers run it through the machines, and it comes out that star is going to come up on the horizon in Easter of 2026. And from that point forward, they started remote viewing the state. Government did. And now you hear it all over TV. 2026, that's the big date. 2027.
2027.
Something's going to happen. Armageddon, you
That's
hear
a
it all
different year.
over. You hear
Brother, those are 2 different years.
on TV. If you study, like, I've heard even, well, I won't say names, but
Please do.
well, Lou Elizondo, right? Lou's mentioned that date. A lot of people have.
Easter 2026.
Well, the year 2026. I gave him a specific time.
Brother.
And it was with Robert Grant that I told him about this alignment and all. And then he's like, oh my God. He's been looking for this ruby, this little ruby you have to find and place it between the paws of the Sphinx to make this event that he knows is going to happen in 2026. I said, Robert, it's not a ruby, it's the Star of Regulus. He looks like, he's like, oh my God, that's the King's Star.
You wouldn't have posted this. That's what he's thinking about right now, yeah. His name's Chris Bledsoe, He's a prophet. Christ chose him, or God chose him. The aliens chose him. Bless up. His fucking brother, bless up. Bless up. Fuck. All right. I just want to get the context, and then we'll go check this fucking.
So, what's going to happen, I don't know. But I think it's possible that's the return of
Christ.
Yeah. Or the lady and the whole heavenly host living with us, Jesus. That's the first time I've ever said that in my life, publicly. You're the first. And 1 million people's asked me this. So I think it's entirely possible that, because she told me that when the suffering of man becomes too great, that they're going to stop it. And
how they're going to stop it? There's a couple ways you can put someone out of their suffering. I mean, you ate some mushrooms the other day, but I still don't think I was chosen by anyone, but I'm definitely feeling the vibe of the universal. Did you hear about Ted the architect? Have I heard about it? That sounds familiar. Yeah. There was some interesting shit. His account is now scrubbed too. Who was that, man? Was he the guy who heard the booms? Yeah. Drunk's gonna swing by at some point, I think. I don't know. I'm assuming he'll come in the chat when he comes by. Yeah. He was some guy TikTok who said he was Michael the architect in Alien. Oh, it was a TikTok account. He predicted a bunch of shit way early. Oh, this is a guy you talked about, did you? Okay. What, he deleted his account? Did he not? He didn't reach his follower goal? Oh, really? Fuck. Shit. Okay. He claimed to be Archangel Michael.
they go snuff out the
spicy,
darkness.
huh? Brother.
That's why the
Fuck me,
military
man.
and the government all want to know about this. Because they know it's real. They know this lady has been seen 1 million times. And when she comes, she's always warning of some big catastrophe. In the Native American world, they call her the White Buffalo
Thanks for the follow,
Calf
Mike.
Lady. And she would come warning about some tribe coming to kill everybody or some big event. And it's in every culture that way. But I'm as, I wish I knew more.
Where the fuck is she? Why did she come seeing Uncle Jim? I've been out. I used to go for walks at night all the time. I saw the lights, though. They showed me the lights, maybe. I haven't seen the lady, though. Right? I'd say, I'm in a relationship, you fucking bitch. That's the first thing I'd say. I'd say, back up. And then I'd say, what do you have to say to me? And then I probably, if they didn't give me any proof of the encounter, say, well, I'm probably not going to tell anyone about this, unfortunately, because I have no way to prove this. So why the fuck would I say anything? And they probably know all this, and that's why they haven't come to see me. But, yeah, I don't know. Fucking Christ. God damn it. Yeah, brother. I mean, yeah, it's fucking, you know what it is here. We try and keep it real, right? We try and keep it real. Yeah. Yeah, that poor guy. Did he leave? Did Sam leave? I briefly looked at Discord. He left a message, I think.
What else do you know?
Crack smoking hippies, man. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're living in the worst possible times right now. That if we don't make some changes, there's going to be some major disasters about to happen, and it's man-made. It's not solar flare. It's not any of that. It's a dark force. Because she told me. Well, I'll tell you what she told me. This is what I put in writing, part of it. She said, there are people in power. I put this in writing in 2012. She said, there are people in power. And I'm not going to say where she focused my thoughts on that, but there's script in the book of Revelation to bring about Armageddon and the end of the world. They're doing it intentionally, and that's what she told me. And that's the very thing the main meat of the whole message I sent to these generals. So it makes sense, right?
Who is they?
I don't know who they are. I think they're Satanists. I think they're people that worship the dark force.
All right, brother. I was going to say, don't mention a particular group of people, please, because then we're just going to shut the interview right off, because it's usually where people that say these kinds of things start going, and I'm like, okay. Holy Christ, yeah.
That don't care for humanity and human life. And in fact, they're the total opposite of, they worship the devil, or I don't know if there is a devil. I think it's a very dark force that...
We could talk about Satan. We could talk about what Satan might represent. We could talk about the origins, potentially the idea of Satan, potentially celestial origins. We could get deeper into all that, right? We could talk about maybe what this group of people are anticipating, why they want to kill everybody in an apocalypse beforehand. We just were talking about this 2 seconds ago. Other people weren't here maybe, but yeah. So this has been floating around. So that's the TLDR of it, I think. This has been floating around. His predictions have been floating around for a while. The big thing is his prediction in 2026, obviously, in April around Easter, that something's going to happen. This red star, Regulus. I've heard of the star's name before. Fuck, I can't pronounce it or spell it properly, but there's been tons of conspiracy theories about this over the years, that there's a global elite that want to kill everybody off. Now, the question people usually have is like, okay, but why would they want to kill everybody off? The global elite are sitting pretty at the top of the pyramid, and, everybody's doing all the work for them, and they're just sucking all the wealth out from these people. They've got a pretty good system set up. Why would they want to kill everybody? Well, that's the big mystery, I guess, when you delve into this conspiracy, and people say this is going to happen. So we've gone over this before, and I'm not trying to fucking put this idea out there that this is actually something that's going to happen. I have no idea. But we've talked about this other conspiracy that has been floating around for about 15 years now, and it was started by Project Camelot. So I talked about the remote viewing. There are remote viewers who have seen, supposedly they got tasked on things. They got tasked on the virus that just ripped through here a couple of years ago. And the virus was intentionally released by a global elite, some hierarchical system of control and they were doing that in anticipation of some unstoppable natural event. They were trying to start the ball rolling of killing off a majority of the population. Now, that's remote viewing. Anyone who did that would tell you, fuck, this is schizo. We have no idea, right? Okay, so that's one piece of data that I know people in remote viewing communities have run into before, right? It's just that idea, right? There's some kind of a natural event approaching, The elite want to kill everybody. Okay, so that's talked about by a bunch of different people in schizo woo-woo circles. The other one is a conspiracy, and it started from Project Camelot, Bill Ryan, and he and his wife, Carrie, is her last name Carrie Cassidy? Anyway, they ran this channel, and they would talk to all of these people behind the scenes. You know, they talk to these ex-astronauts. They talk to people on black projects. They talk to people who channel aliens. They talk to they talk to everybody. Conspiracy theorists, people in ufology, whatever. And they had this one guy. This was like one of their crown jewels. I know, and I think they're both still alive. And they had a contact that was ex-military, worked in the financial district in London, and he was a Freemason. And he supposedly, this is in the mid-2000s, sat in on a meeting. He reached out to them, I think, in 2010. In the mid-2000s, he sat in on a meeting with some other high-ranking Freemasons and noticed there were some new faces there. And anyway, these people proceeded to go and start talking about this mission. And they called themselves the Anglo-Saxons, or it was the Anglo-Saxon mission. And essentially, it was this plan for the future to maintain Western dominance over the world. And the end goal, he had heard, was that what they wanted to do was start conflicts in different areas. The reason why it got picked up through the whole flu thing is that part of this prediction back in 2010 was that they wanted China to catch a cold. And this cold was going to sweep around the globe and like collapse the world economy, like throw the world into a terrible, precarious situation. They also wanted a nuclear exchange, a limited nuclear exchange between Iran and Israel. And they ultimately wanted a broader war, like a global conflict that would be started with Russia. And this would be some kind of nuclear apocalypse. And they were doing this all to try and lower the human population because they were anticipating this guy had heard some unstoppable natural event. So, like, again, that's another piece in the puzzle of people trying to look down the road and like, what's going to happen? What's all this talk about catastrophes? And where's all the woo people getting all this shit from? That's where some of it comes from. We don't know if there's any truth to that, right? But it got picked up, and I had saw it years ago, but it was through the flu that I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, holy shit, okay. I mean, it's not, there tons of people had wargamed the scenario about China, the pandemic coming into China because so many fucking people, right? And like, things aren't quite up to snuff, right? And like some of those wet markets, and also the research labs too. So anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's 2026 or 2027. Well, brother, it's who the fuck knows, right? I don't fucking know. I mean, people have all these visions of the future. Now, you know, let's be real here though. If Chris has healed a bunch of sick kids miraculously, I mean, if we're gonna place bets on like who gets a date right, I mean, are we going with the psychics or are we going with the guy that's healed all the kids? You know, he healed this dog. Like, fuck, he seems like the chosen one to me. So, I mean, who's shorting the fucking stock market fucking next year? Around April, who's going to be, we might already be all fucked by then. Who knows, right? According to Chris and his wisdom. But again, you know, memes aside, right? Memes aside here. It's slightly, I'll say, because I'm memeing, it's slightly concerning that so many high-level people take him seriously. Now, on many different levels, right? One is this guy just fucking banana balls? Like, is he out to fucking lunch, right? And if that's the case, are all these other people involved in the high-level positions kind of gullible, right? And could that in and of itself could be concerning? It's also potentially concerning in that they aren't gullible and they know and have data that lines up with things that he's talked about, and that's why they're taking him seriously, because again, he's corroborating something they already came to independently of him. We don't know, right? I think we must have an open mind that we must be tough and try not to surrender. Samo, yeah, fuck, we just don't want to surrender. This is how cults get started, right? Like, just surrendering to this guy. Yeah. Could just be religious as fuck. They could be. I mean, that's another thing. Yeah. A lot of those factors could be a greater understanding, such as the best way to kill many and maintain plausible deniability is a virus. I mean, yeah, I thought, like, I don't know. I mean, so the narrative from that other conspiracy theory from Project Camelot, it's confusing to me because if you were to if you wanted to lower the population, how would you go about doing that? If you release a virus, let's say you start fucking around with this in US labs like a decade or so ago. And let's say then you get caught and they're like, hey, you should stop this gain of function research. You could kill everybody. Like, oh yeah, we should stop that. And then after you get banned from doing it in the United States, you then, through loopholes, end up getting people in China to do it for you. And then you create a story about how it gets released in a wet lab or a wet market when actually it leaked out of the fucking lab. But like, how do you maintain control over that virus so as to like not kill yourself and all your buddies, right, that are sitting atop the pyramid? That's extremely audacious, right? And the other, even the thanks for the sub, Meal Baffer. Thanks for the sub, man. And the even stupider one is if you try and start a nuclear war to lower the population. We have no fucking idea. The nuclear winter scenario is hypothetical. Maybe it would happen, but if that happens, like everyone fucking dies. So like the whole thing to me always sounded a bit much. Where I was like, I can't imagine they would, especially in anticipation of unstoppable natural event that kills everybody anyway. I'm like, why? But the logic, I guess, is that they want to corral the population before this happens. And with this many people and this many competing interests, they want to level the playing field down to a more manageable number. But it's like, there'd be no controlled way to fucking do that. You'd end up just killing everybody in a lot of those scenarios. So my personal opinion on that whole scenario seems pretty insane. But then you listen to some of these people talk like Klaus Schwab and you think, he sounds pretty fucking insane. I'm like, Christ, let's just hope this isn't a real scenario. Right? Let's just hope that it's not a real scenario. But anyway, yeah. You don't think the NHI will allow us, man? Yeah, Aaron. But listen. I fucking hope. If this is something that's actually going on, I hope they don't either. Yeah, I hope they shut this shit down. Yeah. Buy your orange juice now, boys. Yeah, fuck it, man. Listen. Well, we got a couple years, all Red Scale. We got at least a year and what? Like, what is it? 2025. We got a year and 2 months, I guess. But Schwab, he's a fucktard. I know, man. Yeah, and that seems to be a theme. So would these people be this imbecilic? Would they be this idiotic to do something like that? I have no clue. There's no other data suggesting that. There's definitely still eugenicists. I think there's probably a lot of the elite that look around to like other countries and think, yeah, there's way too many people here, right? It kind of implied as much. Even Klaus and some of his dickhead buddies at the World Economic Forum consider a lot of the population just useless eaters, right? They just want to get them on UBI doing drugs all day and playing video games. They want to completely cut off. They just want to get these people out of the way. So, I mean, that's a real world scenario. They were recently just trying to get all the nitrogen out of the fertilizers in what, Denmark? Is that where it was? The Netherlands, maybe? And a huge protest last year. And again, for like, I don't know, a lot of the population, they look at that and be like, oh, well, what? Like, that doesn't matter. I'm like, no. They would cut the crop yields, and that's all the farmers were raging about. It would cut the fucking crop yields in half. Food prices would double. Like, it was an insane move. It revealed their intentions. They're trying to stir up shit. There's no other way around that. Like, for the climate, it's like, you're gonna kill everybody? Like, you fucking insane? Like, and that's where we're concerned, I guess. Are they insane? Yeah. So who knows? Yeah. Can they get off with it already? Go off to the next adventure? Yeah. Man, I don't fucking know. Anyway, I mean, I'm curious as to like, this kind of shit. Listen, I love reading woo shit, right? Obviously. But like, this is pushing it, I'll sit, I'm going to need some help with some substances if I'm going to be able to sit through something like this, honestly. Like, even watching Alex Collier back in the day, parts of my brain needed to be shut off to really enjoy it. And I'm feeling like the same kind of thing needs to happen with Chris Bledsoe to really get into it, right? I can't sit here. It's the rational, logical brain. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Which isn't helpful because I have no idea. Maybe he did talk to them. I don't fucking know. Like, Edge, what's up, man? The farmers are revolting at this very moment in Denmark over this. Are they still trying to fucking do it, man? Like, is that not grounds to just arrest that motherfucker and like try him for like, it's not a war crime, but what would you could try him for? Crime against humanity? for even suggesting something like that, man. It's fucking insane. It's absolute insanity. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just all sauce and no spaghetti. I know, man. That's what. Or it's like spaghetti with no sauce. Yeah, whichever way. Yeah, you need something. You need something in there. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. I think they're trying to scare people into not having kids by boosting food prices so population control can happen. But, Mike, that's actually another, man, listen, that look at that. Look what happened, though, after the flu. I mean, inflation has gone up astronomically. Now, this is probably an unintended consequence, but in some areas, like where I am in Eastern Canada, there's been an exodus out of the bigger cities. And it's now in the bigger cities, the housing prices have been inflated for decades. But now we're starting to get that trickle down where the housing prices here in New Brunswick, Canada, where I live, have literally doubled. We were just looking, because me and my partner and our 100-pound dog are at my mom's house right now because we got a fight with our landlord a couple months ago. And, you know, our rent, we went into a brand new building, right? And single bedroom apartment, and got a knock on our door a month or two after we went in. We were paying $1,500 a month for a fucking single bedroom on the bottom floor. And they knocked on our door. Owners sold the building, new owners out of somewhere, Halifax. We're going to raise the rent at the end of the lease. I was like, go fuck yourself. No, you're not. Anyway, they did. And they've since raised it again. So it's like $1,750 a month for a fucking 1-bedroom apartment. Anyway, we're looking at houses and like, you know, one of the houses was selling $450 it sold for. Back in like 2016, 17, $250. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, it's fucked, man. I can legitimately see that as a thing, though. That's what's literally happened. People are not having as many kids here as they used to. People that are responsible, at least, and are paying attention and are not just like relying on welfare, like to feed their family, right? Which is what's happening to some other people. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. They succeeded in not making me not want to have kids. Really, man. See, isn't that fucking terrible though? Like, think about that, man. Isn't that fucking terrible? Yeah. 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 Get a house inside of town. Oh, well, yeah. I know. Well, listen, I know we were looking for a while. And the third problem too, like, I've been laid off for a little bit, you know, fucking on the internet, boys, fucking. I'm laid off for a little bit, but when I was working, we bid on a house and got outbid massively. Someone from Ontario, bunch of money. Fell through in the end, but you know, crazy. 70-50 is crazy. I know. Oh, isn't it? It's fucking insane. I know. It's absolute insanity for 1 bedroom. Just in 2017 or 18, whatever, I moved into another place with my ex-partner, and it was $1,350 for a 2-bedroom, brand new building. You know, so like it's gone up. What is that? $400 a month in the rent. But like more than that proportionally, because the 2 bedrooms are going for $2,000 at this other building. So it's gone up almost $700 in a couple years. That's how much the rent's inflated. Think about that. I mean, just look at the chicken prices. I don't even need to ramble on. I don't want to raise the anxiety enough. This is all I think about all day anyway. But like, it drives me fucking insane, man. Yeah. Fear drives obedience, keep the herd afraid, and milk their soul experience on earth. We choose to come here. You think that's what it is, man? Yeah, they're fucking ultimately just trying to milk us, like milk our fear. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. It's just fucking nuts. Yeah. We need to buy some land out in the sticks for cult compound, Jim Blip. Yeah, brother, that's fucking... We got to get the compounds going, right? We'll get the commune started, all right? If this channel's not on a list, it's definitely on a list now. We'll get the commune started. There has been legitimate talk among people. It's Academy of Ideas. I love their channel. They're this brilliant group of like young intellectuals, and they've been talking about this kind of decentralization, but this pulling away from the system of these younger generations, and that at some point they're saying like if this continues, people are literally going to end up pulling away and ending up in communes. Now in Canada, that's not going to go too hot in the winter, but if you're in a more temperate climate and you can grow food all year round, and like, I don't fucking know. I mean, it's not the ideal experience for me either, but I mean, at some point, if things get bad enough, you know, get it going, right? Fire it up. Maybe the aliens who talk to Chris can come give us a hand. Give us little batteries so we can plug into things to run, the refrigerator and stuff. Get off the grid, They can give us medicines, give us a couple like bottles of Tylenol and whatnot and antibiotics. Fuck, ask me what's up. Yeah. About to live out my car. Man, I was almost there a couple years ago. Let me fucking tell you. I was in fucking some debt and things were pretty rough. And pretty much lost everything. So anyway, that's what happens, right? That's what happens. Shit happens. So, and then we sell scrap from down UAP we summon. That could be it, man. But we have to rely on them. Will we just debate them? Is that how we do it? Like we ask for stuff, they come bring it, and then we hit them with a fucking scalar weapon and then sell their body parts as well. We wouldn't get any more medicines though. That's the only fucking problem. Yeah. You don't look any worse to wear. You're killing it. Oh, Aunt Mel, brother. Things are all right now. I've got EI. I have had EI for the last couple of months, and I had a little bit of money still. So it's just reality. But man, still got to eat. As long as you can eat, like that's all that matters. You can eat and then enjoy some fine wines once in a while. And I try not to drink through the week, but it is what it is. Yeah. Oh, brother, we're just fucking. We're just trying to hang in here, Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Yeah. Hey, man. Well, yeah, I appreciate the sub, man. Yeah, listen, any little bit that we can get and, just throw it on the pile, It is what it is. My concern, though, I am genuinely concerned just about everybody else, too, and where this goes. But that's why I'm excited about not Chris, but this idea though, that's the thing. That's what we're fucking talking about. We're talking about this idea of trying to reach out. And he sounds like out to fucking lunch, honestly, but I don't know. Same with Jake Barber and the whole psionic bend. I've been studying and going and researching and looking through remote viewing for like the last fucking decade or more. And the ideas are interesting. Is that how we reach out? We keep thinking that we have to flash our flashlight or we have to go through the government, but it'd be wonderful if they're out there and they can be reached out to by people independently. And like maybe we keep thinking that disclosure is going to happen and one day we open up Drudge Report or Dawn comes on the TV and says aliens are real, but maybe it'll be different kind of reality that maybe they'll reach out to everybody independently. Maybe people will figure out a way to reach out and then that's how it'll be facilitated. That'd be really great. It'd be very empowering if that's the case. So yeah, I do eat a lot. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Might have to cut back a little bit. It's a lot of bugs, brother. Fucking when Klaus says we have to live off bugs, I'm like, Jesus Christ, like there's all the wildlife's gonna be dead here in like 3 days. Like trying to get 220 grams of protein a day, like that's like every single bug on the lawn. Like what do you guys expect? Like, yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah. Team effort to some of them. Well, that's the thing. Listen, I said if I get to 1,000 followers, I'll try and maybe Galen TV can hold the phone and we'll do a live stream via my phone. And I'll legitimately, I promise, we'll try it. We'll try to live stream it. We'll try to do a summoning. And by that point, maybe it'll be warmer out. So then we won't have to freeze our balls off. But yeah. You're seeking controlled narrative so hard to trust in the whistleblower with their own Skywatcher company, dude. Yeah, no, that's true though, man. Well, that's the thing, but like you can facilitate it yourself, right, Aaron? That's the thing. Like you can hypothetically go out and do it right now. Or you can do it right now in your living room or wherever, in your bathroom. Wherever you want to do it, whenever you have the time, you just go and you try and fucking channel your chi into the sky or whatever the protocol is, really. Quiet your mind and ask Skinny Bob to come down and just, just whisper in your ear something, but yeah, hard to say. Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, man. Yeah. It's, I need more networking. Yeah, I know. I know. The problem is, finding people to network with, I guess, on here. I want to stick with Twitch, right? I want to stay on Twitch. I could go and talk to people on Twitter. I've talked to some people on Twitter over the last couple months, and I have to some degree networked with people, but not a lot of other content creators on Twitch, I guess. So if anybody else streams this kind of content and likes talking about these kinds of things, hit me up. We can. There's really no one on here that covers these subjects. Whether there's some people that talk about esoteric things. I haven't seen any of people like talking about philosophy or like UAPs or conspiracies. But yeah, I would love to have conversation with other people. I mentioned this, but there's another guy when I started doing this, it was also doing it, the small following, and I love talking with him, but he stopped. So, but yeah, should have said eat Madagascar Hiskin cockroaches. Fuck. I don't know if I could do that though. I could probably do like crickets and shit. You blend them, you dry them up, blend them up. You actually buy cricket protein right now. You can go find just cricket-based protein powders. It's a bug protein powder. You can literally get it right now. Insect protein. It's like a legit deal. It's made from crickets. Fuck that. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. I'm the only person for the UAP tag on Twitch, or UFO, or alien, or woo, or philosophy. I think. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. I should be the main guy. I guess technically speaking, I am right now on Twitch. But that's. I would love to have other people to talk to about this. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other content creators. The problem is I don't really watch Twitch because I'm always streaming on Twitch. So I'm relying on other people who kind of bounce around to tell me what the fuck's going on, because I haven't really been paying attention. Occasionally I'll check in, but yeah. Some smaller UAP podcasters. Yeah, I should actually. I think, Finn, I don't know if you're in here. I think Finn knows the lady that runs is it the UFO Rabbit Hole podcast? She's red hair. Which I meant to. I got to watch their TV show, Cosmosis. I think we're gonna watch it this weekend. Yeah. Less than 40 of us in here. What the fuck? Yeah. Why does no one care? Yeah. I mean, it's a good question, man. I mean, it's an eccentric thing for some people to pay attention to. I think. I mean, it's an important thing right now. It's a super important thing right now, I think, which is why I'm talking about it. And it's just going to continue to be more important. And although some people may be kind of ignoring it, I mean, whether they want to or not, this is going to become a part of their life very soon, I think, with this disclosure effort. And I think this may be the year where it's getting pretty crazy. So, yeah, I am the main guy. Yeah. That's two people who agree. Fuck. At least on Twitch, I guess. Resident Schizo. Resident Schizo on Twitch, yeah. Who said Jesus is returning? Yeah. I'm just wondering why there's only 30, why there's not around, oh yeah, 30, there aren't 30K people, man. Yeah. I would love to have more people in here just hanging out. Yeah. And it would afford me the opportunity to kind of expand the conversation. That's really ultimately what I'm looking forward to doing. If we can have more people involved, is it would give more incentive to other larger content creators to come along. And so maybe those of us here who've been following this whole process, what we could do is we could be like, oh, Lou Elizondo. I mean, if I had, I don't know if this will ever happen, but if I had like over 1,000 people in, that'd be an incentive to have someone. I would love to bring people like that in here and be so cool. Everyone here can ask questions in real time. I can ask questions to Lou. I can ask people's questions to Lou. Like, we could kind of pick people's brains. I like this long format kind of conversation as well. So yeah. Yeah. Collab 1 hour a day. I want to stream and do different stuff. Almost want like 12 different people to collab with a day. Talk by yourself. Yeah, it can be, man. I mean, I just kind of cover news and shit on here too, though, sometimes, and just meme. But yeah, I would love to be able to do that. I would love to have other content creators on Twitch. I think if we can kind of grow this, I can maybe start to segue into other streams as well. I don't fucking know. Educate people on UFOs, the reality of it, that it's real. Like, so what the fuck do you mean you don't believe in it, right? Just get really angry at them when they try and like ask me for evidence and shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's real. Fuck you talking about? Yeah. Just don't provide any evidence. No, I provide good arguments, and there is a lot of anecdotal evidence. There's a lot of shit out there right now. That's anyway. Yeah. Other speakers too, maybe. Yeah. I got Discord, Aaron. Yeah. Click it down below. Click the link. You can join. Yeah. We got Discord. Pretty active, actually. I try to post as much as I can. I read a lot of stuff on there. I will post and stuff too, but there's lots of people that post lots of interesting things. Yeah. Thank you guys for doing that. Yeah. He said in the Sean Ryan interview the first time ever, oh, you said you return it. Yes, we just saw that, Lord. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I forgot that he'd mentioned that. Yeah. That Jesus, well, some event's going to happen. He said Jesus returning. Yeah. I mean, fuck only knows, right? So, yeah. 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 It's in the links, man. Yeah. Yeah. Have you seen Astral Legends TV? No, I have not actually. Yeah. Is it a UFO show, Mike, or is it like esoteric show? Yeah. Yeah. Build a file with all the stuff and different things to pull up about them. Yeah. Make a team on the speakers too. Yeah, we could, man. Yeah. We'll see what we'll do here. I mean, we'll figure something out. So yeah. I don't know. I mean, the other thing that I intend to be a part of again is, and again, this requires money, unfortunately, but is to be a part of the philosophical community again, academically. That's something I was doing. That's something I was going to do, but I stopped because I didn't have the money and I had to go back and upgrade a couple courses. And then I had a professor that'd be willing to sponsor me. We weren't going to do the master's thing, but I could just do a dissertation and he would sponsor it. And I was going to do that. That's what I was intending to do. Oh my God. I would have been 26, I guess. So almost 10 years ago now. And I was going to maybe go teach philosophy. I was going to do my dissertation and maybe work towards that, but it was a long haul, man. And I would love to be able to still do that. Honestly, whether I would want to be involved with academia anymore, probably not, but it'd be wonderful if I could go and do a dissertation. And as vain as it is, specializing in something, although the whole PhD thing and program is just kind of fucking ridiculous, really, when you think about it. But it does help, you sell yourself as something. It's like, there you go. You sell yourself as, no, I'm a philosopher. They gave me those fucking 3 letters. I'm a philosopher of philosophy. PhD means is philosopher in a thing, right? So alien history. That could be it. There you go. I could do fucking ufology. That's how I do my dissertation on Skinny Bob. Yeah. Philosopher is what a philosopher does, Jim. That's true, Edge. I know. I know it is obnoxious, and I don't know how much it's really worth anymore, honestly, but it's just one of those things. I have a love for it though in the discipline, so it's just something that I could see in the future, like if I ever made money, just teaching, right? Just basic philosophy would be something I would actually probably have a passion for. I thought teaching was my mom was a teacher for 30 years. She still subs, just at elementary school level. But I thought that was something that kind of interested me, honestly. But anyway, when be a philosopher, start writing and publishing some philosophy. Well, yeah, I know. I could do that. I could do that anytime. This is kind of like, in regards to this phenomena, having these conversations, it's kind of like a verbal dissertation in some ways is what I try and do here. But write a book with some hot takes, get them in the newspaper, hold local events, university events. I could do that too, man. Yeah, that's true. I don't necessarily need to just wait around, but it's kind of what I'm doing here anyway. It's just hopefully having somewhat philosophical conversation on this topic, right? That's what I hope that we have here, right? Think critically on these woo topics. Yeah. Have you seen Gaia TV? Apparently the Knights Templar have the Ark of the Covenant somewhere in the US. I have seen that guy talk about that. Yeah. He was on Danny Jones' podcast, who I actually have up here. He had, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck did it go? This buddy's podcast. I saw him talking about that shit. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck academia dropped out of uni 10 years ago. Really? Yeah, man, it got pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. It's a business, and there were elements of it that frustrated the fucking me. So yeah. Reach out to people philosophically and they'll follow. There you go. I mean, listen, DMT live stream. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Also thinks Jim needs some more and better channel points redemptions. Golf, this whole thing needs a fucking overhaul, let me tell you. I mean, Digi, thank God, has helped me with the emotes, but yeah, the redemptions are lame. I know. This is, I can sit and I can do this and I can talk and hang out, but when it comes to the technical aspect of the fucking stream, guys, holy shit, am I ever fucking terrible at that. I told Digi I'd pay him. I'd pay him to figure it out. I'd pay him in promises. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know either. This is a problem. I loved Twitch, but I wasn't really involved with the chatting thing, in points redemptions and community based things. And, I gotta people need to help me figure that shit out if they wouldn't mind. I just don't know. Yeah. We can overhaul the whole shebang. Oh yeah, chat. We need most right now. What's the next big thing to work on? Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, we need a bot with stream elements. I thought I have stream elements. The redemptions are something we can definitely do. Yeah, Pam and alien love eggs. Oh my fuck yeah, there you go. Little chocolate alien eggs, yeah. I was trying to get streamer Minx to actually put effort so you guys could collab, but she refused to get with the program. Oh, really? Oh, see, man, that'd be a 6. Who's Minx? Really? What's her channel? I mean, tell me. You told me people before, so I was like, reach out to you. I will reach out to people. I'll be like, hey, do you want to talk about shit? Do you want to talk about fucking aliens? I mean, I don't know who these people are though. Yeah. X Corbett is a live radio show. Maybe you can guess, but their show is like, I love Tom Green as a kid and never grew up kind of show. They make too many dumb jokes and talk too much shit. I can talk shit, but yeah, if it's like that, then maybe, yeah. I will figure this out, yeah. Interesting, yeah. Alien eggs, yeah. Who is Minx? Is that someone on Twitch? Is it she talks about aliens and shit? See, that would be awesome too if people know. Jess the Minx, she's got 2 million followers, so that's probably not the person. I don't fucking know. Okay. Interesting, yeah. I would love to talk with people on here. I talked with paleontologizing. He's a guy, he's an academic here on Twitch. Talking about paleontology. Badlands Dinosaur Museum. That sounds fucking sick. Goddamn. Yeah. Goddamn, yeah. They bought up all the glitter because once people realize that infinity is in the glitter or their own iris unlock deeper consciousness and understanding, that's when Babylon has lost. Like, fuck, brother. Amen. He does microscope streams, I think. Paleontologizing is dope too. Catch a microscope stream sometime. Okay. The only other streamer who has videos on here is this person. Bless up, man. Brother. Bless up, brother. Minx Jinx TTV. This is the person here. This is the streamer. Pronoun she, her, daddy. Nice. 20. Okay. Interesting. So just a young person. I'm like an old daddy on here now, though. I don't know. Am I in my prime, though? That's the question. I'm going to be 35 here in 2 months. Be 35-year-old man. I guess there's a lot of streamers in this age bracket, though, aren't there? All the fucking OTK guys are all that age bracket, though, aren't they? Like, that's kind of like... Actually, most of them are, when you think about it. They're all from the olden days, yeah. To be 35, well, you know that fucking, what, you're like 6 years older than me? Fucking, yeah. Old red scale, oh my God. Throwing around that money, thank you, sir. Yeah. Yeah. You're older than me, you're 36, oh, Sonny. Fuck 1 year. We're all part of the same generation, yeah. I know she rehaul, but she was using bots, doesn't talk, and was bad at scheduling. Oh, fuck, yeah. 51, you're still good. We're all young guys, fuck, I mean. I told this story about this guy I met. His name was George. He just turned 100. He was still driving around. He had just hand-built a cello. I was blown away. Like, you would have thought this guy was like 75. I had to look at his driver's license. I didn't fucking believe him that he was just about to turn 100. He'd be 100 now. It still drives around. Said he still fucks. I was like, okay, I don't really need to hear about this. He drooled and spit a little bit when he said it, but he was a paratrooper in World War II. He was jumping out of planes at 19 and during World War II, and the guy's still driving around, just building cellos by hand. I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, 100 years old, he still fucks. That's what he fucking told me. He was showing me one day, back in the army, they taught them like an early form of like jiu-jitsu. And he was showing me the moves, and he was telling me, I could break your leg right now if I wanted to. I was like, I'm sure you could, George. Like, I'd snap your arm off right now if I wanted to. I was like, I'm sure you could, bud. I was like, he couldn't. But, I mean, maybe back in the day he could have, but fuck, man. Yeah. Fuck. She played conspiracy videos. This is her here. Minx Jinx TTV. The other streamer, she was part of the OTK crowd, right? Well, see, this is what I don't have. All of this shit here. Holy fucking Christ, this huge write-up. I got nothing. It's just a free-for-all here. Interesting. Anyway. Well, I mean, if anybody talks about this stuff, Goth Gamer doesn't have the conspiracy tag. Who is the fucking conspiracy tag on right now? I mean, I talk more about UFOs. Oh, just me there. Who's Real Radhorn? Elon's coup. Aussie footballer interviews Nazi. And maybe Hassan content nuke. Who the fuck is this? He's intended for certain audiences. Oh my God. He got talk about getting hit with a tag. Politics, sensitive issues, drugs, intoxication, excessive tobacco use, significant profanity, vulgarity, sexual themes. My stream has all those things and more. Start watching. He'll be right back. There's a guy right there. Miniatures and models. ADD, queer, English, Warhammer, circus, politics, news, conspiracy. There you go. Fucking right. Do it up, brother. Fucking right. Or is it a sister? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. God damn. Alexander the Great was 19 when he set up with 40,000 men in the greatest empire of all time. Holy fuck, yeah. God damn. Yeah. Goth Gamer. Hit with a tag. Yeah. That's what happens. That's what happens when some of you probably come to this channel. It's a politics tag on it. Yeah. Yeah. We fuck before you go in. Yeah. Too many pronouns next. Oh, Christ. Yeah. The rules. Act in good faith. No threats of violence. Yeah, that's pretty simple, though. Anyway, yeah. Had the conspiracy tag on there. Interesting. Okay. Conspiracy clips. Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about it on here. I don't know. Well, we had what? We had almost 1,000 people in during the News Nation broadcast. I mean, obviously 99% of them just wanted to watch News Nation, didn't give a fuck about me, but we probably had some followers come in and tune in for that too. But that was pretty big. That was the most I've ever had, was 960 people is what it peaked out at. So that was a lot. That was a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. A bunch of drama streamers riding coattails. This whole Hassan content nuke thing with Ethan Klein is silly. What is it about? I don't really watch Hassan's content, but I saw that they were just in Japan. It was recommended in my YouTube thing, and I watched them do some samurai stuff. They were cutting. It looked pretty cool. I think he must be good friends with Will Neff. I did really like Will Neff's content. I thought Will Neff was a funny guy. I follow him on YouTube, and he was with him. So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. He's a very divisive character, Hassan, I think, right? If they're a very tall, good-looking guy, fairly well-spoken, but I think he's some pretty extreme views. A lot of people don't like him, I guess. I think he said some pretty audacious things, so that doesn't help either, I guess. Very opinionated is what it is, yeah. Thanks for the News Nation episode. I'm back here because of it. Hey, Aaron, thanks for coming by again, man. Fuck yeah. Listen, take that risk, right? No, nobody reported me to Twitch, thankfully. So, because I very well could have gotten a flag. I could have got a copyright strike because of it, actually. So, it's one of those things. Is like I'm just anticipating at some point anyway. The channel's going to get fucking shut down from some of the shit that I say on here. So, we're going to end up on Kick here at some point. I'm just waiting. I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm just waiting for the day when it does. So. Looking for Horbs. Fuck yeah, brother. Yeah. Hurricane of Thoughts is another mainly gamer streamer with the conspiracy tag. Yeah, I think he's well versed, so is he? Okay. What's going on with the Ethan Klein thing? Not that I really care. Oh, they're fighting. Hassan and Will are buds. They travel together and shit. Hassan's been getting a lot of anti-Semitic hate recently with the Palestine stuff, and I have no idea what Ethan stuff is about, but Ethan's show up now and again trying to make content of Hassan's shit, and they were friends once or something. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, man, like that kind of stuff, I just tune out instantly. Any kind of drama like that, I'm like, I just don't give a fuck. He's a media entertainer and nothing more. Yeah. He's a terrorist plant. Is that his meme? Yeah. Oh, fuck. God damn. We don't talk about Vegas. Yeah. Waiting for the kick shift. Fuck, Jesus, yeah. David will be the first to sue. Yeah, I think, for people that don't know, Galen TV just brought this up, but the alert here is David Childress. I've been trying to contact David Childress for the last year, and he has no interest in coming on at all. Where's my alerts at again? Like, I haven't been using his likeness, but I have been using his voice for quite some time.
wash these balls.
Yeah.
A pretty interesting
That's
theory. However,
the follow. With this way, yeah.
literally wash these balls.
Literally wash these balls. Yeah. That was from David's the stone balls. Stone balls of the gods is what it was called, I think. They're in Costa Rica. They're these weird stone balls that no one can explain. But I've been trying to reach him. I found his personal email through his pinball fan club. David is obsessed with pinball machines. And through his obsession with pinball machines, I found his website, and but he has no interest. Understandably. Wayne, what's up, man? So yeah, probably the first lawsuit will come from David. I'm not prepared for it. I will cry probably because I love David. But anyway, it is what it is. So yeah. Fuck yeah. He's a damn bitch. Literally watch these balls. Yeah, fuck me. Yeah, UFO related, but let's see. Anyway, yeah. Where's his pinball? I'll pull that up here, Hendrix. Where the fuck's his pinball? I have to say, I had a bit of a laugh when I found this. Like, oh, he leaves American Pinball. What the fuck? He was director of operations for American Pinball. Oh, that's David Fix. Anyway, I can't find it. We found his website. Anyway, it's one of those things. It's like, no. That's why he loves balls so much. He loves the stone balls. He loves pinballs. I actually would love to talk to him. I'm just fucking memeing, David. If you ever see this, brother, like this, I loved Ancient Aliens. I love the meme of the show. I enjoyed it so much. He's the co-host. I have an announcement next week that will impact the entire nation. Press conference date will be announced soon. Oh my. Hopefully it's about aliens. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Pinball up and come on stream. I'd love that. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Dangle a new tunnel in Chichen Itza at him. Tell him you have codes. Holy fuck, man. Wouldn't that be a meme? I would literally just come if I could go and explore Chichen Itza with David Childers. It would be bad. They wouldn't be able to put that on TV. I'd just be rock hard the whole time walking around with him. I wonder if he'd hold hands. Yeah. I gotta stop memeing like this too, because if he ever does see any of these fucking clips, he's just never going to come on, because he's gonna be like, this guy's fucked in the head. And I'm like, yes, I am to some degree, but I'm just joking, obviously. I don't know. I might actually be if we were holding hands at Chichen Itza, but yeah. I'll just have to wait and see. I would really love to go to Lake Titicaca with David. I would love that. That would be, oh my God. Yeah. That'd be a highlight. It's a bucket list. To swim in Lake Titicaca with David Childers. I'd cross that one off my fucking list. There's not many things on my bucket list. There's probably only 3 things, and that's one of them. So, that'd be getting pretty close to doing everything. Yeah. Titicaca, that's how it's pronounced. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, steel balls, stone balls, stone balls of the gods. Stone balls of the gods. That's a quote from the movie he did about the stone balls. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, check out this image I just dropped in your community, found on some Qspiracy site. I think the Deep State mapping project mapped a little bit too deep. Holy fuck, man. How do I do this? Digi, how do I get to... where did you put it, Wayne? I'll just pull it up. Is it in community? Oh, community. Oh, I think I've seen this before, man. Yeah, this is this pyramid. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. And where's the start at the bottom? Mark of the Beast. It's got the Monster energy drink logo. So are the Monster energy drinkers below the cattle, NPC maskers, and sheep? That's holy fuck. They're below the useless eaters, breeders, deep state, not going to say that word, debaters, clones, robotoids, 9-to-5 slaves, worker ants, Satan's hell matrix, birth school debts, labor taxes, human livestock, peasants, general population, bread and circus. You can play in a bread and circus. Okay, this is a fucking meme. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. We're at the bottom. Yeah, I can see that. I can see we're stuck at the bottom here. This isn't a good place to be. Yeah. It's another Q map. Is this a meme? The Q maps? Yeah. Holy fuck. Way too much gin. Yeah, I know. You need to have a couple sips to... Corporations. Who the fuck is at the top? Oh, there you go. The Freemasons are all the way down here. Oh, you get the Templar cross there. And the Bilderberg is down here. Holy shit. They get the Vatican. That makes sense. Oh, Christ. This is where things get interesting. Okay, we got the Anunnaki. We got Off-World. We got Baal. 3D Physical World. We got Anu and the Anunnaki, who's the guy on top of the pyramid. Or the winged disc, sorry. Draco Reptilians. Who the fuck is above them? Oh, my fucking God. And then we got God itself, the Holy Trinity. Angels. We got dominions, seraphim, the cherubim, thrones, and then you got God. Holy shit, man! So, who is that? The Burj Khalifa? What the fuck is that? He who builds the highest tower steals the power of the gods. Holy fuck, huh? That's a crazy. Who cooked this up, man? This is some deep research here. That's all we can say, I guess. Yeah. Mother of God. They get a secret AI shadow banning people and preventing them from actually moving forward. That's what it is, yeah. What's a Canadian energy drink? Oh my God. You think Bill Gates is always at the top? I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah, this is the, we got a lot of symbolism in here. A lot of symbolism. The cherubim. I don't know how to pronounce that. Cherubim. Yeah. It's like the, Enochian wheel, I guess. Is how one way of pronouncing it, maybe one way of saying it. What Enoch had saw, yeah. Interesting, yeah. So but some said the video he showed was the ISS. The video he showed was that doesn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, Q is also the character from Star Trek who pops in to mess with the crew of the Enterprise. Isn't it actually? Cherubim, seraphim. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah. Cherubim. So it is cherubim and seraphim. Yeah, I think I added that one. Yeah. Is it where? I'll pull this up. Oh, it's not the same thing, Hendrix? Oh, that here. Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah. This video from Chris Bledsoe of an orb passing in front of the moon is actually the ISS. When we recreated a solarium with NORAD TLE data and Bledsoe's location, everything lines up perfectly. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit. Fuck. It wasn't the aliens. Well, this is why you supply all this stuff to people so we can know definitively if we're actually looking at something anomalously. Yeah, well, that follows, doesn't it? Yeah, see, but that to me, like, people watching these videos and seeing these orbs fly by, like that, it could be a satellite, like... And then that's when the glare starts when it starts to kind of get over the, once it starts to get up to the horizon, that's when the sun starts hitting it. So, yeah, this is just a known phenomena. It's if it does any kind of weird movements, right? That's the big tell. If it stops and starts and stops, or it does like a hard right angle. So I think I've told this story, but I've had one proper UFO sighting back in September, which was a group of orbs very high up that were moving very anomalously, at very high speed. It was very weird. Unfortunately, I didn't have my phone with me. A couple years earlier, I had two incidences that were they were about a year apart. So they just looked like this. They were actually a little bit fainter than this, which would make sense because the ISS is bigger than most satellites. So, well, what I thought were, I don't know, they may still well have been, but one of them took a very, like, broad, like it swept, because normally there'd be kind of an arc when it, depending on where it's going over you. If it's going over you more towards the horizon, sometimes it's probably an optical illusion where it'll look like it's making a big turn and coming around, but it took like a big turn. And then there was another one that I saw that literally just took a fucking right angle. And that they were about a year apart. And the second one was blatantly, it was something, I think it was probably something anomalous, but I mean, I just chalked it up to maybe it was fucking like ice in the upper atmosphere blowing around. But like, it looked like a satellite and it went and it just did like this thing. And I was like, whoa, like it almost turned right around. It was a hard angle, so I don't know. But like, that's what I would say. If I saw something if he was taking videos like that, I'd be like, hey, that's pretty fucking weird, right? But if it's just something moving in a straight line, it's like, brother, like it could be fucking anything. Like, I don't know. You want to know when the moon actually arrived? Are you in on that conspiracy, Aaron, about it coming in like 12,000 years ago? It was wasn't it there's some African tribe that talked about that. Actually, it was the South Africans, wasn't it? Wasn't it Credo Mutswa who had that story about the moon arriving, his people? People don't know who Credo Mutswa is. He's the guy who convinced David Icke in the end that there are reptilian beings on Earth. Because it's the Chitawuri, is that how they described them, I think? I think that's what they called them. But that they were these reptilian beings that would abduct people out of his tribe. He was this South African shaman, like tribal leader. But is that what it was 12,500 years ago? Yeah. 3 yugas ago. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, man. I think it's probably been here for a long time because, like, we should be able to tell, like, they can tell from, like, tides and whatnot, but that it should have been here the entire time. But maybe there was some other kind of event that happened. Something fucked up happened 12,000 years ago. At least 12,000 years ago. There was some kind of fucking cataclysm and we're still trying to figure out what that was. I personally think that, probably Graham Hancock and the Randall Carlson in the Comet Research Group are probably the closest to figuring that out. It was probably some kind of comet stream. Yeah. Right angle. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at your spelling, but angel was a funny mistake. One of my buddies growing up, he tried to name his Call of Duty character, his alias in Call of Duty. He tried to put Desert Angel, but he didn't know how to spell angel. He put angle instead until someone looked at it and he's like, yeah, Desert Angel. I'm like, bro, this says fucking angle. So he was known as Desert Angle for like years and it just became his alias, this fuck up, because he couldn't spell angel properly. He was known as Desert Angle. Yeah. Oh, fuck, yeah. Why hasn't Bezos paid for auto AI instinct closed captioning on Twitch? Because he's cheap, man, that's why. Yeah. Too many, the right angle angel was probably UFO. Star clusters, yeah, but many dots could be Starlink, yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Well, this is the other thing too, right? It could be ice in the upper atmosphere. It could be a chunk of something that got knocked around. Like, there's so many possibilities for what it could be. It's the only problem, man. Like even the set of lights that my friend Finn very kindly, he's a digital artist, that he did on Blender for me and visualized. It could fucking be even that sighting, which was pretty fucked. I have no idea. It could be some giant. I just look at things like that. It's like, when is it ever? Would only ever be alien if honestly, like a ship literally flew in front of me. And then honestly, you just be like, holy fuck, did I actually see that? Right? Like, it's unfortunate, but you think when you're going to see something like that, you're like, oh my God, whoa. But it's like, for me, I'm like, there could still maybe be some logical explanation for it, where maybe it's some kind of test that they were doing, some kind of advanced drones. They moved very anomalously, like they moved like kind of a classic UFO move, like they were almost like drunkenly bobbing through the sky. But I don't know. So hard to fucking say. Yeah. Your first Habbo account was Sweet Angle? Was it actually? Holy fuck. God damn it. Yeah. I saw a UFO when I was a kid. It looked like a star that zigzagged and bolted out. Really? Yeah, man. I that was really the first sighting I ever had, was just back in September. As a kid who was obsessed with UFOs too, right? Like, I was enthralled with the idea since I was like 11 years old. I was just on it. I knew everything about it, as much as I could at least, and I would read everything I could about it. It was just an unnatural obsession since I was a kid. And I never had a sighting really until recently, when I was 34 years old is when I had my first sighting of anything that I would consider to be kind of anomalous, but it's hard to say, right? So, yeah. You seen that UFO vid of an energy weapon shooting a UFO, moving into the way? It might be fake. Yeah, that was a NASA video, Aaron. Yeah. People said it was like a thruster blowing the ice around. Who the fuck knows, man? Like, who knows? Yeah, I mean, it's... Now that we have the Jake Barber testimony, I mean, literally who the fuck knows what they've been doing, right? I mean, they very well could be... They could have been doing sketchy shit for a while. Oh, Mick West did this. This video of an orb passing in front of the moon is actually the ISS when created in a solarium with NORAD TLE data and Bledsoe's location. Everything lines up perfectly. Mick shitting on the parade again, brother. Listen, just let them believe, all right? We just want to believe. So here's the video on the left. I just watched this a second ago anyway. I just want to see it again. And then as it just starts to come in front of the moon. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, there. Well, Mick, you done good work again, bud. I still think he's off base with his assessment on the entire phenomena. I think he's completely incorrect, but there you go. That's what he's good at. This is the shit that he's good at. He's good at doing stuff like this. He's good at going and throwing that stuff together. Yeah. Mick ripped this post and research from another researcher and both have the date wrong. It was on the 31st. Oh, is that correct? Oh, that's a hell of a coincidence, but wow, is he trying to gaslight us? The video was taken on the 31st at night. If you listen to the video, I even tell you it's January 31st. Oh yeah, I don't know, Chris fucking, but just trying to keep it alive. Yeah. God fucking damn it. This fucking guy. Trying to put it to rest, brother. He won't let it be put to rest. Yeah. Oh God. Jim's one of the chosen. They're watching me. Who watches the watchers? Listen, as I said, I sleep naked every night until they want to blow through my fucking wall, right? We know what the picture is. I'm just waiting for them to come and get me. Anytime you guys want to come along, pick me up, let's go. Fuck, I'm ready to fucking go whenever you guys are. Look, we can tell the stories on here. And you can say he met them. But I already told them what would happen. I said, if I don't have any proof, I'm just going to forget the whole thing when I wake up purposely. So, yeah. Man. Yeah. Corsetti's just been on Danny Jones. Golf, brother? Look what I have right here. I have it right here. I saw it. Yeah. We're going to watch that in a little bit. I'm just going to pull it up. Yeah. Yeah. It gives away your age. Yeah. And Neopets. Oh, I used to play Neopets. Holy fuck. Neopets was a meme. One of our friends, although I guess he's not really my friend anymore, used to go around. So he's a couple years older than me. So back when he was in high school, so he would have been 18 years old. He's in grade 12. Actually, he would have been 17 because he's kind of young. He used to scam kids out of stuff in Neopets. So he would craft this big story. He'd go to like all the big dick fucking Neopets users, right? Who had like all the high-end paintbrushes. And he would write them this bullshit story about how he was a kid like dying of cancer. And they would give him like points and paintbrushes and all this stuff. And he had played this game and manipulated all of these people for a while. And so I thought, me and my brother, you know, he's a good guy. I wasn't the sharpest tool in the drawer. You know, we knew his password, like we figured out his password, and we thought, you know, that's pretty unethical of him to do what he's doing. You know, ripping off all these fucking kids, telling all these tall tales. So what we did was we went in. I still feel bad about this to this day. We went in and we cleaned out his fucking account. Stole everything we could, everything that we could steal and give away to our respective accounts. We did, and and then afterwards, I remember him coming over and telling us what happened, and he was so beside himself, and I was like, "Fuck!" I was like, "Matt," I was like, "Maybe it's karma, you know." Justice. I was like, maybe it's justice, or I think I said karma. That happened, and he was like, I can't believe it. And then he never played it again. Actually, after that, he gave up, and then we told him that a couple years later, and fuck, was he ever mad? And I was like, yeah, I kind of get that, but I was, you know, it was karma. It was this cosmic justice, you know. Teach people a lesson occasionally, you know. You got to teach people a lesson. Although what I did do was I went and I got a paintbrush that I wanted for my guy from his stuff, and he looked really cool. But then we all stopped playing after, so you know it's all just for fun, you know. I haven't done something like, I live a virtuous life now, right? Virtue ethics, right? Fucking, that's exactly it, right? You know, my friend used to put money down the drain for the Ninja Turtles. True story. Holy fuck, man, we've all done the naughties, haven't we? Though once in a while, like sometimes it needs to be done, right? It's time. You're here. It's time. Welcome. All right. Fuck me. Yeah. he has come. He has come. Let me see, Drunk, just a second. Oh, there. Oh, you're in. You already have access. Okay. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Welcome back. How have you been?
Let me just turn you up. Hold on. I need to sort myself out. I jumped in a little quick there.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, hold on. Hello, everybody. Loads to talk about tonight. Let's get it on.
We just watched painfully the Chris Bledsoe. Oh, I can hear my voice in your mic.
One sec, I'll fix that. Hold on, yeah. Let me fix that because it's the sensitivity. Is that better? Try now.
Yeah. No. Hear myself. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. I was just saying we just watched the Chris Bledsoe interview. Holy fuck, that was painful.
Oh god.
Yeah. Well, so like, what do you? How do you? Maybe, Drunk, you should introduce yourself again. There's a lot of people in here maybe don't know who you are. Since you've last talked, there's more people in here now.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's been a while, and you know your audience is just growing on a daily basis.
Yes.
So I'm a trained theoretical physicist. And normally me and Jim, we talk, and I can give him a slightly different perspective. I was one of those people that, you know, joined ufology, I suppose, after the David Fravor 2017, you know, Nimitz, the whole situation there. And, you know, I've been teaching physics for a long time. Students used to always ask me about UFOs. I think it's a very common question in the classroom. And I always gave them the same answer. And the same answer was, I have no doubt that there is stuff out there, but I highly doubt that they've come here. And there's lots of reasons, you know, relativity, special and general relativity, objects can't travel faster than the speed of light. And you know, it used to give me an opportunity to get into the complexities of special and general and talk about why objects are unlikely to be able to have traveled here. And so it's a fascinating discussion. And I suppose originally when me and Jim started, I think that I came to his stream because Jim has a very interesting perspective. We cross over in the philosophy aspect, so we both have a joy and a love for philosophy. He's very knowledgeable. I'm not as knowledgeable as him on philosophy, but I do have my own particular areas of expertise. And he would go off into the woo stuff, which I, until this day, cannot access. I cannot access the woo stuff.
Yes.
I have been brought up as a scientist. You know, science is, you know, if you want to consider science as a religion, then science is my religion. You know, I do believe that it is a description of the universe we see around us. And I do think if you cannot understand things experimentally, then it's a pointless conversation. And I suppose one of the areas that we have discussed is this idea that if I have a parrot only on my shoulder, that only I can see, does it exist, right? It's a famous philosophical concept. And from a science perspective, that parrot doesn't exist. And that's because from a science perspective, you need to be able to have a physically testable concept that is repeatable and peer reviewable, and we can agree on the results. And if we can't do that, coding is parrot, Digico, I love you. If you can't do that, then the conversation becomes a little bit pointless, right? In that it all just becomes very high philosophical, and I get lost. And so originally, you know, I used to join Jim for a little bit of the woo stuff. He'd take me on a ride. It was kind of like a roller coaster for me. I'd enjoy it from a distance, and then I would just like chill out. Wouldn't hear much from me. I just watch it from a distance. But what happened is we started to get more and more disclosure. And I felt like, and maybe Jim will agree with me, that there was, I had a voice here in that a lot of the stuff needed to be verified from a scientific perspective.
Yes.
And you know, over the time, both me and Jim have built up a pretty serious amount of knowledge about what's been going on. We regularly, converse about all of the day-to-day situations. So it's always a pleasure to be part of his stream. It's my favorite place to be in the evening. You know, he has to put up with me whether he likes it or not. He doesn't have to have me on though, so he is just blindingly lovely person who deserves a massive audience because he brings his A game every time he sits down in that seat and has a chat with you all. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Absolutely, brother. Yeah, and we need your perspective on this now because, I mean, even for me, someone that humors all the woo, I mean, we've got to talk about the Jake Barber and the psionics, and this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, right? Jake Barber has caused a massive problem. It's a massive problem. So should I give a roundup, or I mean, you've probably already done it to oblivion. I don't know, but well, yeah, just kind of, just to reiterate the whole thing for people and your perspective on it.
Let's contextualize the conversation. So Jake Barber is a very credible military guy who was or is or has been, God only knows, has a high clearance and has been retrieving objects with his high helicopter abilities for the American government in highly compartmentalized secret access programs, and has been picking stuff up and dropping it off. Recently, he has come out as a whistleblower and even released a video of him picking up what looks like an egg. Okay? Then that followed up with a second part, which is that him and some of the people that were with him in the army, effectively, who have now become co-patriots in a new venture, are able to, and have done for Arrow, apparently, I'm not sure, or they submitted the data, resummon the egg using some kind of psionic state that they get into. It sounds like it's drug induced. Is that fair?
It very well could be. I think it's they use binaural beats. To induce them into
I think actually what he said was that they have two ways of achieving it. One is via drugs, and now they've got another one, and that you need to be in a fight or flight state of mind. And I think that was the whole point, right? You need to be in a moment where you feel like your life is in danger, and that you can access this oneness, the higher consciousness. Is that fair?
Well, yeah, it's. I think maybe he said something along those lines. I know people who have done this in the past, and people who do things like remote viewing. They use binaural beats in different frequencies. Effectively, it's some kind of self-hypnosis, is what they say they're doing. But yes, I think he did mention that, and you're right. Yes, he did mention that there was another way to alter their consciousness by inducing it with substances. You're correct. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's it. That's effectively what was said. Yeah. But in the video, I remember the guy had the headphones on, he had the blinder, the blackout thing on his eyes and shit. And I think that's how I've known people to induce it in the past as well. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah.
So why is this such a problem? Okay, like. We've heard some woo stuff before, like, you know, we've heard about remote viewing. Remote viewing really came to the forefront of, especially in the recent book that we had, would you say? But in general, there's been a strong link connection between remote viewing and government agencies looking at UFOs, UAPs, right?
Yes, yeah.
Hal Puthoff was the link between those two parts. Mostly, there are a couple of other people, but Hal Puthoff seems to be the man, and he seems to have been able to use remote viewing, possibly. The reason I keep slowing down and not giving you information about it is because because of the way that they've signed their waiver to what they can say and what they can't say, we don't get much information, right? Like, we get snippets of interviews where they say a tiny thing about it, and it's really puzzly. Like, it's never clear. That hasn't gone through the DOPSA process, so they just can't talk about it. But where this really has a problem for me, and why I'm bringing my A game today, is because there is a person who I believe is a bad actor in ufology, and I have believed it from day one, and that is Stephen Greer.
Yeah,
the snake wizard, the snake wizard from up above, who convinced people to spend thousands of dollars with him so that he can sit doing some kind of, I don't know, hypnotherapy. I don't even know what it is. I mean, I'll let you explain it. But they can go into this like mind state and contact the aliens, and that they're actually all really lovely, and that it's all lies, that they've got issues and whatnot. He's even got pictures. Weird pictures of these aliens like interfering with them as they're meditating, and the dude is just not legit. And he's a very contentious person inside ufology, because there are things that he's done that are actually not bad. So he did the press, what's it called?
Press club event. Yeah,
he did the press club event. The press club event, he's got two major pluses, Stephen Greer. He did the press club event where he brought a load of whistleblowers out and allowed them a chance to speak their truth. And he created a database of an enormous database of ufology testimonies, pictures, images. You know, he gave a place at a time when really there was a high amount of stigma on the subject for it to find access outwards. And for that, he has a strong, loyal following. But as time has passed and we have had really, truly legitimate whistleblowers, people that we know have high clearances, people who we are sure are good actors, or we believe to be good actors, he's come out saying these are bad actors, these people are liars, these people aren't telling the truth, right? And he's been saying some pretty bad stuff about some of the people who are standing up and giving us the evidence, the best evidence that we've had in 50 years.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem. Yeah, and that's something that, again, recently with this association with Jake Barber, although even Jake Barber said all they did was they just touched base with him, like he was at his recent press club event last two years ago too. But yeah, he's always been a problem. He's always been a huge grifter. I've always had a huge problem with him too, going back to like 2009 when he started, 2010, the whole CE5 thing where he was selling, flashlights on his website that were worth $2 for like $50, $60, or laser pointers. Yeah, and it's just to make money, And I was very clear that was the intention. Bringing people on CE5 expeditions at a price tag of like $5,000 a ticket, and then famously during one of the incidents, supposedly there's some people have accused him of this, and they have data. They talked to the pilot, but he hired a pilot to drop flares out over the coast of, I think, Florida, is where it happened. So there was a debacle with him getting paid a shitload of money to go on these expeditions and debating the people involved. So yeah.
So for me, I had compartmentalized him. I don't know if you're the same, but I'd compartmentalized him away from the subject, meaning that if he comes out with something, I basically ignore it. I don't pay any attention to what he has to say. And when he says he's got communications with the president and he gets called in to talk about UAPs, I take it with a humongous pinch of salt, okay? But then out comes this whistleblower. And who is he directly connected to? He's directly connected to Greer. And you're just like, wait a minute. And then he starts talking about psionics. And Greer's like all over this stuff. And you're like, oh my God, what is going on here? Is this guy legitimate? or is he not legitimate? Is this egg thing real, or is this just some kind of play by the government to control the narrative or to make it look stupid? I don't know. But the problem is that the people who I considered to be legitimate have all gone to bat over this topic. So now there is a direct link that crosses them all into one umbrella, not one that I can sit with. I can't sit with having legitimate people that I considered legitimate supporting people who I considered bad actors. I can't deal with that. And I think this is the chips are going to have to fall at some point.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the chat here. Greer seems to know a thing or two about selling his body to someone else. It's like, I want you to imagine that you know who the devil is and you know who, God is or whatever. And then there's this fallen angel who turns up and says, gonna be honest, the person that's helped me redeem my life was the devil. And you're just like, that's not how this works. Your redemption can't come through hell. That's not how redemption works. And I feel that is what's taken place a little bit. Not that I think he's the devil. It's just an analogy, guys. But you get the point in that you can't have got. He's a record. Like, for me, he's about as bad actor as he's the snake wizard from up on high. The man who has summoned all crap into our disclosure movement. Right.
Did you hear what happened with him? That's what Galen TV was insinuating. Did you hear what happened with him? Where
No, go ahead. Tell me.
Oh my fuck. I mean, I didn't even really want to cover it on here because I don't want to be a part of this like gossip. But anyway, supposedly he was getting threats from some people, and he framed it on his website like this was the deep state was threatening him. And anyway, he sent out an email the day before these pictures got released that there was a bad actor that's threatening him, trying to destroy his name. Somebody was blackmailing him because they found his Grindr dating profile from like 10 years ago. And they released a bunch of naked photos of him on Twitter. And
you're joking.
I'm not joking.
Why would he even have naked pictures of himself online or available? Or did they hack his phone?
I don't know. It was a Grindr profile. They found him. So he was a gay date. Listen, I don't judge. It was a gay dating site. And he had posted naked pictures of himself from the neck down. And, Steven is a pretty, he's a big guy, and people put together in 2 seconds this was him. And it was him. And he kind of inadvertently confirmed that. Unfortunately, with the warning, the heads up, this is going to happen. So anyway.
Wow.
Wow.
That is bananas. When did this happen? I missed this.
Oh fuck, a month ago. People were passing these around. Like, it was pretty detailed. It was a dating site to have sex with people.
I literally avoid anything to do with him. Right.
I try.
I don't cover if I see Stephen Greer's talking, doing a speech, having a chat, I pass over it. I literally don't pay any attention. So it's not a surprise to me that I didn't know about that. And I'm going to be honest, if I could go back 3 minutes and not know about it.
Yeah, I unfortunately saw the pictures and I'm trying to erase them out of my mind.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I saw them. Yeah. So it is what it is. Yeah, Bones, that's exactly it, man. Listen, yeah, it's not cool that they did that. It's like, but honestly, I said, and this is what I thought to myself, I was like, well, if this is the worst they have on him, if this is the worst thing they got on him, I was like, well, Steven, that's pretty good, all things considered, really. I mean, I probably wouldn't have posted that shit publicly, but anyway, it's too late now. But he claimed it was the deep state. I think what really happened is somebody was just trying to blackmail him to get some money.
Yeah.
But anyway, in Greer fashion, it turned into some giant conspiracy against him from the government. I was like, no, someone's probably just trying to milk you for some money. But anyway,
I mean, does he even care at this point? I mean, he's not credible.
No, he destroyed his credibility, and even his
He's
efforts.
not a credible human being. Man.
Yeah,
I wish he'd just step away from the whole topic. To be honest.
Yeah, I think but the interesting thing, it's again going back to his, it's a shame because he did such a good job of the press club event in 2001. And the interesting thing, I don't know what you thought about this, but when I watched that Jesse Michaels, I watched it on here almost the whole thing with Jake Barber. When Jake started talking about Michael Herrera, so Michael Herrera was, for people to hear that don't know, Michael Herrera was the Marine who was in Indonesia after the earthquake years ago, and he testified at Greer's press club event, which went live a couple months after the Grush interview, like in August or whatever. And I watched it on here too, or September. And Michael talked about seeing these people being trafficked, he thought, onto this UFO with what looked like, like piles of drugs, and then Jake told this story that I guess he was working with the FBI and they were going to have a word with Michael because technically he shouldn't have been talking about any of this, but that Jake was saying that those people weren't being trafficked. Those were people involved with the program, and those weren't drugs. They were these weird containers they put them in to enhance your psionic abilities. And I was like, holy fucking schizo. Like, what the fuck is going on? I heard that story from him. He seemed like, again, it's one of those things. It's like people can seem credible and still create a story. It's like it's my problem with this.
I was going to come to Michael Herrera because that's a really interesting one. I don't know if you know, but on Vetted, Michael Herrera's old, I don't know what you would call it. I want to say line manager, but it's not. Like in an army, your I don't know what, group leader. I don't know what you want to call it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But his direct line of command was actually on Vetted and really put a lot of shade on him, right?
I heard that. Yeah, I didn't see that. I did hear that though. Yeah.
For me, I added him to the bad actors because after I heard the shade, I was just like, this is a load of crap. So, for me, I don't know if this is what a lot of you do, right? But I put people that I can't trust into one basket, and I put sources who I think are more credible into a different basket. I think this is normal. I think this is normal behavior, right?
Yeah.
And I'd always had Michael Herrera in the same basket as Stephen Greer, to be honest, right?
Same, yeah.
I think that maybe he had some truth, but it's hard to work out what he's telling is true and what part of what he's saying is a lie. So I just dumped the whole lot because you're not going to be able to pick through it. It's just too difficult to pick through. But now Barber's come along and said, by the way, what he was saying was 100% correct. The only thing that he said that was wrong was that, in fact, we were human trafficking psionics. And you're just like, so it was even more insane. It was even more insane than his story. It was a story more insane than the story that I already didn't believe in the first place. So now expecting me to support... Like Barber, like if I didn't know, let's just be honest, if I didn't know that Barber was being supported by many of the good actors, like for example, right, I trust Jeremy Corbell. Maybe some of you don't trust Jeremy Corbell. I absolutely trust Jeremy Corbell. I think that he's an honest actor. I think he's doing his best. I think if you watch the 3-part miniseries he just released, you can. It's pretty easy for you to see that he seems to be a pretty honest actor in the process. His family are, he's had credible threats against his life. His family are in danger because of what he's choosing to do. So either he's some kind of psychopath that we don't know, or he actually is just doing what he can, is an honest actor in the process.
Yeah, I meme on him here, but I mean, for the most part, yeah, I think. Listen, he works with George Knapp too, and George seems like he's a pretty good judge of character, and he seems to be pretty good at vetting people. So, I mean, I think the connection there probably, yeah. I think he's obviously out there putting his neck out there. At the end of the day, I would have to also agree. As much as I cringe sometimes. Maybe he doesn't get stuff right all the time. Maybe he doesn't get stuff right all the time. But if it wasn't for Corbell, I wouldn't even be looking at ufology. Let's just be honest. Yeah. Because a lot of the stuff getting out, getting to the public, on a constant rate of information, a good chunk of it is due to Knapp and Corbell. If it wasn't for those two,
right?
Yeah,
That's just the reality of the situation. So if you're gonna put them in the bad actor box, you're really gonna put the whole ufology in the bad, the whole subject almost in the bad actor box. To be honest.
Yeah, you definitely couldn't put Jeremy in the same box as Steven. That's not fair. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. I don't think that's even, Same with Ross Coulthard. People tried to kind of throw him under the bus recently. And you know what? This wasn't what he hyped this up to be, but I still have faith in Ross too. I think Ross has done some really good work. I mean, he brought Dave Ford. He brought Jake Ford. I mean, would I have gone into the psionic stuff right now? Fuck no. But I mean, they did, and now we're talking about it. So it is right, what it
and
is.
So this is where they're going to start losing people, right?
Yeah.
I can't join you on that woo trip with the psionics. I can't do it. Remote viewing, I couldn't even do. I couldn't do the remote viewing. I wanted to just. I know. I wanted to just. I really do want to just say, maybe it's beyond my scientific understanding at the moment. Maybe there's something going on that I don't understand. But
it's beyond
I
all
want to remain open-minded. I want to try and remain open-minded. But I think that that's already a struggle. And Luis Elizondo, in his book, it was actually becoming quite a prominent part of his book, and I was like, I was already being lost as I was going through on those parts. I was being a little lost. And the issue I also have is that we now have to readdress all the good and bad actors. So here's my question to you, and this is where I really wanted to come at it tonight, Jim.
Yeah.
Schellenberger, is he a good or a bad actor?
I actually have followed Michael for many years. He ended up on Joe's podcast before he ever got involved with the UAPs. And he used to live in Brazil. And he covered, there was an issue there with one of the past presidents, and he was living there. Actually, this is he was back there in the 90s too. There's like a kind of a small revolution that happened. Anyway, he's a very interesting character. I think he seems to be after the good, ultimately, is kind of what I've been able to discern from him. And then when he got into UFOs, he's very particular. He's a professor of journalism. So he's not just a journalist. He's like one of the journalists. He's very particular. And so for me, like, I thought the vibe I got off him was he was always after the truth pretty objectively. He was just trying to get to the bottom of things. And now I know.
Let's pretend. Yeah. Let's pretend just for a second. I don't mean to cut you up, but let's pretend he's a good actor. Okay.
Yeah.
Why didn't he come out and say that it was Jeremy Corbell that submitted the Immaculate Constellation to the second hearing? Why did he just take the credit?
That's a good question. I mean, I think we have to look at.
I don't know if you know, but he never turned up to the after party. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Was that in the Jeremy Corbell documentary? The recent one?
That was right at the end of the third episode.
Why is it? Fuck! I watched the whole thing. I should know that.
They just wrote it. They just wrote it. It wasn't really part of the show. They just wrote like a screen of he never turned up, basically.
I know Jeremy was pissed off that they didn't, and I know they featured the call with him where he was kind of upset with them a little bit, and mad at Nancy Mace, and
So that's actually a separate issue, and this is I don't know if a lot of people know the truth about this, right?
Well, yeah.
So
Nancy,
Nancy Mace, right? Jeremy Corbell, if you watch the documentary, you'll see that Jeremy Corbell was taking whistleblowers to Nancy Mace. She became prominent after the first UFO hearing, asking Dave Grush amazing questions, right?
Yeah.
So they thought she was a good actor, right?
Yes.
But the Immaculate Constellation pack that was given out at the second hearing was 12 pages long. They took the page that Jeremy Corbell's name was signed on off it and left a blank sheet. So they literally removed him. Now, it could have just been an accident, right? Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe they didn't want him involved for one reason or another. But then there was and I think I've left it up here to show everybody. There's a link. Let me just to a discussion that took place on a UAP podcast. or UFO podcast, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And it had Tim Burchett talking about it. It's a short. I'm going to find it now. And he basically says that they were told they weren't allowed to mention Jeremy Corbell.
Oh, really? See, that's
yeah. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Because if you didn't see that, then this is where the games start, right? So I'm going to find that now for you.
Okay. Well, because I know we had read the front page that he was not submitted. I remember he got angry at the thing when she didn't submit it. He got pissed off at her then. I remember they showed that. So like he had so I think there's definitely an intention to disconnect him from that Immaculate Constellation. The only thing I wonder, we can talk about this in a second, is though like who put the work in to really work with the whistleblower though? Because like, Jeremy is a filmmaker, which is a fine, he's an artist. Michael is like a very accredited journalist. So like if you're going to get someone to dig into his background and his story, it would be Michael that would be doing the grunt work, I would assume. So maybe that's what happened, where Michael did all the work and they didn't want Jeremy to take the credit. But if that's very different, I didn't know that. If that's very different, if they weren't allowed to mention his name, that's very weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the link in the chat. I'm just gonna get it right now. I'm gonna post the link. If you just fill up the airtime for a second, I'm gonna find it, post it, and then we'll continue from there, because I think your audience needs to see what Tim Burchett said, and that changes my perspective of May completely. Nancy Mace knew or was asked to remove him and for people not to talk about him, and actually they kept trying to tell her that it was Jeremy Corbell that submitted it, and she was specifically avoiding saying it. So I'm gonna bring that up now. Let me just do a little search. I'll get it for you, and then we can talk again.
Well, yeah, I'll fill in people here on the Immaculate Constellation program for people that aren't familiar, that haven't followed all this. So again, this was a recent hearing. This was brought up where there was a whistleblower that supposedly was involved with this program called Immaculate Constellation. It was this database that certain people can access when they have the right clearances, that supposedly has a bunch of fairly high resolution video images, as well as descriptors of what's going on in the videos. So this is kind of like, it's more video, but it's high resolution data, and it's got descriptors as well along with the videos as to like what happened, the context as to like why the video was being taken, what shows up in the video, the opinions from people who have interpreted the videos. So it's this repository of information and data that shouldn't exist, essentially. And that's why it was such a big deal. And that he thought, well, shit, somebody should say something. Not everyone can see this. And so then he went to Michael, and Michael went and told everybody in the media, and then they brought it to Congress. And then what people didn't know, the connection that nobody really knew, was that Jeremy was the one that facilitated the meeting of this whistleblower with Michael and everybody else. And so Jeremy was the guy that facilitated all of this shit behind the scenes. And then that came out after the fact to me, and then he didn't get any credit. But I guess it may go deeper than that too, which is extremely interesting. But,
yeah, I've got the link for you, so I'm going to post that now.
Yeah,
I'm going to post that now, and I'm just going to be quiet while you bring that up on your stream.
Okay. Yeah,
so and then we can all watch that.
Good, let's do it.
Tim, can you tell me in the audience?
Here, I'm just going to full screen it. Okay.
Who it was brought the Immaculate Constellation documents to Congress to be submitted for public record?
Yeah, well, Jeremy Corbell actually had brought those to me earlier, and then there was, see, I'm not the chairman, and there was discussion earlier of, a discussion in that one of the members on the dais, and his name escapes me right now, like you said, it is early, but that he was the one who brought it. So there's going to be but Corbell is the one who originally brought it to me over a month ago.
So obviously, as you can see, Jeremy Corbell is doing God's work right now. He's releasing shit.
So you can see, actually, if you follow on with that interview, He actually says, and I can find you the rest as well, but he actually says that there were security reasons why we couldn't mention Jeremy Corbell's name.
Yeah, why is that now? That's interesting, huh?
So I don't really understand what's gone on there, but Nancy Mace basically blocked him on purpose. Not only that, if you watch the rest of those 3 videos that Jeremy Corbell put out, you actually see that he went and took the information, that 12-page document, to Nancy Mace before, not once but twice, right? So she was fully aware that it was him that had submitted it. It wasn't like a question, like she didn't make a mistake.
Yeah, she had an intention to cut him out of that equation. Yeah. Which, you know.
So what's the deal there? What's the deal? What I mean, and who's pulling her strings? Like, who's pulling Nancy Mace's strings to achieve that?
Well, I mean, there is a man who he's associated with that is pretty contentious and supposedly has pissed off people in government. His name starts with B, and his last name is misinterpreted sometimes as Laser. But I mean, I don't know if that would have anything to do with it. I mean, it could be. I mean, Jeremy, because I've watched all of the interviews that Jeremy's done with Joe Rogan. He's done a couple now. He's done, I think, 2 maybe, just him and Joe, and then he's done a couple. He did one with George. He did one with Bob. And he's mentioned a couple times that he's been talking to people behind the scenes. Ever since he got involved with Bob in that documentary, he got pulled into the whole disclosure movement. And he's been talking with people behind the scenes, and he's mentioned this, and he's almost like threatened at times in the last Joe Rogan interview that like this is just all going to start coming out soon. There's nothing they're going to be able to do about it. Like some of his rhetoric maybe has been taken the wrong way by people internally, where they're like, this guy might be a problem. That maybe that's something to do with it. Like he's talking with people that are firsthand witnesses to some of the stuff, whether it's biologics, material, whatever, physics of it. And that maybe that's what he's done. He's kind of kicked a couple hornets' nests. I mean, and he's one of the faces of this movement. He just is. So, I mean, that maybe he's pissed some of these people off.
It could be that he just annoyed some of them. It's very possible. He's not exactly the most softly spoken person you've ever met. I mean, that's we know that, right?
Yeah.
And he seems to be quite an emotionally driven person. But at the end of the day, I think most people know that he is doing a service to get, he helped get Luis Elizondo out, David Grosh out. Like it was all, we wouldn't be where we are today without the contributions that he's made. Fact. Like it's a fact.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah. No, it's very true. Yeah.
The problem is that all of this is connected. All of it is connected. And so now we have to go back to understand the connection to Bob Lazar.
Oh, Christ. Which is an interesting place to be. We were just talking about him again the other night. I mean, oh my fuck, yeah.
Why do we have to go back to Bob Lazar? Well, let's go back to George Knapp and the interview that took place with Lazar all that time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go there.
Bob Lazar, and me and Jim have had this conversation quite a few times now, right?
Yes.
And I think we've come to an agreement about Bob Lazar that, again, there's truth and there's some spurious stuff, and you're going to have to unpick it if you want to accept Bob Lazar as a honest actor in the whole discussion of ufology. But Bob Lazar has done 3 things that really make you wonder about his credibility for the good. Number 1, he has predicted, nuclear values that we did not know exist. Okay? Fact. That's just is how it is. Number 2, without him, we wouldn't even know Area 51 was a secret military base.
Yep.
Just fact. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
And the interesting one for me, and this is the third one that really connects the dots, and this is he was one of the first people to give us an explanation of what the metamaterials and back engineering tech that was taking place by the American government. Before that, it was really just, I saw a UFO. He was saying, no, the military have it, and we are actually actively working on it to reverse the technology. One other thing with Bob Lazar is that he took lie detector tests. That's not spoken about very often. I don't think many of our witnesses have taken lie detector tests.
No.
Right?
He took multiple. Yeah. He passed all of them.
The lie detector tests, one was inconclusive. The other two he passed.
Yes,
right?
yes, sorry. You are correct, yes.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that they actually came and took his lie detection results away from the guy that actually did the lie detector test. But what they didn't realize was that, I can't remember his name for now, but the guy that took the lie detector tests actually had backups, or had already sent the originals, and what they took were the backups, something like that. So it got put into, the public space that he had passed these lie detector tests. So whatever you think about Bob Lazar, whatever you think about him, and there is a load of negatives that we could discuss about, I don't know if you guys know, but a private eye investigated his private life, and there's some really effed up stuff going on there that is worse than Stephen Greer in his homosexual nudity pictures. Trust me.
Yeah,
right?
I've gone over it with people here before. Yeah, of all the stuff that was found, and yeah, they done.
Since the audience has grown, Jim.
I think so. I think we've touched on this. Yeah, he had some dark things in his past. For people that don't know, he unfortunately was involved in a very messy breakup, and unfortunately, his ex-wife ended up taking her life because of it. And they dug deep. They dug into his involvement back at Los Alamos, and that he was just running essentially like an illegal business out of Los Alamos, and that led to his termination. But I went over that just last week. I think we just talked about that again. But yeah. So they kind of got the background of some of the shit that's gone on. Yeah.
And then also part of the problems that I've had with him is that his physics doesn't add up, right? He's meant to be a brilliant chemist and a brilliant, maybe chemical physicist even, working on rocket engines. And, it's true that he had like a car that had basically rocket engines inside it, and had some crazy stuff that he'd created. It's true that he had materials of radioactive isotopes that were sitting in his house, and it's true that the FBI raided him. Whether he had some of these isotopes that he was claiming to have, God only knows. Right?
The 115, yeah.
Yeah, 115, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and I think...
we don't know. We saw a picture with some crumbs in it. That does nothing for me. I don't know what it does for you.
No.
It does nothing for me.
Wow.
And if ever you get to watch his video on how he explains the physics of his sports mode UFO that he had, it's really just sounds like meaningless trash. As a physicist, I don't buy into any of that crap. And gravity waves, blah blah blah. The fact that the gravity acts like a wave actually is now pretty much cemented in physics, right? We don't really. There are gravity waves. We've had experiments where we look at waves hitting different parts of the experiment to look at the behavior of that wave, the strength of that wave, the size of that wave, checking that if it matches our value of G, the gravitational field strength, etc., etc. So
yeah,
that's another prediction actually that wasn't necessarily known at the time that he made that is correct. But the rest of it is just shenanigans.
Well,
so
I think that's really where, when we first talked about this, however many months ago or a year ago, it was really important for you to chime in on that, because a lot of people don't have that background understanding. When Bob explains it to someone who's a layman, we don't know one way or the other. I mean, I'm somewhat familiar with the idea. There's a theory, gravitons was another theory that was out there, I think, right? That's pretty much been squashed now. Is that correct? Where There's no such thing as gravity.
No, not really. No,
Not entirely.
So
Okay.
this is no. Fields need to have an exchange particle. So, for example, the weak force has what we call a W plus, W minus, Z0 boson. The electromagnetic force has a photon that is exchanged, or light that is used to exchange. The strong force has gluons that are exchanged, and we also have the Higgs boson, which gives mass its mass. So this idea that gravity, which is a force, should have an exchange particle is still very much up for debate.
Oh, it is. Okay, interesting. All right, but his
the Higgs boson. So someone's written here it's called a boson Higgs. No, it's not. So boson is a group name for all exchange particles, and the Higgs is a type of boson, and the Higgs boson is not the exchange particle for gravity. It is a particular coupling of mass to space. So it gives mass its behavior of mass inside of space-time.
There you go. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Yeah, fuck. I mean, yeah, see, this is why you're here, Drunk, because you can give these explanations. This is what like people need to understand about it. This is the important part about his story, because like a part of it does rest on his interpretation. Although to Bob's credit, he has mentioned multiple times he is not the guy to interpret any of this. And that was an interesting thing that I thought about his conversation with Joe, is where he was like, I wouldn't have picked myself. He's like, why they picked me? He was like, I just essentially, was good at building rocket cars. And there would have been so many better people to throw at this. So then the explanation of, and I don't know, like, do you know about the Alcubierre drive, Drunk, of the warp engine?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay, I was going to say,
course.
So like, how similar is that idea to Bob's description of how the crafts function? Is it like it is different? I know I've heard people say it's not the same, but it's the same kind of idea, is it not? I don't fucking know. That's the thing. Like, I don't have the basic understandings to like be like, because
Do you watch Star Trek and think I'm seeing real physics here?
No.
That's about as close as it was.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. Well, that clears it up. All right. Okay. All right.
But if someone comes up with a version of warp drive, you would be like, yes, they already had that in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say like, there's a big difference between talking to an average person on the street about physics and actually talking to a physicist about physics. Right? As in, the level of explanation that you're going to need to give to discuss that is going to be significantly more focused. You can give a much broader explanation, and when you have a glass or a cup or a umbrella that's able to capture much more of the water, then you're more likely to be right, if that's a fair analogy. Whereas we're under a microscope, and I'm saying, well, I'm looking at this in detail, and I notice that none of this fucking makes any sense.
Yeah. Oh no, and that's why it's important to have people who are specialists in these areas. And it's like, and that's just hard for, I mean, like for me with Bob, the thing that I hung on with him, because I mean, obviously I don't have the background and the expertise to know when he's describing how the crafts work, if any of this is objectively fucking correct. I'd have to defer to like someone like you. But the thing about Bob's story that always got me were and these are anecdotes, although they did take videos of this craft flying around. On 3 occasions, he brought like half a dozen to a dozen people out to Papoose Lake to watch the craft fly around. And
that's full.
Yeah, I had a hard time grappling with because George interviewed all these people, and it's pretty hard to fake a fucking UFO flying around over a classified facility. Like, how the fuck would they manage that? But I mean, and we do have videos of it actually, although they're just very low resolution. But that was always the part for me too, where I was like, what the fuck? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that he worked on it, but he knew about it. So then, does the story connect?
They all agreed that they saw something that was not a normal plane, especially for those days. Think about it. We're talking about 50 years ago, basically 40 something years ago, right? So yeah, that was. They all said that they saw something that was, was doing stuff that they shouldn't been able to do. Didn't have visible propulsion, all the usual shenanigans that we hear about objects in the sky that our UAPs are considered. But so I want to dive us forward. So how is this all linked? Like, what's the link here? Like, okay, let's get to the nitty gritty. Okay,
let's do it.
What happens is with Bob Lazar is ultimately he got discredited, right? And actually, he didn't actually propel disclosure very far forward, or anywhere near as far forward as we were hoping, right? It ended up being a very small movement in the right direction, but mostly it got ignored. And that's because much of his credentials got discredited. Did he go to the university that he said he went to? Did he work in the job that he said he's meant to have worked in? He was missing. All his documentation had been completely scraped clean. It was pretty messed up. So it's the credibility really took a hit.
Yeah.
Some years go by, and we then end up with, I would say, the Dr. Stephen Greer period, right?
Yes, that's a good description.
And it really didn't allow people like me, who base their knowledge and understanding in science, to understand where the credible people were. All we ended up getting was a lot of witnesses and some very poor quality pictures. And so until 2012, but really 2017, when the information was released to the New York Times, and we actually had credible witnesses, multiple witnesses, people who are not part of ufology. Actually, David Fravor, for example, Dietrich, like talking about seeing the Tic Tac and it moving in a way that their planes had no chance of keeping up with. And we jump on board, and I think the majority of people jump on board.
Yeah, a lot of people.
And we start to get these. We start to move forward. We start to get these hearings. We get our first hearing with David Grush, another person who I think is really the key pinnacle point of the whole story, but ultimate the story so far anyway. Maybe Lou Elizondo as well, obviously because of the release of the gimbal video, the Tic Tac video, the Go Fast video back in that 2017 period. All right.
Yeah.
So the key part here is that up until that time, from 2017 onwards, it really was only based in science. It was a question if scientifically we could take legitimately the stuff that we were seeing. Can it do what it says it's doing? If we measure the information that we've been given on the videos, will it do what it says it's doing? And now we seem to have moved into a completely different period. And the period now is, it's not a question of science. It's not a question of science at all. It's a question of, do you believe me, bro? There is remote viewing and psionics and human trafficking of psionics. You're not asking me anymore, accept the scientific possibility that UAPs can do things that we don't understand that obey the laws of physics. You're now asking me to believe that there are things that basically we know in day-to-day life just does not exist, not testable, no evidence, no released evidence by the CIA that has any meaning that can be peer-reviewed.
No, there isn't. No.
I don't care if they've used it. I don't care if they've used it, Jim. I don't care if we watch a program with a fish and a guy wearing a metal hat tell me that it's happened. All right, it's not going to do anything.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. Yeah, and that's
it's still,
yeah.
Trust me, bro. It's still trust me, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you. It makes him, and when I say him, I'm talking about going back to the beginning of the story. It makes him sound like he was actually giving us a more legitimate representation of what was going on than we're getting now.
It does. Yeah. Yeah. Now,
where are you, Jim? Tell me, are you with the egg and the fact that they psionically can call the egg to travel at 10,000 miles per hour so fast that they can't even take a picture of it properly. Are you on that? Are you with them on that?
You've just got to believe. You've just got to believe. No, I mean, no. Listen, I mean, I'm an.
Where are you? Come on, I need this.
Yeah,
I need this because I can't do this.
I know
I
you
can't
can't.
do this. This is chucking me down the bin, mate.
I mean, yeah. Now, listen, I'm honestly right there with you. I, as someone who you know, and you have other friends that are also involved with philosophy who are obsessed with remote viewing. It's interesting. It's always just been interesting to me, right? But when it comes to this shit, when it comes to disclosure, I mean, yeah, we need like the physical proof, or we, at the very least, in regards to bringing forward like a whistleblower. Like, I'll tell you what I was anticipating when Ross made that statement back in January that he was going to have a special on News Nation and that there was going to be some big groundbreaking announcement. I was thinking, oh my God, they finally got someone from the hard sciences that is firsthand witness, that has firsthand, evidence of either biologics or materials or the physics of the craft. I was like, holy fuck, this is what we need. This is where the conversation needs to go now. And then we got Jake, and I was like, and I think this was kind of, people already kind of knew this was going to happen anyway, but there was going to be somebody that was involved in crash retrieval, right? So my hope is my hope was where from Crash where we were going to go, was we were going to get like someone in biology and physics and whatever, material science. Because I think that's what we needed to ground everything and then take that next step forward, right? Because
I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm in the same place where, listen, I love reading about remote viewing. I love hearing about people who can do psychic things. It's this like, what if this is the next step? It's cool to think about. You can do thought experiments. That's kind of the realm it's in, and it's fascinating, and the idea that you can reach out to aliens with just your consciousness alone, which we don't even really fucking understand objectively, is fascinating. But it's like, and you know what? I don't know if I told you this, but I caught Jake. So I have Jake Barber's Twitter page up here right now, right? So now I know all of the woo there is to know in ufology. If there's one thing that I've just read absolutely everything you can possibly think when it comes to woo. And I caught Jake Barber's Twitter. So he had just made it public. So this is right when the fucking News Nation thing dropped, right? Actually, it was before I think it came out that Jake's name, it was when they did the preview. So this is when they did the preview, the teaser, a couple days before it dropped. And Jake's name was out there on Twitter. I went to his Twitter, and the first fucking thing I did was, because we got a preview of, this is going to get woo. I went to who he was following, and he was only following 6 or 7 people. And Jake, brother, I got you, following the Galactic Federation of Light on Twitter, which is this idea that there's not just aliens, but there's this Galactic Federation, and people, channelers, contactees for years have talked about this, said, we're getting the Galactic Federation. They've got all these edicts and you should stop polluting the earth and all this shit, right? And it's something that's been out in ufology. And as you know, Drunk, Haim Ashed has mentioned this. Now, we don't have any basis for this other than woo, but he was following their Twitter pages full blown. Like woo, and everyone here knows that, right? And he was following them. So I already knew where this was going to go. I was like, okay. I know where Jake's oriented. Now, in the end, maybe this is true, but the problem is I think there's a lot of people, like you and others, and honestly me too, who have just wanted to try and attack this the most grounded way we possibly can. And after we know definitively with proof that we're dealing with, let's say hypothetically, another civilization, right? We got their bodies, we got their craft, then we can start approaching these other more metaphysical conversations.
Completely.
Completely. Yeah,
completely.
Yeah, that was, I know, I think we're the same page. And I was just like, man, what it does, and you're right, it's eroding people's faith in the process now. And it's not good. because they're starting to lose people, and we still need people here. So I got to do something quick. What the fuck?
I actually don't know what they're thinking, right? As in, did they really think that the majority of people who want disclosure are going to jump into the psionic human trafficking and the remote viewing as a, day-to-day, thing that we can, like, it's not approachable, guys. It's not approachable. And this process of disclosure, the job that you're trying to do, is counterproductive if you're going to come at it from a point of schizo woo-woo. I can't be there with you on that trip. I'm going to end up getting thrown back into, where's the body, where's the ship, don't come and talk to me till you got him. And that's not that productive, but you're giving us no choice. I want to answer, there's been a load of questions in the chat. Right?
Yeah, I see that.
So I'm just gonna go through a couple of them because there's just so many of them. Digical's asked if I saw the interview with Salvatore Pais and on Jesse Michaels. Yeah, the answer is yes. I have watched an interview. It's not the first interview he's done actually, and he came to prominence when a whole load of stuff was trying to be not copyrighted, but what's the right word? Protected. What do they call it when you protect a machine of some kind? It's not trademarked. It's not copyrighted.
No,
it's
I know. Yeah, I was gonna say copyrighted. That's not right either. Yeah.
My brain's just gone for a minute. But
patented,
right? Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
So, I got it. I got there, Digical. Right. So, so he came to prominence when he was trying to patent a load of like anti-grav stuff that, and triangle UFO stuff that shouldn't be possible. When he tried to patent it, they basically turned around because they've got a physicist on board in the patent office, and the physicist went, "Mate, this is not possible." So he then went and had to get a letter from the government to say, actually, yes, we've already got this physics and it is supported, which just set off a load of alarms, right? Set off a load of effing alarms. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's the physics knows that none of this is possible. You can't just come on and say we need it patented because it is possible when it goes against our current understanding of physics, right? So his name just came up as an alarm, right? On all of the UFO radars. I mean, it was just, he was everywhere. He wouldn't give an interview. We couldn't get him out on, and then all of a sudden, over time, he'd got convinced to do a couple of interviews. The interviews with him really were mostly not productive, in that he can't go through the physics with us because he's under massive NDAs. And there's not much that he can actually say in any meaningful way. So what he does is he dances around the topic, talking in a more general way about general relativity and special relativity, and none of it is particularly meaningful. It's not meaningful. So in terms of were the interviews useful in any meaningful way, I would say no. I don't think the Jesse Michaels interview, I don't rate Jesse Michaels as an interviewer in general. When he interviewed Hal Puthoff, I think he did a poor job. When he did an interview here with Salvatore Pais, I think he did a poor job. He doesn't know how to ask the right questions, and he lets people get away with too much stuff, either because he respects them too much or he's too heavily in the ufology himself. So he's already starting from a place that he's a believer in what they're saying, and he gives them the benefit of the doubt, and it takes away from what he needs to be asking to get to the critical questions. Whereas I've seen a lot better interviews more recently that on multiple people that just do a better job of getting to the critical questions.
He's a good conversationalist. Yeah, but in terms of like pinning people down, actually, did you know they're releasing the Hal Puthoff interview in its entirety? There's an hour longer they're going to release. There's another hour that they cut out of it.
Well, I mean, that needs to be done.
Yeah, I
That
know. It was some uncomfortable parts at Eric. I mean, Eric in that interview was great because he was really pushing for what people wanted to hear from Hal, and then he just wasn't playing ball at all. But
yeah, that's right. It wasn't playing ball, and then
No.
it all became a bit jokey. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I can make you $1 million, I can make you infinite money. You just need to follow one. It was just getting a bit stupid.
It's
like,
fucking.
You
I
know,
know,
one
yeah.
was Eric was trying to discredit him in a way, and Hal was like not taking it seriously, and so neither of them were. You know, they didn't have a real physics conversation. It was just like, you know, Eric would say, well, this isn't possible according to physics. And Hal would be like, that's what you think. And Eric would be like, but it isn't. And Hal would be like, but you just don't know. I mean, you should consider this and this. And Hal would be like, you know, and Eric would be like, okay. And then it would cut away into a solo interview between Eric and Jesse in the middle of the interview, just when they're getting to a critical part. And it was just badly cut, and it was badly done. And I was very frustrated with that interview. Very, very frustrated.
Yeah, he's had interviews in the past too where he just hasn't been transparent at all. But there's Galen TV asked a question here. Drunk, would you say the line for the woo has changed in recent years? That is, what was once considered woo is now not, and are there more things that were not considered woo that are now considered very woo?
I suppose it depends what you mean in terms of woo and now not. I think if you're saying, is there any developments in physics that have moved the concepts that were considered woo in the 1970s or 80s towards science? I would say yes. I would say there have been a few movements regarding our understanding of time, regarding our understanding of symmetries, which is a really interesting one, and regarding our understanding of the behavior of space and quantum mechanics and the relationship to quantum mechanics. You wouldn't speak about it in those terms when you were talking about woo stuff in the 1970s, 60s, 70s, whatever. But you know, the development of quantum mechanics basically gave objects what feels like conscious decision, but it's not, in like whether you're behaving like a wave or a particle. And so before we would just joke about that like it's pathetic, but now it has moved that topic slightly into physics. But the stuff that was completely bananas woo has stayed completely bananas woo. I would say that there was like a fringe woo, and there was like completely loopy bananas woo, right? And the fringe stuff has moved a tiny bit, and the loopy stuff has moved nowhere. It's just as mad and loopy as it's always been. I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to psionic shit, in regards to channeling, and I mean that's really honestly what we have to get at with this. Ultimately, that is kind of what's going on now. This is, I mean, you know, they went to that place in that interview with News Nation with Jake and with his team. I mean, the guy stated that he, in this altered state, didn't just send a telepathic message out to Skinny Bob to show up, but that he was actively engaged in manipulating and moving the craft towards them. Which
this is bananas. This is correct. This is crazy shit.
Yeah. And, you know, well, because I was trying to think, because, I mean, obviously, in looking through remote viewing, I know the basic history of it, and I know what some of these, I've read through a lot of the documentation. I've read through a lot of the experiments that they've done, whether it's at the Monroe Institute or the time before the Monroe Institute, which is Ingo Swann, and, you know, some of the stuff the CIA tasked Ingo with. I couldn't remember reading anywhere that they tried to instruct the remote viewers at any point in time to try and pilot a fucking UFO. I mean, I've never even heard of that before, ever. And like, I've been exposed to all of this stuff. And so it's like, what in the fuck? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
Sorry, not to cut you up.
No.
Something needs to be clarified here. When I say specifically that it's bonkers, it's not the fact that he's using his mind to communicate with the ship that's bonkers. I mean, we've got Elon Musk showing that people can have electrodes in their head and they can communicate with machinery, right? If you have a direct pattern. And let's pretend that we could develop that so that we had a wireless signal. Even though your brain signal was super, super weak, imagine that we had a device that could just attenuate itself to pick up your specific brain pattern or brain frequency. I could even buy into that. I could buy into that. What I don't buy into is the fact that they're saying, oh yeah, it can come closer. Well, why don't you make it land? Make it land right in front of you. Why does it have to come closer at 10,000 miles per hour so that we can barely get a picture of it? Like, what are you talking about here? Like, you can do something, but only in a specific way so that none of us can actually detect it. What, you know, it's just such a circumstantial piece of shit. Like, it's not meaningful. It's not meaningful.
Yeah. That's the problem. That's my problem too, and it's been my own problem with some of the, like for instance, I have this up. Well, this is a page that Jake, for people that don't know, was following, which is the Galactic Federation sharing telepathic messages of peace, unity, and cosmic wisdom to guide humanity toward harmony and enlightenment. Together we rise and evolve. That sounds wonderful. Manifestation. It's not just wishing. Anyway, fucking. Where was the post? I just had it up here. Anyway, let me go back. But it was Jake was sharing something from right here. So Chris Bledsoe, this guy we just watched. Chris Bledsoe is this modern day prophet who cured some child sickness, brought some dead guy back to life, and healed his dog. Right? And people within government, within the CIA, within NASA are all on board that he's talking to fucking aliens. And then, you know, I know maybe this isn't correct, but I think Mick West, although I have my problems with Mick, just may have shown that one of his recent summonings was the fucking ISS going across the night sky, which is like, God damn it. But same with him. It's like, well, I talk to them every night and they come and they show themselves to us. It's like, and I know how to turn the copium up to 100 too in this argument, but it's like, well, why can't they come a little bit fucking closer? It's like, Chris, brother, next time you talk to them, be like, boys, could you we're going on like, what is it, 80 fucking years now since Roswell? It's like, could you bring it a little bit closer so we could at least?
I mean, it's a joke. It's laughable. It's laughable. Yeah. Like, we can only just do it so that you can't see it or detect it. Dude, like, just stop with that. Stop with that shit. Like, no one needs that. No one needs that. If you could make this thing land in front of you because you've got actual communication with it, then get back in contact with me. Not some blip that you can only detect with. Like, it's just, I don't even know. I don't like. What is that? Another question here is Terrence Howard of the sentient laser beam bear any weight? So first of all, Terrence Howard has got no clue what he's talking about. He barely understands maths. Never mind any science. Okay. Did he create some nice patterns? Yeah, he did. They look super pretty. It's still impressive. Like, from an art perspective, I think he did something really cool. From a maths and science perspective, he looks like he's just an idiot. Like, I got no time for that. The one thing I will say is about the sentient laser. Do you know what this is about, the sentient laser, by the way, Jim? You might really like this. It's quite wooey. I think you'll quite like this.
Wait, this is.
Have you ever looked up DMT laser?
Oh, yes. We watched that where he looks into the fucking laser and sees the numbers. That's
the one, right? So this is what this is referencing, right? In that people, I don't know if you know, people can take some magic mushrooms, some psilocybin. it messes around with your consciousness, and that altered consciousness state allows you to see numbers inside a laser, or it's not even numbers, it's like a language inside the laser. Like, I'm not even sure.
It's DMT too. It's not psilocybin. It's the
you're right.
Chemical your brain
literally DMT.
Yes, it's literally DMT.
It's literally DMT. You're right. You're absolutely right. But they take magic mushrooms, so it is kind of psilocybin, because it is magic mushrooms that they use to alter the conscious state. Or am I wrong?
You can alter your conscious state with mushrooms, but they smoke DMT. It's a chemical.
Do they actually directly smoke it? I take it back.
It's literally your brain secretes it. That's like when we dream. It's a small secretion of dimethyltryptamine. You literally create it in a lab and then smoke that biochemical. It's identical to what your brain secretes. So you're in this like fucking tripping out like on dream juice. Essentially, is what it is.
But they're awake and they're smoking DMT and then seeing weird stuff in the laser. And so what's interesting is a couple of scientists. I don't know if you saw this video. You probably did. A couple of scientists who are really like didn't believe them. Actually, they recorded the whole process. and they did indeed still see what was claimed, which was interesting.
When did this happen?
Yeah.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, that actually happened. Yeah.
Oh, crap. Well, brother, there's only one way to find out, I guess, huh? I'll have to get a hold of something.
Yeah, time to start smoking some DMT. I do not condone the smoking of DMT.
No, we don't. We don't here, Twitch. Don't play. No, it's an illegal substance. Do not. Oh, it's kind of crazy because your brain does naturally produce it, but yeah, fuck. I mean, yeah, I didn't know they actually. Okay, isn't that weird? What could that mean?
Yeah, but I mean, but like, what does that actually mean? I mean,
well, that's
they've done DMT. They're not like in their own. They're not in a normal state of mind, so you can see anything in it.
Well, but
you know what I mean? Like,
well, but let's construct an experiment though. How hard is this? Okay, here's the experiment right now. Okay, when you're under it and you see the symbols, write the symbols down. Okay, if the next guy goes under, he's gonna write the symbols down. Do they not have a pen and paper around?
I don't think they write the same symbols down. I don't think they write the same symbols, and they're beeth the problem. But I don't know that. I don't know that for sure. But I think that's what's happened. They didn't write the same.
Just right. You'd literally be able to solve that. You'd be able to figure that out like in a night. You'd be like, oh, all your symbols are different. They're not even close. Or if they all got the same symbols, we'd be like, fuck, like what's going on here, right? So that would be it. Yeah, that would logically be the first thing I'd fucking do. The first thing I would do is I would write down what I saw, and then I would go and compare notes. And if it's radically different and it's all just a bunch of gibberish, it's like, yeah, we cooked our noodles for a little bit. That was fun. Time to move on to the next experiment, right? Like, oh, fuck yeah! You're completely twatted though if you're writing the symbols down, man. But like, you should be able to, like, if you're still like you're probably buzzing pretty hard, man. But like, they could manage
it. Hand-to-eye coordination. You might just write a load of tosh down for all you know. You're not your brain's swimming in DMT, so God only knows.
He could manage one symbol. Yeah.
I've got another question here. It says, "Do you believe in Do you believe in Project Bluebeam, and do you think the CIA blowies are setting it up?" No, I don't. I don't actually. I don't believe in Project Bluebeam. I think it's crap. To be honest with you.
Yeah, that's a hologram one, right? That's a holographic. They create a holographic projection of an alien invasion. Which, I mean, again, like, where are we getting the energy to do that exactly to that degree?
Yeah, Dan. 2027, my friend, it's coming. Holographic projection.
Yeah. Well, it's literally.
No, I think it's all trash. I think it's trash.
Did you see the 3-body problem? You saw that, didn't you? You must have saw that.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah. That's literally the fucking. I think somebody may have fed Jeremy the 3-body problem. That's what it sounds. They're slowly approaching us, like 400 years away in the 3-body problem, these solar sails. I was like, it sounds like the 3-body problem. I fucking hope that's what it is. I mean, it's pretty. We were just going over that here again. Like, what's his name again? Chris Bledsoe has this thing where he thinks something's going to happen next year. But anyway, fucking yeah. Oh, I'm trying to read through the chat here too, I guess.
I'm getting loads. There's loads of questions here. So they've asked me what's my opinion on the moon landing. Okay.
Oh, fuck.
So the moon landing happened. It's a real thing. I know that I've seen them. Did you ever watch them do the trampoline? Did you ever see the trampoline video?
Did I? I don't know. Oh, this is, yeah, I think yes. I mean, we can. Yeah.
Look, you can't fake the dust falling at speeds of 1.6 meters per second, which squared, which is the speed that objects fall on the moon. Yes, they could have faked with some string and some whatever, themselves bouncing around, but there's lots of other indicators. You know how detailed they would have had to have been to recreate the moon landing so that it was fake. I don't think you understand. And you're not just faking an average guy. It's not just some average schmo that watches and goes, that's real. It looks really real. You're managing to convince all the physicists who understand the basics of how objects move inside a different gravitational field. And it would have been cheaper just to send them to the moon than it would have been to fake that. It's a nonsense. It's a nonsense. I love it all. I love hearing it. I love listening to it. Oh, how did the flag wave? And the light that was coming in. How was the shade when they were behind the Earth at the time? And all this bullshit.
We can see the flag now, right, through a telescope as well. You can see with a powerful enough telescope, you can see some of the shit. Like they're on the moon. Yeah, I think everybody here knows that.
And you've got a mirror on the moon actually, so you can measure the distance of the moon. They use a laser to bounce it off this mirror, and they can measure, because the moon doesn't stay a constant distance away from the Earth while it rotates around, and so we measure that. We're constantly measuring that distance. Like, come on, guys, come on. The moon landing stuff. We need to move on with that. It's shenanigans. So I think a more interesting question is: was the American government truly transparent with their process of getting people to the moon, and the debate as why we found it so difficult now when we've got 50 years, 60 years better technology? Like, how does that make any sense? And there are good answers to all of this. I'm not going to go into it here, but there are good answers to why it's still difficult to land on the dark side of the moon, and why it's a complex process getting to the moon.
Or in the dark side as well. Like what China actually just went again recently they went through the whole they took pictures of the whole thing. But it's some people think in the dark side there's remnants of shit that they're obscuring and obfuscating, and who knows? I mean, NASA has a bit of a precarious history when it comes to being completely transparent with stuff like that. So who knows, right? I mean, we don't know ultimately. But what is this? We got something to pull up here. You've heard the moon was a hologram. Is this a valid take, brother? You're just fucking trolling. You fucking.
Oh, dude,
brother.
Do you know? Interestingly, if the moon was a hologram, we wouldn't have tides on the Earth.
No.
What happens is that we get a bulge on both sides of the Earth. One on the side of the sun, because the sun attracts the water towards it as well, and fluids move differently in gravitational fields than solids, right? In that we don't warp as much, and the other side where the moon is, as the moon moves around, it causes an attraction, a bulge, but it's basically bulges of water in particular areas on the Earth, and so we wouldn't have tides without them. So it just, like, if it was a hologram, you'd know, guys. You can chill out, relax about the hologram. The recent thing that there's a base on the moon. I don't know if you saw the square that they've shown as well, the rectangle.
That's on Mars. That's on.
Oh, was it on Mars?
It's on Mars.
I just saw pictures. They were black and white. I just assumed they were the moon. I just was like, oh.
No, it's on. It's in Cydonia. It's supposed around Cydonia. Yeah, it's where they found that. Yeah. Who knows?
Do you think that there is an alien base on Mars where we are already like doing experiments with aliens and?
I don't know.
Underground bunker there.
That's the thing. Well, yeah, I have no idea. That's the thing. I mean, all I know is that, there's a guy is a physicist named John Brandenburg, who's a professor at the University of Florida. He still teaches, I believe. And he was convinced after they took the face back in the 70s, he was working at a lab somewhere out in the Southwest, and he and a group of scientists said, that's really fucking interesting. We should obviously go back. And so he was one of the guys who petitioned for NASA to go back and take more photos of Cydonia back in, I think, was it the 80s or was it 90s when they actually took a higher resolution photo of it again. And they went back and took a photo, and it didn't look the same. And anyway, he tells stories that behind the scenes, they were all freaked the fuck out that there was other data they collected to suggest that there may be some other, like, not the face isn't really the important object. There's other objects around Mars that are of great interest, and they avoid Cydonia. And John also, there's Xenon 129. There's a shitload of it up in the upper atmosphere of Mars, and like a ridiculous amount of it. And he and some of his other buddies, well, there's two explanations. Supposedly, one is that's created through nuclear detonations, or some high impact event, supposedly like a comet or something. So John's theory is, well, we might have remnants on Mars that are millions of years old and almost indiscernible. And maybe that makes sense in that some ancient civilization destroyed themselves with nuclear weapons, and that's why there's so much Xenon 129. There's other explanations out there though. Like it's not. There's other avenues you can go. And last time I checked John's Twitter, he was talking about how he. And now, listen, people maybe just speak spiritually sometimes. He was talking about how he was convinced that his cat had a soul, and he was really upset that someone else's dog had died and that its soul's gone to heaven. And he was just speaking really weirdly. I don't know if he's kind of gone off the rocker a little bit. But, whatever. I'm not to judge him, but that's the last. You can read his book. It's Mars fucking War or some shit. I pulled that up here before. Right. I don't fucking know. I know that after this is the only interesting anecdote I know of, and unfortunately, it does tie in remote viewing. But after they found the face, so it's in the mid 70s, they went to the Monroe Institute. So Bob Monroe was a psychiatrist, and he opened this institute to study parapsychological things like remote viewing. They were training Joe McMoneagle, right? So he was involved in the military, and the army went and gave Bob Monroe a tasking for Joe. And after they did the session, they opened up the fucking envelope and it said Mars a million years BC. And it's like, why the fuck was the army in 1983 going to Mr. Woo Woo, who they typically didn't want anything to do with at the Monroe Institute, and give him that tasking? I was like, is there more data that we're not privy to that they know about? Otherwise, I have no fucking idea. That's the thing. It's like, there's nothing like super compelling. Like we haven't found like a car or some shit, right? It's like maybe some people think there's maybe pyramidal type structures, and maybe there's a connection.
It could all be cloaked, right? I mean, you're talking about alien tech.
Well, fuck yeah, you can concoct any. That's the thing. Like you can go anywhere with it. There's never ending. I mean, it's like
we just back to the parrot on my shoulder that only I can see.
Well,
like, you're never going to be able to have an argument where we can disprove or prove. There's always going to be, but I would have been able to see it by now. But what if they had cloaking? Well, but then we would have been able to see maybe, some effects of the building structure. But what if they did it underground? Like it's just a continuous, scenario of you're going nowhere.
It
Harry,
can be thought experience,
Calvarium, I have not blocked you. I don't know why you think I have. I haven't blocked you. Golf prohibited. Drunk physics. Was Terry A. Davis a saint or a prophet? Oh, you joker. Okay, so for those people that don't know,
do you know who he
Terry
is? Okay, I didn't fucking know who he was. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, Terry made Temple OS and then went bananas. That's what happened. I don't know a massive amount about him. He originally made an old operating system and then had some kind of like epiphany and went completely fucking loopy. Like, so no, he's not a saint or a bloody prophet. He just went fucking nuts. And I think that's where the Glowies reference was from as well, because he was claiming that the CIA were like watching him and stuff, and he was fucking nuts. Like he was a nut job. I don't have anything positive to say about him. To be fair, I don't know enough about him as well. I know he got sick. That was about it. I can't really. If someone's got like some deep thing that I need to look at, feel free to link me and I'll go and take a look at it. But as far as I'm aware, he's a complete loop nut that did something cool and then lost it.
Damn it.
I've answered the moon being hollow. That's not, okay. So it's two questions: the moon being hollow and the moon being a hologram. I've answered about the moon being a hologram. I haven't actually answered about the moon being hollow.
Dyson sphere
again.
Have you heard that one?
Yeah. So if it was just like an outer crust and the inside was complete, complete emptiness,
or it's a white dwarf. Or it's a white dwarf inside. I've heard that one recently. What if it's a Dyson sphere? What if there's a white dwarf inside of the moon? Well, if that was the case, we'd all be fucking dead.
Massive gravitational constant.
I know.
I don't know what we're talking about here.
We'd all be fucking dead.
If that was the case, you wouldn't actually see the moon go around the Earth. What you would notice is that the Earth and Jupiter and many of the other planets would be affected by the gravitational plane of our moon.
Oh, God.
So.
I know people.
So that's they're just silly, really. They're just silly. Like, I think if you understand some basic physics, you'd understand how silly they are. Oh, I've got a link here. Do you want to play the link, or is it just specifically for me? It says Bill O'Reilly would like a word with you.
Where is he? Oh, Bill O'Reilly. Oh my heavens! I can play that.
of a man that was built by a man?
I'll tell you why it's not a scam, in my opinion. All right? Tide goes in, tide goes out. Never a miscommunication. You can't explain that. You can explain why the tide goes in.
Tide goes in, tide goes out.
See, the water, the tide comes in and it goes out, Mr. Silverman.
Maybe
it
it's
always
Thor
comes in
on top of
and it
Mount
goes
Olympus who's making the tides go in and out.
No, but you can't explain
a scam and a
that.
myth are the same. The
You can't
myth and
explain it.
religion are the same thing.
You can't explain the tides going in and out. Jesus Christ, that guy. Oh my fuck. It's quite.
It's basic science, guys. It's basic science. It's taught. I mean, it's taught in secondary school in the UK. You know, it's not. I don't need to go into detail. I've explained that the sun's gravitational pull and the moon's gravitational pull causes bulges of the sea as they rotate. As we rotate, the bulges remain pointing at those, you know, the moon and the sun. Sorry. So you know, that causes these to occur. If you want to go into more detail, feel free to look online. I don't feel under any obligation to go into detail. There's nothing spectacular here that needs deep explanation.
No, it's very scary that we have people with that kind of an audience reach, or that didn't understand that. I mean, it's just very disturbing. But anyway,
Science is cancelled.
Science, fucking Christ, yeah.
Just to round up, because I came on here with a lot of like frustration.
Yes.
Just to round up the problem that I think we face in the coming few days, and that is that the line blurring the bad and the good actors and the people that are trying to help disclosure and the people trying to frustrate disclosure has become very blurred. And I think there are a lot of people who are for disclosure who are becoming misguided and making some very poor decisions at the moment about how to release this data to the public in a way that maintains the support that we need. If you're making Bob Lazar look like a positive actor in the process, then we've already lost.
Yeah, they need to
right
take.
Now, Bob Lazar looks pretty good compared to some of the stuff we're watching at the moment.
It needs to take a step back, and they need to refocus their efforts on trying to desperately. I know they've been trying to get people that are involved in the hard sciences in the conversation. I know that George and Jeremy, and I think even Ross has kind of intimated this, said they've been working to try and get some of these people behind the scenes who maybe can really move this conversation forward to come forward, but they're just very scared. And that's potentially the reality of this. You're dealing with the military industrial complex. There's a lot of money involved. There's power structures involved that'll be upset. People are fearing for their lives. I can understand all that, but just we desperately need to get the people coming forward that at the very least can speak to biologics, material science, physics. And I think I
think the biggest question of the modern era for disclosure are, where are the scientists?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Because we know they're out there. We've been told they're out there. We get some, trust me, bro. But at this point, we do know they're out there because there's been far too many people from within government, within private industry that have implied this. So, I mean, at this point, I think many people are confident that they're out there. It's just, they just need to step forward. Maybe even one of you are listening to the stream, because if you watch Twitch, this is the only channel on Twitch that talks about this shit. So listen, I mean, probably don't talk to me. That's not the best avenue to come forward, but reach out to Ross, or, I mean, if you want to talk to me, Jesus Christ, don't get me involved in this spy game shit. But I mean, at the end of the day, we just need you guys to step forward now. I mean, and once we can just get a solid basis listen, if we know definitively with conviction that they're here, whether it's one group or multiple groups or whatever, we can then start to look at, okay, well, how do we communicate with them? And then we can start going into these metaphysical avenues, right? But that's exactly it, Drunk. We need to keep everybody involved, and it's one foot in front of the other, and they just took a jump forward, and now people are falling back. I think that's literally what's happening.
I do think that the Woo stuff could be accessible if we actually had a ship and some aliens. Everyone's mind would open up completely.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But we need to get, like, even I saw some progress at one point on the metamaterials. If Stanton Freeman was alive, he would really be helping us out right now, because this was his area. Keeping stuff with a scientific context and staying logical was how Stanton Friedman contributed to ufology. And there really is nobody that's kind of replaced him. Arguably, the biologist, what's his face? The biologist that's
Gary Nolan.
Nobel Prize. Huh?
Gary Nolan.
Gary Nolan, yeah. Arguably, Gary Nolan has taken that place, but Gary Nolan is not a physicist. And, you know, he's not going to be able to talk to us about, you know, how anti-gravity works or how anti-gravity is possibly going to work. He's not going to be able to have a conversation with first-hand scientists on that, in that perspective. Like, you know, the people that could do it aren't really involved anymore. Like Jacques Villée is someone who could do it for us, right?
Yeah, but
Jacques Villée has
I mean, you know this, but Jacques speaks in riddles. Like, I don't know. I mean, at least Jacques is great, but Jesus, I mean, I've heard this from other people that have had conversations with him though, but he's very Stanton, just like, he just had this way of approaching it and communicating the phenomena, and he was just about the data too. But
I'm going to put this out there. I've had a conversation with Jacques Villée.
Yes. Yes. I think you should put that out there. Yeah.
I've had a conversation with Jacques Villée.
Yeah. And
there are people that will corroborate that that's happened. I've had a conversation with Jacques Villée.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
And as Jim is saying, it's true. He speaks in riddles. It's hard to understand what he means, because I think he has such a vast knowledge of weird woo areas that are completely beyond me, that he connects those dots together in a way that I can't comprehend. So when you try and have a conversation with him, it's a bit more difficult.
Well,
but you can have a science conversation with him. But
he's an astronomer and a computer scientist. We should be able to, though. Listen, I know all the woo shit, and even I have a hard time, like, anyway.
Can or will you give us your take on the convo with him in general? All good if not. I was asking him some basic questions regarding ufology. It's not. I don't want to go into too much detail, to be honest, because these conversations are all done in a context of privacy. They're not done in an open format or forum. It's not a open forum for everybody to look at. So you know there is a lot of what's the right word? It's not secrecy, because that's not really the right word, but discretion, isn't it? I think that's the right word, discretion, Jim.
Yes, yeah, I would say so. Yeah. It's
done with a lot of discretion, because, you know, if he opened himself up to everybody, he'd be overrun with people trying to talk to him, and, you know, they'd get nowhere, and his phone would blow up with 1 billion messages or phone calls, and he doesn't want that. Nobody wants that.
No. And I mean, yeah, he's I mean, I've read his works. I haven't read all of them, but I've read some of his works. I mean, you know, in regards to metaphysics, like in philosophy, or these metaphysical concepts, or Passport to Magonia was an insane book. I mean, Jacques was a really accredited guy, and he was involved with Blue Book and Hynek, and he put out Passport to Magonia in fucking, like, what, 1969? Like, that would have just been... People would have just thought he was fucking out to lunch back in the day, like at universities with that book. So he has been on the cutting edge of that side of the conversation. So really, in regards to what's going on with all this psionic stuff, I'd be really curious as to what he thinks. But, you know, another thing, Jacques is likely he's extremely wealthy. I wager he is very wealthy. He was there, with all the first guys at Silicon Valley. I mean, the money this guy would have. Jacques would probably have firsthand knowledge of this whole thing. I would imagine he's probably been around the block and probably he gave materials to Gary Nolan. So, I mean, he knows with a conviction that we don't, but that's not really helpful to everybody else, right? If they showed him the bodies or whatever, anyway, yeah. But
Look, you know, at the end of the day, we need credible scientists who are prepared who have a public front-facing image, who are prepared to have conversations with people who claim to be scientists in, first-hand witnesses or scientists that have investigated metamaterials, or it's very compartmentalized. Don't think that there's going to be one scientist who's hung that's another reason why I struggle with some of the old discussions about what's taken place, because what's more likely to happen, right? If you were to talk about how the government would actually deal with this, it's more likely that they would take a piece of a ship, right? And then they would send it completely unacknowledged so that you wouldn't know what it was, to a scientist to have it spectroanalyzed. So they would just take this thing, they wouldn't have a clue what it was. It was just asked by the government, can you investigate what this is and give us a spectroanalysis of what this is made up of? And then it's so that they wouldn't actually know that it was coming from a back engineered ship. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the idea that Bob Lazar was like looking at all the parts of the ship and they were working out how it works together, I would struggle with that a little bit still. I have issues with that, because it's more likely that they would take a picture of just one tiny thing on the ship and then send it to someone and say, what do you think this is? Right? One board, one image, one microscope image, one electron microscope image. And then they would send it to scientists and they'd say, what is this? NDA, sign it. Now tell us what you think this is.
Right.
Here's a shit ton of money for doing that.
Right. Yeah.
So no one scientist would know or be able to connect with another scientist as to what it is they're investigating, and would no longer be able to tell you that we've actually looked firsthand at back engineered technologies. Right?
Yeah.
So really what we're looking for is not just necessarily scientists who claim that they've seen first-hand technologies or trying to back engineer technologies. We're looking for scientists who have been asked with NDAs to look at metamaterials by the United States government. That's what I would be looking for.
And we're presuming they're out there. And I mean, it's just trying to find them. And there was, again, all of these leakers that have come out anonymously, again, the Jake Barber meme is very interesting. If Jake's telling the truth, which again, we don't know, but we're going to assume for a second that he is. When he went to Congress and told them what was happening, and that he was fearing for his safety because he knows these people, and he's like, well, I'm worried about the safety of me and my family. And then Congress turns around and says, oh my God, you're special operator. Could you, we've been getting threats for the last year or 2 years from these people, right? Could you guys protect us? And that scared the shit out of him, where he's like, the government literally just told me that they're worried for their own safety. And I've approached you because I'm worried about my safety. So now I'm going to try and protect you guys, and no one's protecting me. How does that make potential future whistleblowers feel coming forward? They're not going to, and this is literally what was reiterated by, I believe it was the EBO scientist. I don't know if it was the first one or the second one that was a bit more legitimate than the other. That was on Reddit, but that was extremely well written. I mean, just, and this is right when ChatGPT kind of launched. So I use ChatGPT daily in conversations, and the syntax of those sentences, I can just tell that the guy that wrote that is very intelligent. So at the very least, it gives me some confidence. It could be a really high level LARP. But that EBO scientist literally stated that verbatim. He said, I believe it was EBO scientist, I don't trust Congress to protect me. I don't trust that system to protect me from coming forward. So all you're ever going to get from people that have had hands-on, whether it's to do with materials or biologics, are these anecdotes anonymously. And it was a really interesting anecdote, right? And that's literally what happened, where he was recruited. He didn't know what he was working on. He wasn't told what he was working on. He just went through, and then obviously after working on it, realized this isn't fucking human, right? But it was a really interesting story. But that concerns me. His testimony really concerns me in trying to bring more people forward here that have firsthand witness to these materials or the physics or whatever. In that he essentially just told, as he mentioned in Jesse's video, which some people thought was cringe, but whatever, he literally is like the boogeyman. He's one of these tier 1 type operators. I mean, if he's fucking worried about his safety coming forward, how is someone like a Gary Nolan who doesn't have that skill set going to come forward with any confidence. They're gonna look at their cushy life, right? They probably make a lot of money. They probably, they're probably set up pretty well. Why would you go and jeopardize the safety of your family, your wealth, everything? I mean, what's the incentive? I mean, to enlighten the world, that's pretty important, but is it worth risking your life now that you know from Jake that you're not going to get the necessary protections you need in the event that this terrible entity in the military industrial complex decides to say, yeah, fuck this guy, he probably shut his mouth, and then they end up shutting his mouth. Like, is that worth it? Probably not. So that was the other problem for me with the Jake Parber interview, where I was like, fuck, like that's probably that's gonna really stifle people coming forward. That when I heard that, I was like, shit. I was like, fuck, these idiots. Like, anyway, that's my concern. But yeah.
One of the other things that I think we need to consider is if we were to accept some of the stuff that we're being told at the moment, psionics, remote viewing, and any other kind of consciousness-based superpowers that you can come up with. Where would that put the human race when it comes to our approach to day-to-day discussions, events, objects, things we do, things we think about, so like, for example, if there is some kind of high conscious internet that's taking part, does that mean when I have just a standard thought that it's now being accessed by aliens? Are my thoughts my own, right? It comes back to the tin hat wearing crap. That's what it's pushing people back towards, right?
Well,
because it's like, dude, your consciousness is actually accessible by whatever. Could be UFOs, UAPs, aliens, other people. I don't even know, right? And you're going to send people back into this, like, I need to be wearing tin hats to stop people reading my brain patterns, and this is bananas. This is the problem. Like, I can't move forward here because it sends us back to the world where people were wearing tin hats.
Well,
that's where it sends us back.
That's my bend with some of the woo when it comes to things like the abduction phenomena, is you go back to like this philosophical idea from Descartes, this Cartesian evil demon, right? Where, I mean, you can doubt almost everything other than the fact that you exist, but if you've got these entities and these stories pulling people through walls, manipulating their consciousness, pulling thoughts out of their head, reading their thoughts. I mean, there's all of these terrible scenarios. You could drive people into a madness. And that's, you're exactly right with that, where it's like that could quite literally become a meme. If when people are digging into this, they're like, well, you got to think logically that if you're connecting your thoughts out there to them, what's stopping them from just getting into your head anytime that they want, all the time? Right?
Why didn't I accidentally drop one of these massive eggs on my front lawn by accidentally thinking the wrong way? Or why has no one done that? Like, oh, whoops. I was just thinking about scrambled eggs and suddenly, Eggy Man turned up at my front door. I wasn't expecting it. It flew over my house at 20,000 miles. Like, it's nonsense. Come on, it's not okay. It's not okay. It doesn't move things forward. And I think the people, the interviewers, the people that we trust to do good interviews and good journalism have let us down a little bit. They should have stayed focused on the task at hand and not the woo questions. We're not ready for that stuff. It's not ontological shock. It's more let me put it another way. I want to put it another way to people so they can understand, right? If I've learned quantum mechanics and I've got a 6-year-old and my 6-year-old comes to me and says, Dad, explain to me what this quantum mechanics stuff is, right? There's nothing I can say that's going to be able to explain it to them. Not in any meaningful way. Not in any way that they're going to be able to understand. Right? it's not that quantum mechanics isn't real or isn't possible or isn't, thought provoking. It's that at the current stage of their development of physics and mathematics, the gap is so far between where they are and where they need to be able to explain it, that it's just magic to them, and it's not going to have any meaningful explanation.
Yeah. I mean,
so
yeah.
My answer to this, right? So my answer to this is that it is the job of the journalists to feed us the information in a way that allows us to make small steps into a place where one day we could understand inverted commas quantum mechanics, in this case the woo, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, if you don't take us with you, we will never get there. So
that's a good way of putting it.
I appeal to all of the journalists out there. I appeal to all of you. Even if one of you is listening to this chat, please go back and focus on the science. Bring us back to a place where we're focusing on getting the pictures, getting the metamaterials, getting the evidence, getting the first-hand witness scientists, getting the first-hand witness military personnel. I'm not interested in whether you can summon an egg with your brain. It's not helping.
Yeah. I mean, And I mean, quantum mechanics and some of the potential conclusions that can be drawn from that are very ontologically shocking as well. So, I mean, yeah, although some of this stuff is also ontologically shocking, but yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I see Harry has asked a question, serious question. My aunt used to do doctor work in Africa, and people seriously believe in curses over there, where they will feel pain and the pain will go away when the doctors perform rituals. Do you think there is something to this? One case, this woman believes she was cursed to have a bullet manifested in her gut, and no painkillers worked, only shaman witch magic. The placebo is incredibly powerful, Harry. It's incredibly powerful phenomena.
The placebo effect is a very powerful effect, but the answer is no. I don't believe in it. But you know what? Let me ask you a question, Harry. Right? I have this with my own mum. My mum believes in homeopathy. I don't know if you know what that is. Homeopathy is this belief that if you take a drop of a particular herb like nightshade, which would normally be poisonous or deadly, and then you put it with 1 part to 1,000, and then you mix a drop of that with another 1 part to 1,000, that when you take this new memory water that they've created, that it will heal you in some way. Okay. And my mum's got eczema, right? Psoriasis even.
Yeah.
And she will take the homeopathic medicine and it works. And she says to me, see, homeopathy is real. It works. Look what's happened to my psoriasis. I put steroid cream. It didn't work. I've taken the homeopathic medicine. It's worked. Right. Microdosing nightshade, basically. Yeah, I would agree. It's very, very, but it's so tiny that 1 in 1 billion atoms is actually nightshade. So it's shenanigans. But I say to my mum, listen, I'm sorry, mum. I don't believe in homeopathy, but it doesn't really matter, because if it works for you, isn't that all that's important? If it's working for you and it's solving your problem of having it, the psoriasis, then who cares whether the science on it is good or bad? Take it because it works.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
so when it comes to the curses and your aunt and doctors in Africa and whatnot, no, from a scientific perspective, I think it's a load of absolute trash and codswallop. No disrespect to their culture. My own culture has the belief of blessings and curses in it. I'm Jewish, and that's what they believe. But I don't. I take it with a massive pinch of salt. Do I believe in it? No, not really. No. Yeah. But ultimately, if that woman is able to take an operation because she so strongly believes in the witch doctor's ability to deal with her pain, and she can go through an operation for a bullet, then do whatever mumbo jumbo words you like. I couldn't care less, as long as if it works for her, it's working.
Oh yeah,
that's how I feel.
Well, psoriasis is not an immune issue, I think, right? So stress plays a massive role in those kinds of things. Even this woman. I mean, yeah, stress is plays such a huge factor in our health. So if you take something and you believe you're being healed and your stress levels come down, your blood pressure comes down, yeah, absolutely, you're going to notice a difference, right? That's the thing. Yeah, so there you go, Harry. Fuck, there you go. You know, I'm not a doctor, but
I'm not a doctor either. And if you ask me whether they should really be taking pain medication, I would tell you yes. You should be following a doctor, and you should be listening to the solid advice that they're giving you based on scientific evidence for hundreds of years. And I would not recommend anybody be going to some voodoo witch doctor to get pain relief. But if you've exhausted all other options and you're trying this in addition to what's already out there, then good luck to you.
Oh yeah, that's fucking. What the fuck is this? After the Ministry of Culture's presentation, Tokyo visited Peru, met the artist, and exposed the government disinfo. Yeah, Bones, what's going on with the alien mummies again? We read something the other day about that, and I thought that they had these, which again, is a little bit. They had these Western academics go and look at the mummies, and I haven't heard their conclusions yet. So whatever. They had a guy who specializes in teeth. He was I think they're an anthropologist maybe, and they had another scientist that looked at them too. So what happened? They said the Japanese TV show goes to Peru and shows the Peruvian government presented fake dolls as a way to discredit the Nazca mummies. Interesting. Okay. I mean, that's it. Who knows where this is going to come from, right? Maybe disclosure. I have no fucking clue. I mean, I thought they were made of cake, and then they weren't. And then Jamie Masson is a legit fraud, and he put them forward. But I mean, maybe this is the one that Jamie gets right. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Is it going to come from these mummies? Is it going to come from the Anunnaki? Is it going to come from Skinny Bob? Where do we go exactly? That's the fucking question. Fuck me.
What's this question? North America. Sorry, hold on. United States, Texas, Dallas, AT&T Stadium. Is it finally coming home? Was this something to do with the Dallas Cowboys? I'm from the UK, so I don't have a clue what he's talking about.
A football question, I guess. Is that what it is?
Is that a football question? Because it feels like it's an American football question.
Yeah, I don't watch football.
I don't know anything about American football. Like, I love the sport. I watched it a couple of times at Wembley here, but I literally have no idea whether. I don't know. I can't tell you if you're going to win the next Super Bowl, buddy. I couldn't tell you. I'm so sorry.
Get the chicken bones out of the freezer, Galen TV. You got to get the chicken bones out of the freezer. You got to throw them on the floor. You know the ritual you have to do, right? And then that'll give you faith. And that faith, maybe once it's instilled in you, will kind of manipulate your future. What was the guy in here talking about manifestation the other day? He said, if I believe something hard enough, it'll be true. I was like, fuck, bro. Good luck with that one. That's fun. Do it. Just do it.
What have I missed it? Have I not understood? It's because he's saying he doesn't know the reference. Is this what am I missing? Help me out here, Jim.
I don't know. I have no fucking idea what they're talking about either. He does not know this reference.
Is it?
Because
he's saying it's coming home, like from the Euros. Like it's a song in the UK called it's coming home, right? It's coming home. Like I didn't realize that the World Cup final is taking place in the Dallas.
The FIFA World Cup?
Cowboys.
This is soccer.
Yeah, this is
football. English football. We call it soccer here, which is heresy, I think.
Soccer. Actually, soccer's technically the correct name for it, but
is it?
But it's a shit technicality that only ever Americans express to me normally. Actually, it's soccer that's the correct name. You changed it back to football. Well, I really couldn't give a shit. We call it football because it's an actual sport where you use
your feet,
a foot, and a ball, spherical in nature, as opposed to whatever rugby bullshit you guys play.
Yeah. Fuck.
Do you know actually my favorite sport? My favorent sport is actually ice hockey.
Is it actually?
And I used to. I used to avidly follow it. Like I was an LA Kings fan, and my best friend was a Detroit Red Wings fan. No, sorry, he was a New Jersey Devils fan. Apologies. And we used to religiously watch it here. We used to stay up till 3 a.m. to religiously watch the matches as young'uns.
Holy shit! Wow, do you know my one of my best friends who grew up with this, his dad was the president of Hockey Canada for a couple of years, actually.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, the guy had to step down because I think he molested some people. So it was a dark.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
that's
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember
That
I
went
saw him.
dark
I was
real
like,
quick.
I was like,
That
well, Pat.
conversation.
It was funny because he was always this big hockey guy, and he wanted like he met Wayne Gretzky as a kid because his dad was like kind of known in the hockey community a bit. And it's funny. Like I just could have just given a fuck the whole time.
Exactly for it. I was just saying that went dark. Fast,
Yeah,
you know
I know.
what I mean?
I was at the gym, and like he grew up across the street from us here, and I remember looking on TV. I'm like, oh fuck, that's Pat, and he was like, he was the head Hockey Canada. I was like, what the fuck happened? And then I got a beer with him. He came home a couple of years ago, and he told me about it. I was like, oh fuck. I was like, Jesus Christ, they had like gutted the thing. There was a huge debacle, wasn't there? Yeah, there's a big scandal. Gay on TV No Sports.
Jim's traumatized because he's wondering why he didn't get chosen to be molested.
Why didn't? Yeah, they never invited me to that practice. I was like, yeah, fuck. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
I feel like I've exercised the demons tonight, but guys, you really need to keep an eye on what's going on at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep an eye. Like what is it that they're now trying to achieve? Are they trying to achieve that we believe in woo stuff and that we're open to accept anything, or are they just trying to discredit the whole topic? Like we really need to be keeping an eye about what it is that we're now looking at.
I think it's, my perspective on it is I think instead of putting one foot in front of the other, they're starting to take leaps. And again, when you do that, you can trip and fall on your face. And then that's what I'm worried about, right? Or fall back too. That's the other problem. So
Do you think we're going to get another open hearing, Jim? Do you think we'll get the third one?
Fuck, I hope so. We need to have some more people to come forward. I mean, that's what we're just waiting on now. Supposedly, according to, was it Jeremy? Jeremy always teases, but Ross does too. But there's other people who are waiting in the wings to come forward now. So, fingers crossed, right? I mean, I hope
What do you think about that new documentary that's coming out that's meant to have a new whistleblower and also some of the old ones like saying stuff that we've never heard them say before, kind of thing, a lot more overt in there.
Oh fuck. Lou wants to write his book.
What's the name of the guy that was in charge of the UAP task force that's in the trailer?
Jay Stratton.
Jay Stratton, yeah, Jay Stratton, that was it. Jay Stratton said that he's had first-hand interactions with bodies and ships.
He's seen werewolves too, right?
Is he?
Yeah, you didn't hear that? Yeah, he went to Skinwalker Ranch and he saw a fucking Skinwalker. So there you go. Are you excited still? Let's fucking go, right? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I know I'm not reading the next autobiography. I read one now, and I think that was also Lou was the last one I'm gonna read probably. So yeah, do you think Stratton's just like a nut job? No, I don't think he is actually. He seems pretty logical when I've heard him speak, but like I'm just concerned about the milking of this. We're getting milked. That's my other concern, that it's the same people saying the same fucking thing over and over again, getting paid every time they do it. And listen, I mean, if you want to do what you love and get paid to do it, that's fine. But it's like, I'm becoming weird. I've always been wary of this. I've been wary of where this is going. And it's like, yeah, I'm getting tired of just seeing and hearing the same people time and again in these documentaries. Like at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about the whole cast and crew. This is not a very nice thing to say, but I'm just after like what's objectively true here. Like what the fuck is going on? Like, I've seen Lou on 300 podcasts now. It's like, okay, let's get to the meat here. Like all we've been eating is fucking potatoes. It's like, I want the meat is Skinny Bob. So, or whatever, whoever.
Oh, yeah. Are you burnt? Would you say you're burnt out? Because I got burnt out about 6 months ago.
I'm beyond jaded at this point. Like I know it's bad, and I try not to be. I try to be positive, but I'm naturally very pessimistic, and I'm just so jaded. And yeah, I just and listen, I love the idea of all of this stuff, this woo stuff. Can I talk to Space Henry Cavill? Can I talk to Skinny Bob? Can I talk to the Pleiadians with just my mind? I can't. I'm psychically inept, I guess. But the idea of it's cool, but it's like, I just want to fucking just get to the meat. We need the meat. Where's the meat? Who has the meat? Which is like the craft, the bodies, the science, like the physics.
Do you think any of the Congress people have actually had or seen bodies and or ships?
That's a good question. I don't know. How would they? I guess maybe some of them who were like wealthy, independently wealthy people already who had like connections. Like what was Grush's buddy there who passed away and he saw a UFO? Oh my fuck. You guys.
Harry Reid?
Harry Reid. I was just about to say yes. Harry would be one definitely. I would bet maybe Harry saw. I think didn't Harry say that? I think Harry did. At least he intimated the Grush.
From what I remember, Harry said that he was about to go, and then he got rejected literally at the last moment.
Yeah. I mean, and again, it's like what these people like publicly have said versus like what they've actually encountered privately, and who the fuck knows? I mean, I'm curious. I'm just, I don't know. I have little faith in a lot generally, and so my faith at this point now is it is waning, but I still have some kind of hope, I guess, that we'll get something soon. But
okay, so here's a separate question, right? The Phoenix Lights, that ship was absolutely massive.
Supposedly, yeah.
It's not supposedly. We've got video footage of it. We've seen it. Like, there's multiple camera. Yes, of course we have.
Do we have camera footage of it? Okay, I don't think we do. I think there's.
Yeah, but type it in.
Is we? Do we?
I don't think it's a debate.
Okay.
Feel free to type it in.
Well, I know the story though. Yeah. Finn's done Finn's done a video of it. He just recreated that recently again, I think. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I guess sorry. Continue on what you're gonna say. Yeah, Phoenix Lights.
Well, my question was going to be, where are they storing the ship?
Oh, the Phoenix Lights, like the aliens.
Yeah. Not the aliens. I'm not saying anything about aliens. Let's imagine that this ship was actually some future tech from, I don't know, a secret. Oh, God, WUSAP, whatever. I haven't got a clue, mate. Right?
PSAP.
It could be a PSAP, right? But they've got to be hiding the ship somewhere, right? It's a massive ship. It's got to be in a hangar somewhere.
Oh fuck yeah! If it's one of ours, where would you put that? I don't even know. You wouldn't be able to put it anywhere.
It's the size of a football field. Like where is it?
If it's ours, unless it was alien. But yeah, if it's ours, and I mean, well, here's the other question: if it's alien, even like where the fuck are they all? That's the other thing. You get shit like this flying around. Like, where's the mothership at? Like, that's anyway. Yeah, it's no, I know. Yeah, it's. I don't buy that we back engineered anything, but I don't fucking know either. That's the thing. I would be like, what's your opinion on that as a physicist? Would you think we would have been able to wrap our head around something like that conquered FTL and got here? What are the chances that we'd be able to wrap our head around that?
Well, that's a really complicated question.
Yeah, it's just a hypothetical.
I think that's for another show, basically.
Yeah,
like, we can. That's a whole massive question. But I'll give you the short, sweet answer of that. Right? Is it possible that an alien species could conquer FTL, faster than light travel? Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer is yeah. The answer is yeah. Why not? Like we don't have a monopoly on physics, and as long as it's not breaking the laws of physics, it shouldn't be an issue. And there's lots of possible theories on how it could still be possible to achieve it. It's not completely. It's like the possibility of FTL absolutely has not been eradicated from physics. So, yeah, why not? It's possible. I don't actually have an issue with aliens achieving FTL. I have an issue mostly with the fact that we don't see the repercussions of FTL.
Huh.
So, for example, the amount of energy needed to achieve that would be that of a small star.
Yeah. And like, that's fucking terrifying if they have a reactor on Earth that's done that, is it not?
Sure. Or even
Yeah.
if they just jumped to our solar system,
Yeah.
we would see the gravitational wave impact.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like we
Yeah,
would
yeah.
see the consequences. They would have to jump quite far away and then kind of like make their own way in at much slower speeds. But then maybe that's what Oumuamua was. Maybe it did do FTL, then came in at a much slower speed. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah. You think we've
It's
been
a possibility.
Oh, well, yeah. Bones, you think we've been influencing, gotten ideas from things and how things work, but doing our way because we can't get their way to work. Yeah, and our way so far, we haven't been able to figure it out, I guess, at least in mainstream science. But yeah.
Are we going to be attacked or some catastrophic disclosure in 2027, Jim?
Oh, fuck. Well, I mean, I can't imagine we'd be attacked because, like, why hasn't that happened now? But I could see. Well, what Jeremy said was that the government heard what from like NASA or some. The government's heard, or they're going to tell the people that something's approaching, and I'm assuming the something again, as he intimated, was like an alien ship. So like something, but like, how does that make any sense that it's slowly approaching as well? Like, unless maybe it's like other civilization that didn't conquer FTL. That's just gone the long haul. It's like some fucking cargo ship that's been traveling to us for like 100,000 years. I mean,
Possible, or they
yeah.
in cryostasis, some form of cryostasis, where they basically just sit at just shy of light speed for 50 years and then come out of cryostasis. But
yeah, that's a hell of a claim too.
There's a problem with that. There's a bit of a problem with that idea because look at how much we've developed in 50 years, right? Or 60 years.
Yeah.
If your species went into cryogenic freezing for like 200 years or whatever it was, by the time you popped out, they would have developed a ship probably fast enough to come here without the cryogenic freezing.
Yeah, so they would have picked those guys up on the way and been like, fuck.
Yeah,
Set something back.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, buddy, how you doing? We just thought we'd pop by and see how your shitty technology's working. So, I have issues with that idea as well.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's one thing. I mean, that was a big deal for Jeremy to say that. I kind of was taken back, honestly, when he said that. I was like, Jesus, like, because that was a rumor that floated around actually before he said that. There was a rumor.
Look at that thing. Holy shit. I mean, every time I see it, it just fucking blows my brain.
Is that the flares, though, or is that the craft? I think that's the flares. I don't think that's actually the craft. I think that maybe the flares, because the story, not that I'm an expert in the Phoenix Lights, but the craft went over, and then afterwards, the military went out and released flares. And then they said, oh, no, we released flares. And the whole city was like, we saw the flares and we saw the craft before you released the flares. If anyone in the chat, if I'm getting this wrong, please correct me. But I thought this was like it looks like flares to me. They are moving. Yeah. The craft people saw was not captured on film from what I remember in the story. I think.
That's weird because I remember that there was a lady who claimed that she'd caught or was videoing it the whole time.
Yes. No, you're right though. I don't know where I don't think this is it. This is the flares, I think. Yeah.
I've definitely seen that. I've definitely seen that video.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one too. I thought this was I think one person did and it was taken from. Okay, so this isn't it.
Kurt Russell saw it. Kurt Russell saw it and reported it in.
He did.
Right?
I just saw that actually in the video. Yeah, it was in when they interviewed him years ago. Yeah, he said that. Oh, he admitted that actually. It wasn't that long ago, but a couple of years ago.
And they were coming in for he was taking his son to see his girlfriend, and he flew him in, and it was his birthday or something, and he saw a massive triangle like boomerang shaped UFO and reported it in. It was there. Yeah. It was there.
Oh yeah, the whole fucking city saw it.
This thing is either out in space somewhere or it is in a bunker in a hangar somewhere.
Yeah, it's weird. It's funny. I remember Finn did an animation for the video because there was another guy who had saw it from another angle out on the highway, and it isn't the only sighting of that kind of craft too, which is funny. that there are other people that have cited that specific craft, like this boomerang shaped thing that flew over. But yeah, fuck, I mean, you know, again, it's like, and this is all the anecdotes of all these different shaped craft too. It's like, are these all different groups of people? And then, fuck, how does that make sense to us here down, you know, monkeys, a couple bananas out of the woods. We're just trying to wrap our fucking heads around it. Yeah. Yeah. No, those are flares. Yeah, his animation was brilliant on that. I loved that one. You'd have to find it, but yeah, that was so well done. It's spooky. Like, when you're in that, like, first-person perspective, fuck, that would give me PTSD if I saw that. Like,
yeah, I did see it. I saw Finn's work. In fact, I saw Finn's work on the news. I don't know if you guys know, but he was on News Nation, I think, some of his work.
Yes, I did see that. Have you seen, there's a new series called Cosmosius that he worked with someone that has a UFO podcast, and he did all the animation for all of the show. It's on Apple TV.
Oh, that's very cool. I know, I didn't know that. But Finn's a great guy. Me and Jim have known him for quite a while now.
Yeah.
And he used to come. He wouldn't talk that often, but he used to come and tell us if videos we were watching were made by AI or were legitimate. And he was going into some pretty good detail with me, explaining to me whether something recorded was real or not. It was really awesome. So he's a really useful guy to know, because especially now when AI has become so prevalent and we can't work out what it is that we're looking at, he's a great guy to have in our pocket for the show.
Oh my God, yeah. I have no fucking clue with anything to do with like Blender, and even the egg recently. He was on here because there was a 4chan guy, after they did the egg video, he went and did AI video of the egg. And then he went and did an AI generation, and he did Blender generation of the egg, and it was another. Finn, you must not be in here, but I mean, I saw him on Twitter. He literally recreated the egg photo on 4chan, like almost exactly. He got the texture the guy must have used from Blender that looked like hieroglyphic writings. I was like, holy, he nailed it. I was like boom, instantly got it. I was like, fuck, like people on Twitter like a week later were still like, oh, is this real? I'm like, no, it's not. He fucking got it almost instantaneously. I was like, shit, man. Like was
that image fake with the markings on the egg?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Almost certainly fake. Yeah. Oh, is that it? Oh, this is a show. Thank you, Hendrix. Yeah. Yeah, it was almost certainly fake. Like 99.9%. Yeah, he literally recreated it almost exactly. I was like, the guy must have used Blender to do it. So I was like, fuck, it's pretty good, you know. Because again, I was picked up after the fucking video News Nation put out. That was kind of ridiculous. But right here, yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, he interviewed Mario. He talked with Mario is on his channel too. I think he did a talk with Mario, if I can recall correctly. But he recreated the whole fucking thing on his
in rural
on his account, which is another crazy story. But it's an abduction account. But that's one that Valet had talked about, I know, years ago, and extremely interesting encounter. So anyway, yeah. I keep meaning to watch this. I can't fucking get it here though in Canada. It's a bitch to get a hold of the show. I don't have. It's not on Apple TV here, so I might have to borrow it from somewhere. Fuck, you know, we'll borrow. But anyway, yeah. No, it's cool shit. It's very fucking cool shit.
There's a lot of money sloshing around in UFO in the UAP investigation at the moment, as well.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, I know that's a lot of people's problem, right? It's that's where it gets kind of. Listen, and people are. It's whatever. Like Stanton wrote like however many fucking books, and he made a living off doing that. But they were really important contributions to the field, to the study, and that's why I'm starting to get frustrated a little bit. Where it's like there's only so many talks in the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's like, as long as we're contributing new things and moving, you know, the bar forward every time, I don't think it's a problem. Forward. The needle forward, the bar, whatever. Yeah. And I don't have a problem with it. It's like where things are getting rehashed and it just turns into an obvious cash cow where I'm like, fuck, because it happened before. So Actually, Hendrix, yeah. Did you find it? If you actually have it, now maybe I'll send a donation to the group because I don't think I can get it in Canada. I'm gonna try again to see if I can buy it somewhere else, but I can't see it on Apple TV here, and I can't find it in any of the other providers. So, but yeah, I'll try again. But if you've got it, then in worst case, yeah, I'll donate to Finn's fucking page, and I'll just say here you go. Although whatever. But yeah.
Okay, gents, I'm afraid this is my time.
This is your time.
It's 3 a.m.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, listen.
I can't stay up any longer, I'm afraid.
Well,
otherwise my brain starts to fall out of my nose.
Yeah, that happens a lot here. It's all right though. Yeah, well, listen.
Thank you for having me on, though. As always, Jim, you're always welcoming, and you put up with all my shit, so I appreciate it.
Hey, man, thank you. I think we all appreciate having your expertise here, and we value your opinion. And yeah, it's good to have the feedback. It's good to talk to you again. It's been a little bit, so
That's been a little bit, yeah. But do you know what? We came back at a good time. That's what's important.
Yeah.
This is a real. I think we're at a real critical point at the moment. I think I'm worried. I worry that we're just going to head on backwards, and disclosure will end up being another 20, 30 years from now, or 50 years or whatever, or never. I don't even know. But I do feel like we're starting to head backwards again, and I'm praying. I'm hoping that with discussions like this, if more people have these discussions, that we can refocus and just drill down on where are these ships, where are these bodies, where is the science, where are the scientists, where's the relevant information we need. And I think they were doing a good job trying to get stuff through with Congress, trying to get some legislation through Congress, and I think that that's something that should be pursued again. So
yeah, man, that's all we can do is hope and have conversations like these on the internet, and hopefully that helps facilitate, maybe people deciding to come forward. So that's all we can do, right? Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'll still be here until the end of the show, but I'm gonna love you and leave you now.
All right,
take care, guys.
Sweet dreams.
Cheers, mate.
Yes. Well, to everybody else watching, I guess, we will probably end it there anyway. I think that's probably a good place to leave it. I see people are starting to trickle down. It's getting later into the evening. So why don't we just leave it there? I do have some other things I was going to go over here, but there's a lot to go over, actually. I was going to probably go over this tomorrow night anyway, but unrelated to this topic, there's some stuff here about kind of the alternative ancient history. Danny Jones, Nugo Beckley Tepe controversy, and Earth's magnetic pole flip. So, oh Christ, going over that and whatnot. But yeah, thank everybody for joining. Drunk Sir, thank you again for coming in and having conversation. It's always wonderful. And yeah, hopefully, oh, is this it here? Is that an actual link to it? Oh shit. Okay. Could you message me that, Hendrix? That'd be fucking awesome. But hopefully everyone enjoyed the conversation. And yeah, listen, we're just moving this conversation forward one talk at a time. So anyway, it is what it is, and hopefully we get more information soon. At the very least, you know what? Like, I'm here for the fucking memes too. So if we go down the fucking woo rabbit hole, it's like, we'll just fucking meme it. We'll meme it into oblivion. So until next time, everybody, take care. Sweet dreams.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys. The keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets. The keys, my dudes, let's follow can't go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.